Chapter 1006. The other party was not far away, but he gave off a feeling of primal chaos. It was like they were separated by the starry heavens. Darkness and light intertwined, nourishing a powerful treasure sword. "Where did you get this painting from?" Xiao Chun asked straightforwardly. Chu Chaoyun did not seem to want to waste words. He took a sip of wine and said, "You should have seen someone in the Sky Dome realm. He looks very similar to you and also knows the exclusive martial techniques of the Blue Dragon martial spirit." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. His expression did not change as he nodded to indicate that he had seen this person before. "I found this painting on him." "Found it on him? You must be joking. This person is definitely stronger than you. How could he let you take away this painting so casually? Does he think he is dead?" "Haha, he is indeed dead." Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. This was a significant shock. This person had always been a knot in Xiao Chen's heart. Xiao Chun had thought that they would have a chance to meet in the future. Unexpectedly, he died just like that. Chu Chaoyun remained calm. He said indifferently, "He is an evil thought formed by the Qing Emperor's cultivation of the good and evil beneficence art. 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor struck him with his saber but did not completely kill him. After 10,000 years, he recovered most of his strength. He wanted to go to the deep abyss to fight for the position of the Dark Church's chief churchmaster. However, he was defeated in 3 moves and died. No wonder he looked so similar. It turned out to be an evil thought of the Qing Emperor. However, Xiao Chun still found it hard to believe that he had lost to the Dark Church's chief churchmaster in 3 moves. The Dark Church had branches in all the lower realms. Xiao Chun knew that their headquarters was in the deep abyss demonic world. However, the strength of this chief church master surpassed Xiao Chun's expectations. "How do you know so much?" Xiao Chun looked straight at Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun smiled gently as he toyed with the wine cup in his hand. The last Tianwu Emperor was a good friend of the Qing Emperor in the first place. As a descendant of the dynasty, it is nothing for me to know such information. Precisely because you will know all this sooner or later. However, you have to advance to Martial Emperor first. So don't die. Don't follow in the footsteps of the Thunder King." Suddenly, Xiao Chun said, "You want the heavenly flame's origin that is suppressed in the Blue Dragon Palace, right?" Chu Chaoyun was startled. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Chun to directly state his purpose. This was the first time his expression changed. "You've been to the Azure Dragon Palace?" However, Xiao Chun immediately realized that his question was pointless. If he had not been there, how could he know that the heavenly flame's origin flame was in the Azure Dragon Palace? Xiao Chun smiled faintly and changed the topic. "Your painting is useless to me. I went to the Yellow Springs Hell, crossed the Sea of Bitterness, and saw the saber light left by the Qing Emperor. The 6 paths of reincarnation are already shattered. There is no longer any meaning to it." Upon hearing that reincarnation was broken, Chu Chaoyun's expression clearly changed. Reincarnation is already broken. Where did the Qing Emperor go in the end? Xiao Chun carefully observed Chu Chaoyun's expression. This was the first time he held the initiative in a conversation with this person. The other party was not as omniscient as he appeared. Like Xiao Chun, Chu Chaoyun was searching for some answers and waiting for an opportunity. "Goodbye. We will meet again if there is a chance." The 2 pieces of information that Xiao Chun revealed made Chu Chaoyun feel suspicious. Unwilling to remain here, he stood up and wanted to leave. "Did I say to let you go?" Xiao Chun put down his wine cup, and his long hair moved without any wind. Ding, ding, dong, dong. A zither-like saber hum resounded. Countless saber winds instantly locked onto the standing Chu Chaoyun. The atmosphere and the floor immediately froze. A storm brewed, erupting in the silence. As Xiao Chun watched Chu Chaoyun get up, he remained silent. The other party had many secrets. He was connected to Xiao Chun in many ways. Xiao Chun had long wanted to figure out what was going on. Back then, how did the Qing Emperor and the Tianwu Emperor become enemies? Why was the heavenly flame's origin flame in the Blue Dragon Palace? Whether the Qing Emperor fell after the Great Battle, or if there was something strange going on, the answer seemed to lie with Chu Chaoyun. This time, the other party appeared to be giving Xiao Chen a painting. However, his hidden goal was to see how far Xiao Chen had advanced and how much time he had left to reach Emperor Wu. When Xiao Chen entered the Blue Dragon Palace, he would snatch away the Blue Dragon's origin flame. Chu Chaoyun felt speechless. Did he still think that he was the Xiao Chen from many years ago, the one who defeated him in half a move, coming and going as he pleased? How could there be such an easy thing? If Xiao Chen wanted to leave, he needed to be capable of doing so. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold, and his killing chi instantly locked onto the other party from all directions. Do you think that I would risk my true body and enter the Hao Ian sect, where there are many experts? There will definitely be a fight between us, but not now. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. Suddenly, his body turned into a clump of flame and quickly burned into a pile of ashes, leaving only a wooden puppet. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He had no choice but to scatter the saber winds that filled the entire floor. Then, he instantly hid himself. Ao Jiao said from the Immortal Spirit Ring, Xiao Chen, this person speaks half-truths. You cannot trust him completely. Xiao Chen picked up his wine cup again and took a sip. Then, he nodded and said that so-called evil thought of the Qing Emperor might have died at his hands after he was defeated. However, what he said makes some sense. He is probably not the only one waiting for me to open the Blue Dragon Palace. Emperor Wu, who is hiding in the dark, has his eyes on the Blue Dragon Palace as well. Xiao Chen had to make good use of this time to strengthen himself and accumulate accumulations. Otherwise, when the time came, the Blue Dragon Palace that the Qing Emperor left for him would be snatched away. Based on the aura that Chu Chaoyun displayed, even though they had not fought yet, Xiao Chen was sure that the other party's will of primal chaos had already perfectly merged with his will of primal chaos. Xiao Chen also had to quickly deal with his will of cycle. He already had news of the Despair Throne, and his trip to the heavenly starry ocean was imminent. After returning to his peak, Xiao Chen immediately entered closed-door cultivation, preparing to digest the treasures that he could use in the congratulatory gifts. Naturally, the first thing he needed to use was the heavenly ice pearl that his first senior sister gave him. With an additional will, his strength would increase by another level. At the summit, Xiao Chen took out the heavenly ice pearl. Immediately, snow drifted down from the sky. A cold wind howled, picking up the snowflakes and cutting them like knives. This snow is really heavy. I wonder where first senior sister got the heavenly ice pearl. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and directly swallowed the heavenly ice pearl. A chill immediately spread through Xiao Chen's blood, meridians, bones, and limbs. See. Soon, Xiao Chen's body turned into an ice sculpture. Then, he turned into an ice pillar. Xiao Chen's figure could no longer be seen. The sun rose and set. The clouds gathered and parted. Heavy snow drifted down from the summit. 3 days passed. Xiao Chen, who was in the ice pillar, did not move at all. It was like he was in hibernation, not showing any signs of life. After another 3 days, the ice pillar shattered with a ka-cie sound. The heavy snow scattered, and Xiao Chen opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in them, his gaze icy. Compared to 6 days ago, Xiao Chen's aura now had an additional chill to it. Xiao Chen's forehead opened up, and a light flashed. A small ice saber tore through the air and shot out. Everywhere it passed, the mist turned into ice, flickering with an icy light. Then, it circled around and returned to Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. However, the ice in the air had yet to dissipate. This small saber was the manifestation of Xiao Chen's will of ice. Naturally, it was far from comparable to the immortal will of thunder. However, Xiao Chen only used it as a supplement. He did not have high expectations. He was already very satisfied with such an effect. After the heavenly ice pearl swallowed the heavenly ice pearl, Xiao Chen did not rest. He took out the 200-meter-long true dragon spine. Roar! The roar of a true dragon reverberated on the summit. Dragon might spread out, and an indistinct dragon-shaped image appeared at the summit. It stirred up winds and clouds, forming a thunderstorm. When the Hao Ian sect elders on the nearby peaks heard the commotion, They all flew out of their peaks. When they saw this mysterious phenomenon, they were greatly startled, their eyes filled with envy. I heard that Xiao Chun received a 200-meter-long true dragon spine as part of the congratulatory gifts. It looks like the rumor of this dragon might is true. He is still called Xiao Chun? That will not do. Now, he is the Blue Dragon King. Furthermore, he is going to Heavenly Star Island to establish his own sect. The sect master even agreed to it. How unfortunate. If only he remained in our Haotian sect. The sect master is already a prime. With a powerful demonic genius at the Emperor realm among the younger generation, the Haotian sect would surpass the 3 holy masters in just a matter of time. Don't overthink this. A person like him is a true dragon. Sooner or later, he will surpass Emperor Wu and become a major character of the Kunlun realm. How could he stay in the Haotian sect? Discussions resounded. The many elders of the Haotian sect all showed extremely complicated expressions. At the summit, Xiao Chun was thinking about how to extract the dragon marrow. Aside from the dragon marrow, the remaining true dragon spine was also good stuff. When he went to Heavenly Star Island, he could bury this true dragon spine under the island's peak to nourish the Dragon's Gate's luck. Most sects had items to gather luck, known as the sect totem. If the totem was destroyed, the sect's luck would plummet. Its destruction would not be far off. The sect totem was extremely important. With the Dragon's Gate's establishment, using the true dragon spine as the totem was very suitable. Xiao Chun estimated that even the totems of the 9 ranks of the great families would not be as grand and noble as this 200-meter-long true dragon spine. Xiao Chun carefully made a small incision at the joint of the spine. Then, with a flip of his palm, he sucked out the dragon marrow in it drop by drop. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, a total of 100 drops were taken out before the dragon marrow was completely drained. Xiao Chun revealed an expression of wild joy. Yi Chen's gift was exceptionally precious. 100 drops of dragon marrow. How horrifying was that? Dragon marrow strengthened the bones. The bones were the foundation and framework of the physical body. As long as the bones were not damaged, the physical body would never shatter. Many years ago, half a drop of dragon marrow allowed Xiao Chen's bones to undergo a complete transformation, surpassing those of his peers. Now, what kind of level would 100 drops of dragon marrow reach? Xiao Chun did not dare to imagine how much his physical body would improve. Without much thought, Xiao Chun put away the complete true dragon spine. Then he opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing all 100 drops of dragon marrow floating in the air. Whoosh! Many of the elders staring at the mountain range in the sky outside drooled. 100 drops of dragon marrow swallowed in one go. How extravagant was this? With just 10 drops, their physical bodies could immediately break through, increasing their defenses by more than 50%. The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation as the Blue Dragon King. If I had 100 drops of dragon marrow, I would definitely not be able to bear to swallow them all in one go. Indeed, dragon marrow is such a precious existence. 1 drop can fetch a sky-high price. The Blue Dragon King swallowed 100 drops in one go. It is like a mountain of treasure vanishing into thin air. Chapter 1007. After consuming 100 drops of dragon marrow, Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged on the summit. Occasionally, a vast and immortal true dragon's roar came from his body. Refining the dragon marrow required a long time. The elders watching the excitement all knew this. They shook their heads and sighed as they left. The dragon's roar echoed on the summit for 10 days before it slowly stopped. Xiao Chen's bones had already changed completely, becoming abnormally hard like dragon bones. While Xiao Chen's appearance did not change, he felt that if he had suffered that startling strike from Diwuk that day, he would not have lost all his combat prowess. Even if Ao Jiao was not around, Xiao Chun was confident of fighting another battle with the other party. Myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending. Divine light enveloped Xiao Chen's body as he circulated his vital qi. Dragon's roar resounded, and 10 heaven dragon images appeared behind him. This was twice his combat prowess. Shao Chun continued to increase it, expanding from 10 Dragon Force to 20 Dragon Force, quadrupling his combat prowess. Boom! Now that Shao Chun was confident, he steeled his heart and increased his combat prowess tenfold. 50 Heaven Dragon images appeared and roared ferociously in unison. Before Shao Chun punched, just the might alone caused space to churn like waves, looking like it would shatter at any moment. Tiny cracks appeared in Shao Chun's bones, and he felt some pain. He withdrew his fist, and the Heaven Dragon images vanished. Joy appeared on his face. In the earlier test, Shao Chun's body should be able to endure 50 Dragon Force. As long as he did not attack consecutively, he would only suffer some light injuries. His physical body would be fine. A ruthless look flashed in Shao Chun's eyes. He muttered, 50 Dragon Force. If I meet the blue-robed Emperor, I am confident of receiving his killing move. I will not feel any pressure protecting myself. What did 50 Dragon Force mean? 1 Dragon Force was 5 million kilograms of force. 10 Dragon Force was 500 million kilograms of force. 50 Dragon Force was 250 million kilograms of force. Even peak great Grandmaster level martial sages like First Elder Han Qing'e, who had already started refining their heavenly sage laws into heavenly laws, would not be able to withstand it. Shao Chun was confident that he could explode his opponent with one punch. At this point, he was already infinitely close to becoming an unrivaled great Grandmaster level martial sage. No matter what kind of great Grandmaster level martial sage or what cultivation technique they cultivated, as long as they were not quasi-emperors, Shao Chun was confident of defeating them. After refining the 100 drops of dragon marrow, he took out the beautiful mountain and river painting and incomplete immortal equipment. Cultivators needed to spend a lot of time and effort to modify it into a secret treasure before they could use it. Of secret treasures before them. However, this was not as troublesome for Shao Chun, and he could use it. His magic power was abundant, so his divine sense could directly enter it. He could brand the spiritual imprint and use it immediately. He unfurled the beautiful mountain and river painting and saw that there were mountains and rivers in the painting. There were white clouds drifting about, and there were rivers and rivers. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were all within this painting. Releasing his spiritual sense, Shao Chun entered the inner world of the painting, where he saw the spiritual mark left behind by the previous owner. It had already been 100,000 years since the end of the immortal epic. Although it was shaky and looked like it would be extinguished at any moment, it did not dissipate. One could imagine how powerful the previous owner of the picture scroll was. When a cultivator reached the nascent soul realm, there was still the nascent soul transformation, divine transformation, Mahayana, and void refinement. After that, they would transcend the tribulation and become an immortal monarch before ascending to the immortal world. Looking at the spiritual imprint before him, even after hundreds of thousands of years had passed, it was still glowing brightly. The immortal soul had not died yet. The previous owner of the painting had most likely possessed the strength of a high immortal. Even the weakest immortal lord was as strong as a sovereign martial emperor, surpassing the cycle of reincarnation and existing with the world, immortal and undying. Of course, the immortal Tao was destroyed, the immortal realm no longer existed, and the cycle of reincarnation was shattered. Immortals had long lost the ability to live forever. With the arrival of the martial epoch, there were no longer any immortals in the world. Only martial arts reigned supreme. Even if an immortal lord came back to life, he would not be a match for the peak strike of a prime Emperor Wu. This strand of spiritual mark had the appearance of an old man with the air of an immortal. The light it gave off was weak, and he no longer possessed any intelligence. All Shao Chun needed to do was to casually touch it, and he would be able to leave his spiritual mark on it. Bang! Just as Shao Chun prepared to make a move, the old man before him suddenly opened his eyes. They released a divine light, and a tyrannical strand of spiritual sense flew over. It followed the spiritual mark and entered Shao Chun's sea of consciousness. Ha ha! It has been 100,000 years. This old man did not expect that a casual move I made back then would leave behind a backup plan, allowing me to live for another epoch. This spiritual sense was boundlessly tyrannical. Xiao Chun felt horrified and flustered. He felt helpless as the other party swallowed up his spiritual sense, slowly vanishing. How can it be like this? I have never heard of a spiritual mark left in an immortal equipment or magic treasure gaining intelligence. When the immortal Tao was destroyed, all the immortals had died long ago. The spiritual mark they left behind had already lost its intelligence as they died. Even if the immortal Tao did not die, 100,000 years was enough to erase the intelligence of any spiritual mark. What had happened so suddenly was simply unimaginable, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Even if you are an immortal lord, there is no way you can swallow me up. Scram! Immortal thunder, eternal will, inextinguishable saber soul, unparalleled sharpness. In the face of danger, Xiao Chun calmed his mind and charged out with the lightning talisman hidden in his sea of consciousness. The immortal will of thunder and the peak great perfection bladesman's soul immediately surged with electric light, illuminating the entire sea of consciousness. The thunder immortal ancestor's destruction lightning talisman. No, it is a copy. However, it is sufficient to destroy my remnant soul. Damn it! A sharp, miserable shriek rang out. Under the illumination of the electric light containing boundless saber intent, the old man's unstoppable spiritual sense slowly crumbled. When the old man's spiritual sense crumbled, Xiao Chun suddenly stopped. This was an old antique of the immortal epic. He contained many secrets. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if there was some risk, Xiao Chun wanted to obtain some information from him. The painful howl stopped. The old man's spiritual sense turned into a human figure, trembling weakly in a corner of the sea of consciousness. Xiao Chun said coldly, "Tell me what I want to know, and I will spare your life, letting you live another epic." Ha ha ha! Live another epic? You're overthinking. It is hard to defy heaven's will. No one can live another epic. That is impossible. So, there is no need to threaten me. In any case, I will vanish into thin air soon. The old man's strong desire to live vanished when he saw Xiao Chen's lightning talisman. It was like he had accepted his fate. He muttered, "It is hard to defy heaven's will. It is hard to defy heaven's will." Xiao Chun could not understand. He said, "Since you still have your intelligence, I should be able to find an ordinary person without mental energy to possess you. It is hard to defy heaven's will. Do you think I have waited for 100,000 years for someone with magic energy to enter this beautiful mountain and river painting? However, it is someone who just happened to copy the destruction lightning talisman. Do you think this is a coincidence? Even if it were another person, all sorts of accidents would have happened, causing the possession to fail. This is heaven's will. It is hard to defy it." How laughable. I thought that I coincidentally left a drop of immortal blood here and could live another epic. To think that I waited bitterly for 100,000 years. How laughable. The old man's voice was weak, making his tones sound even more sorrowful. Take this beautiful mountain and river painting. Back then, many king great immortal equipment were destroyed in the Great Tribulation. Unexpectedly, this little thing, which I did not care about, remained here for so long. When Xiao Chun saw the light on the old man's body grow dimmer, he could not help but ask anxiously, "Senior, meeting his fate. Can you tell this junior why the immortal epic was so strong? Where immortal lords could live forever, immortal ancestors could pluck the stars and the moon, and immortal kings could defy heaven and change fate? Why was it destroyed? Meeting his fate? Ha! You're just an insignificant Yuanian cultivator. What is the point of asking this? As the saying goes, when prosperity reaches its peak, it declines. Life and death come and go in an endless cycle. There is nothing in the world that can flourish forever. This is the heavenly Tao. This is heaven's will. No one can change it. In the past, the Kunlun immortal world was very vast and powerful. It ruled the universe, the origin of the 3,000 great realms. So what? In the end, it could not escape this calamity. The immortal world was destroyed, and the Kunlun immortal world became an abandoned land. The old man's voice grew increasingly weaker until it finally disappeared. The old man did not say much, but the information he revealed was startling, stirring up huge waves in Xiao Qian's heart for a long time. The 3,000 great realms that the old man mentioned were definitely not the Sky Dome realm, where Xiao Qian was. That was just an immortal lord's cave. There was an even vaster world outside the Kunlun immortal world. The Kunlun immortal world was originally the central great realm, the origin of the universe. Now, it had become an abandoned land. The old man's figure slowly turned illusory, leaving only a spot of green light drifting about. Xiao Qian opened his hand and sucked, swallowing up the green spot. There was no other information in the green spot. All the information it contained was about the beautiful mountain and river painting. The powerful experts of the immortal epic were already completely wiped out, no longer leaving any traces of them in the current martial epic. After leaving his spiritual mark, Xiao Qian withdrew his spiritual sense from the beautiful mountain and river painting. Then, he followed the old man's method and left a blood mark on his palm. The beautiful mountain and river painting quickly shrank and entered Xiao Qian's left palm. Immediately, mountains, rivers, and gushing rivers appeared on his palm, materializing a vast small world. With a thought, the mountains and rivers faded away, and his palm returned to normal. Xiao Qian burned his magic energy, and the beautiful mountain and river painting appeared. With a thought, he could move the mountains and rivers in it, controlling the lightning and thunder in it. He could not help revealing a trace of joy on his face. If he could trap someone in this beautiful mountain and river painting, that person would not be able to escape his palm. Xiao Qian's magic energy drained away like water, and he felt dizzy. He did not dare to move the beautiful mountain and river painting rashly, so he carefully put it away. The words left by the immortal Tao expert in the beautiful mountain and river painting could only be treated as an interlude in subduing the immortal equipment. He still had to do what he needed to do. Be it the abandoned land or the so-called epic's great calamity, they were all too distant from Xiao Qian. They were like legends, too ethereal. Xiao Qian still had to keep his feet firmly planted on the ground, raising his cultivation step by step. When he reached the peak one day, all the fog would naturally scatter. After that, Xiao Qian took out the Neptune crown that Yao Yin gave him. The expression on his face turned complicated. This was a complete emperor-grade secret treasure, even more precious than the beautiful mountain and river painting. After all, the latter was just an incomplete immortal equipment. It was not as attractive to cultivators as an emperor-grade secret treasure. Chapter 1008. Yao Yin was kind enough to give this emperor-grade secret treasure to Xiao Qian. However, it also brought him a huge problem. Perhaps Emperor Wu would not mind. However, anyone who was a blue-robed emperor would definitely be tempted. Whoosh! A figure flew over from a distance. With a flip of his hand, Xiao Qian placed Neptune's crown in his universe ring. The person who came was Han Qinghe, who was preparing to retire and advance to the blue-robed emperor realm. Xiao Qian's heart sank. What kind of major matter could startle First Elder Han Qinghe, a great Grandmaster-level martial sage who was preparing to retire? Han Qinghe appeared very anxious. As he flew over, strong winds howled. When he arrived before Xiao Qian, all the winds stopped. Even with such a small detail, Xiao Qian could see the strength of this peak great Grandmaster-level martial sage. He truly lived up to his name of someone who was about to break through the threshold of the blue-robed emperor realm. Xiao Qian smiled and said, "Elder Han, your strength has improved again. You will probably be able to break through the threshold of the blue-robed emperor realm in a year or so." Han Qinghe's expression relaxed slightly. He did not avoid the topic. He smiled and said, "I have only refined a small portion of my heavenly sage laws into heavenly laws. I am still far from reaching the blue-robed emperor realm. However, this time, with the sect master advancing to prime, I am confident of advancing to the blue-robed emperor realm." A Prime Emperor Wu giving pointers to a peak Great Grandmaster level martial sage was indeed confident of advancing to the blue-robed Emperor realm. In fact, it was possible to advance to the Emperor Wu realm by paying a huge price. However, such an Emperor Wu was too weak. He was not much different from the deity race's martial emperors who relied on faith to advance. He was far from being as strong as Emperor Wu, who broke through by himself. Even 10 such fake Emperor Wu could not compare to one true Emperor Wu. However, no matter how much he improves, he will stop at the blue-robed Emperor realm. He is far from comparable to the Blue Dragon King. His future is bright. Han Qinghe paused for a moment. Then, he looked at Xiao Chun and sighed his heart. He had watched Xiao Chen grow. Xiao Chen's growth speed was legendary. When he first entered the Kunlun realm, he was an insignificant character that even the Haotian sect true inheritors had to look up to. Xiao Chun started in the Haotian sect Chun to gain fame in the savage battlefield. Then, he fought with Chun, becoming famous in the Tianwu. On the proud son of heaven ranking, Xiao Chun forcefully revealed his identity. With his strength alone, he defeated the outstanding talents of the world and ascended to the top rank of the proud son of heaven ranking. Until now, no one had been able to surpass him. After that, Xiao Chun trampled on Di Wuk at the Sage Mark Monument and became famous. After that, he lay low for 2 years. However, the moment he reappeared, he immediately made a name for himself in this age of outstanding talents. Now, he swept through the younger generation of the entire Kunlun continent, forcefully conferred king. His words, "Who dares to say they are not convinced?" were powerful and resonant, making everyone's blood surge. Xiao Chen's title of Blue Dragon King was well-deserved. Even when the 3 primes pressured him, he could not do anything about it. Xiao Chun smiled reservedly and said, "If others call me Blue Dragon King, I can thicken my skin and accept it. However, First Elder calling me Blue Dragon King is too much for this junior." These words were true. The First Elder before Xiao Chun was a senior worthy of his respect. Even if Xiao Chun became a prime in the future, he would still have to show the necessary etiquette when meeting him. Xiao Chun did not care about what others said. Whether it was right or wrong, etiquette, righteousness, honor, or shame, it was fine as long as he had a balance in his heart. Clearly, Elder Han was very satisfied with Xiao Chen's attitude. Now that Xiao Chun had extraordinary accomplishments, he was filled with pride. However, he did not show any arrogance or haughtiness. In that case, this old man will still address you as before, Brother Xiao Chun," Han Qinghe said with a smile. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "I wonder if First Elder has come personally to discuss something with me." When Han Qinghe heard that, he slowly withdrew the smile on his face. He said sullenly, "You are in trouble." A group of people from the heavenly starry ocean said that they are the inheritors of Neptune's bloodline. They want you to hand over Neptune's crown. Xiao Chun could not help smiling bitterly. During the king conferral ceremony, he had already guessed that Neptune's crown would attract a lot of trouble. However, he had not expected it to come so quickly. Neptune was once the ruler of the entire oceanic world, able to compete with the Qing Emperor. Even the unrivaled Qing Emperor had a fight with Neptune 3 times before he managed to kill it. Only after that did the Dragon's Gate expand its influence into the heavenly starry ocean. Before that, it had not succeeded. After Neptune died, its rule naturally fell apart. Many of its former marquises claimed to be the inheritors of Neptune's bloodline. Even now, they were still active in the heavenly starry ocean. However, the true inheritor, Neptune's daughter, Princess Qin, sealed herself for some reason, sleeping for 10,000 years without waking up. Hence, although these factions were very diverse, they did not have a true leader. No one was willing to submit to anyone. They were like a pile of loose sand. Compared to the rising stars of the Northern Sea Alliance's Zodiac Hall, they were much weaker. However, if these factions worked together for something, they could not be underestimated, putting significant pressure on others. Otherwise, they would not be able to enter the Haotian sect's gates and would be chased out. Neptune's former subordinates are now divided into 12 factions, the strongest four. When Neptune was still around, it was conferred kings in the north, south, east, and west, each ruling a sea region. They were the Eastern Sea King, the Western Sea King, the Southern Sea King, and the Northern Sea King. This time it's still all right. The four strongest sects didn't send anyone, but the remaining 7 sects all sent people. Aside from the 4 Sea Kings, Neptune also has 7 marquises under him. They are divided according to the 7 colors of black, white, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. They're the black-clad marquis, the white-clad marquis, the yellow-clad marquis, the green-clad marquis, the purple-clad marquis, the blue-clad marquis, and the purple-clad marquis. The ones who came this time are the subordinates of the 7 marquises. Han Qinghe gave a simple explanation of the situation of Neptune's former subordinates to Xiao Chun. The 4 Sea Kings and the Prince of 7 Colors were enough to show how grand the situation was when Neptune was still around. After some thought, Xiao Chun asked, "What is the strength of the 4 sea sovereigns and the 7 colored marquises now?" As the first elder of the Haotian sect, Han Qinghe's sources of information were much broader than Xiao Chen's. He quickly answered, when Neptune was still around, the 4 Sea Kings were all at the level of Prime Emperor Wu, and the Prince of 7 Colors were all at the level of Sovereign Martial Emperors. When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help but be flabbergasted. What kind of horrifying faction was this? Back then, the Qing Emperor was able to cause Neptune's palace to fall apart. Xiao Chun wondered how he managed to do it. Han Qinghe said unhurriedly, "Naturally, it cannot be compared to back then. The 4 Sea Kings were only as strong as sovereign martial emperors, and the 7 color marquises were only as strong as Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu." When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help but feel a headache coming on. Such strength was not weak at all. If Xiao Chun could unify them, the glory of Neptune might reappear. However, based on Han Qinghe's tone, it seemed like the various sects were now kings. No one was willing to submit to anyone else. Furthermore, there were conflicts and grudges between them. There was no possibility of unifying them. How many people did they send? It is impossible for me to hand over my Neptune crown to them. Xiao Chen's tone was calm, but it had an unquestionable attitude. The Neptune crown was a bona fide emperor-grade secret treasure. Furthermore, it was a secret treasure that Neptune used. It could greatly increase Xiao Chen's strength. Furthermore, the rise of a sect could not do without the existence of an emperor-grade secret treasure. They needed an emperor-grade secret treasure to suppress it. Only then could their conferred land develop. Even if the blue-robed emperor came, Xiao Chun would not hand it over. Even if Emperor Wu came to force Xiao Chun, the saber light that the Qing Emperor left behind would make the other party pay a heavy price. Han Qinghe said, "The 7 colored marquises each sent 1 person. They are all peak great grandmaster level martial sages, only slightly weaker than the blue-robed emperor. They came very ferociously, and Shui Lingling is currently receiving them. Let's go. I'll go and see who these people are." They want me to hand over the Neptune crown the moment they open their mouths. The two moved as fast as lightning, heading for the main hall of the Haotian sect's inner city. Soon, they arrived outside the hall. Xiao Chun swept out with his spiritual sense and clearly saw the appearances and cultivations of the 7. The 7 wore robes of various colors. Their robes all had true dragons embroidered on them. They all wore dragon robes, looking very imposing. Before they entered the hall, Xiao Chun smelled gunpowder in this group of people. All sorts of clamoring voices came from within. "Miss Shui, it is best if the Haotian sect can distinguish right from wrong. The Neptune crown is Neptune's emperor-grade secret treasure. Logically speaking, it should be inherited by us, Neptune's descendants. Don't stop us. That's right. We are here today for only one purpose, to get Xiao Chun to hand over the Neptune crown. Otherwise, when the 4 Sea monarchs and the 7 color marquises come together, even if the Ying Tianzong sect is a prime, they can forget about stopping us. Why is Xiao Chun not here yet? Does he really think that he can put on airs with us just because he is the Blue Dragon King?" Xiao Qian's conferred land was in the heavenly starry ocean. Shui Lingling did not dare to offend these old factions of the heavenly starry ocean. She could only welcome them with a smile and try to reason with them, hoping that they would take a step back. They even suggested that as long as the seven-color marquis didn't pursue this matter, the Haotian sect was willing to compensate them. However, the more this was so, the more arrogant these people became. They said that if Xiao Qian did not hand over Neptune's crown, there would be no place for him in the heavenly starry ocean. In the Kunlun continent, he can still be considered some blue dragon king. However, if he goes to the heavenly starry ocean, I guarantee that he will turn from a dragon to a worm. Just one wave will be enough to smash him to death. An old man in black dragon robes spoke with extreme disdain. Of the seven, this person was the sharpest. You have quite the tone. This Xiao really wants to know how you're going to kill me with a single wave. Do you dare to exchange a move with me? Let's see who is the dragon and who is the worm. Xiao Qian stood outside the palace and felt that something was wrong. These people were simply here to cause trouble. There was no room for negotiation. However, this was intolerable. Sometimes, even if one knew that something was wrong, one should not let others talk about it. One had to ruthlessly slap the face that deserved it. Seeing Xiao Qian enter the palace, Shui Lingling, who was seated in the middle, revealed a surprised expression. She guessed what Xiao Qian had heard from outside. Xiao Qian, show some mercy. Don't kill these people. The Prince of Seven Colors has a large faction in the Heavenly Starry Ocean's western sea. You are about to go to Heavenly Star Island. You cannot offend them. Shui Lingling's lips relaxed as she projected her voice to Xiao Qian. After persuading for so long, these seven people did not budge. Shui Lingling felt very angry and did not stop Xiao Qian. She only wanted him to teach them a lesson and not kill them. If Xiao Qian really wanted the other party to take a step back, just persuading them with kind words was not enough. He needed to display his strength. Xiao Qian nodded slightly. Then he sized up the old man in black dragon robes. Chapter 1009. As a peak great grandmaster level martial sage, one could already start refining heavenly sage laws. However, compared to the first elder Han Qinghe, Xiao Qian was clearly weaker. He had only just started refining and had not even refined half of the heavenly laws. The seven people sitting on the two sides suddenly stood up. Their gazes were like sharp blades piercing into Xiao Qian, trying to see through him. The black-clad old man had a sparse beard. His complexion was flushed, and he looked hale and hearty, not looking old at all. He was not surprised at Xiao Qian's sudden appearance, as if he had expected it long ago. The black-clad old man said sullenly, "Naturally, there is nothing wrong with exchanging moves with you. However, if you lose, you'll have to take out Neptune's crown." The other six revealed cold smiles as they waited for Xiao Qian to reply. Something is not quite right with the situation. It seems like these old things are purposely trying to provoke you into making a move, Ao Jiao warned from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Xiao Qian's heart skipped a beat. He, too, felt that something was wrong. What's wrong? Is the so-called Blue Dragon King only this much courage? The green-robed old man mocked with a cold expression. Ao Jiao suggested softly, "It is best to be more careful. It doesn't matter. When one's strength reached a certain level, one could break through with brute force. All schemes and tricks will be useless." Xiao Qian already had this confidence within the great grandmaster-level martial sage realm. He could go with the flow and see what tricks these people had up their sleeves. Xiao Qian raised his head and directly agreed. "If you lose, please leave the Haotian sect. From today onwards, do not appear before me again. Don't worry, you have no chance of victory. Remember to keep your word and prepare to hand over Neptune's crown." The black-clad old man laughed loudly and walked out of the hall. Then, he climbed a flight of steps and arrived at an open-air platform at the front. The other six passed by Xiao Qian one after another. Then, they looked at Xiao Qian as if they were watching a good show. Arriving at the front desk, the black-clad old man had finished his preparations and was ready to go. He was like a dormant dragon, waiting for the moment to leap up and defeat Xiao Qian in one move. Xiao Qian stood still, about 100 meters away from him. The instant his foot landed, his heart calmed down. There was neither joy nor sorrow, and he was as calm as still water. Let's see what schemes you have for you to be so impudent. The corners of the black-robed old man's lips curled up into a cold smile. A violent dragon roar came from his body as his eyes turned red. His aura suddenly skyrocketed. Along the way, he directly broke through to the blue-robed emperor realm. We, the Prince of Seven Colors, all have the Berserk Dragon Art, a secret technique that Neptune left behind. It can raise one cultivation realm temporarily. I'm a quasi-emperor now, so I can decide victory or defeat in one move. Defeating you is as easy as crushing a bug. Winds and clouds stirred, and the aura spread out in all directions. The blue-robed emperor's aura spread out in all directions, immediately spreading throughout the entire inner city. Inside the inner city, the many Haotian sect disciples revealed shocked expressions. Why would the blue-robed emperor start fighting in the inner city? Furthermore, the killing chi was still so heavy. Could it be that an enemy had invaded? Many figures flew over, heading for the source of the aura. The blue-robed emperor was someone who could stir up a storm. Normally, he was very rare. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, hundreds of disciples stopped on the walls and pavilions. When they saw Xiao Chun facing off with the black-clad cultivator, they all had surprised expressions. Unexpectedly, senior brother Xiao Chun, who had just been conferred the Blue Dragon King, was going to make a move against the blue-robed emperor. Shui Lingling was flabbergasted. She immediately wanted to intervene and stop Xiao Chun. However, Han Qinghe stopped her. Don't panic. This kind of fake blue-robed emperor cannot stop Xiao Chun. However, this aura and strength are no different from the blue-robed emperor's. He can definitely bring out the strength of the blue-robed emperor. Shui Lingling was still very worried. Who could have imagined that Neptune left behind such a secret technique that could raise a great grandmaster-level martial sage's cultivation by one cultivation realm? Han Qinghe smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. He is not the true blue-robed emperor. He only looks impressive. The Berserk Dragon Art is such a heaven-defying secret technique. What he obtained is definitely just an incomplete copy. He will not be able to cause much trouble." The black-clad old man felt somewhat astonished. He had displayed the aura of the blue-robed emperor. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen's expression did not change at all. He did not panic at all, unable to find any openings. If this continued, if the black-clad old man could not find any openings or weaknesses, it would not be easy for him to gain an upper hand. The Berserk Dragon Art could not be maintained for long. The black-clad old man's Berserk Dragon Art was only an incomplete version. If he used it rashly, there would be significant repercussions. The smaller the force, the smaller the damage. The greater the force, the greater the damage. Naturally, the best result would be to find an opening and obtain an easy victory. However, it looked like that was not realistic. Damn it, I can only clash head-on. However, just as the black-clad old man decided to stop looking for an opening and defeat Xiao Chun in one move, Xiao Chun, who was as calm as still water, suddenly took a step forward, not showing any ripples. Roar! When he stepped forward, 50 heaven dragon images appeared behind Xiao Chun. They roared ferociously in unison. One dragon force was equivalent to 5,000 tons of force. 50 dragon force circulated on a magnificent scale. When Xiao Chun stepped forward, the ground trembled. In an instant, the world seemed to turn upside down. Space stirred like water. At this moment, the black-robed old man's mind was absent-minded. Xiao Chun found an opportunity. He pushed off the ground and punched. Xiao Chen's azure robes fluttered, and his body was like a berserk dragon charging forward. He was like a hibernating true dragon leaping out of the sea and soaring into the sky. When the black-clad old man recovered his wits, he felt incredibly flustered. The mysterious phenomenon and state that he had stored up power for was no different from Xiao Chen's. It was also a hibernating dragon, taking the meaning of soaring. A black dragon image opened its scarlet eyes behind the black-clad old man as it reared its head back and roared. Unfortunately, the black-clad old man was just one step too slow. After Xiao Chun snatched the initiative, how could he be a match for this battle between two dragons? Furthermore, Xiao Chun was now conferred the Blue Dragon King. With great luck, this black-clad old man's dragon had become an Emperor True Dragon. The King Dao was unparalleled, boundless sharpness, the king of dragons. In terms of sharpness and aura, the black-clad old man surpassed the other party. Given that his strength was higher, the result was easy to imagine. That soaring black dragon leaped forward by 3 meters before roaring miserably and scattering. The black-clad old man's dragon robes tore. Wounds covered his entire body, riddled with bloody wounds. The black-clad old man's punch nearly shattered his bones, dying without a complete corpse. When the black-clad old man punched, one held his head up high and his feet on the ground. His pride was unyielding, and his aura rushed into the sky. The other fell to the ground, moaning in pain, his aura completely gone. It was clear who was the dragon and who was the worm with one glance. Clearly, the other 6 old men had not expected such a result. To think that Xiao Chun also knew a secret technique that could temporarily raise his strength. Based on that aura, it was even more refined than the black-clad old man's berserk dragon art. Attack together. This fellow just used his secret technique and is definitely very weak. This is the best opportunity. A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the purple-clad old man. The 6 had great tacit understanding. At the same time, they executed the attacks that they had prepared long ago. With such tacit understanding, they unleashed their strongest attacks in an instant. If they had not planned this beforehand, no one would believe it. The smiles on Han Qinghe's and Shui Lingling's faces froze. Clearly, they had not expected these 6 to dare to kill in the Haotian sect. They were extremely bold. Whoosh! The 2's figures flashed, not in a rush to think as they charged over. However, the other party had planned this long ago. Although the 2 were fast, they were still too slow. The 2 could not help feeling anxious. How could Xiao Chun dodge the combined attacks of 6 peak, great Grandmaster-level martial sages? 6 colored dragon images howled in the air. In the face of great danger, Xiao Chun's gaze sank. He did not fluster in the face of danger. He turned around and retreated. Xiao Chun's azure robes fluttered. His long sleeves looked like flowers blooming. His fine black hair flowed like a waterfall as he spun around. As Xiao Chun spun, his flawless saber Dao materialized to its limits. A bright moon flew out from his body. 100 miles of peach blossoms danced in the air. A scorching summer sun hung high in the sky. An autumn wind swept up the fallen leaves, snowflakes fluttered in the air, and a green dragon shadow shot out. There were many mysterious phenomena. As Xiao Chun's feet moved, each turn was a world. When he could no longer retreat or dodge, and the attacks of the 6 closed in, Xiao Chun suddenly stopped moving. His eyes were as clear as the mountain spring. He held the lunar shadow saber horizontally in front of him, and his right hand rested on the saber hilt. This was the stance of Qing emperors drawing the saber. In these few steps, Xiao Chun merged the flawless saber Dao into one, materializing a wondrous scene. At the end, he used the Qing emperors drawing the saber, leaving all the explosive power of the flawless saber Dao in the instant he drew the saber. Shui Lingling's figure had stopped at some point in time in midair. Her eyes glazed over as she looked at Xiao Chun in a daze. What kind of saber technique is this? It was not just Shui Lingling. Han Qinghe and the other Haotian sect disciples were all stunned by this wondrous saber technique, all of them curious. When that saber light was drawn, how stunning would it be? 6 dragon images intersected in the air as the killing moves of the 6 arrived. At the critical moment, Xiao Chun also drew his saber in that instant. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. The withered leaves drifted in the wind. The moon was bright like fire. Peach blossoms bloomed everywhere. Snowflakes flew everywhere, and dragon images lingered. The saber lights connected inch by inch. All sorts of scenes appeared in this saber strike. The instant the lunar shadow saber was completely drawn, a kind of glory shocked everyone. Boom! As Qing Emperor executed drawing the saber, the flawless saber, Dao, turned into a flash of saber light and charged forward. The killing moves of the six working together instantly broke. The saber light did not fade, and the glory remained. The six people were chopped in half at the waist and died on the spot. They were not as lucky as Diwuk. Xiao Chun, is this the killing move you used to defeat the 10 great Grandmaster-level martial sages of the deity race? Ao Jiao asked in shock from the Immortal Spirit Ring. With this saber strike, Xiao Chun had walked out of his own Dao. This move was sufficient to leave his name in history. Xiao Chun nodded gently. When he broke through the bottleneck of Grandmaster-level martial sage and stepped into great Grandmaster-level martial sage, he entered a profound state, reaching the state of being one with nature. Xiao Chen's thoughts were ingenious, his comprehension ability extraordinary. All sorts of wondrous ideas flashed in his mind. In that instant, he combined his special characteristics and created this powerful killing move. Xiao Chun had entered the state of being one with nature long ago. When cultivators broke through the bottleneck of a major cultivation realm, they had the opportunity to do so. Chapter 1010. That was a state that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Even the Prime, Emperor Wu, could not enter it as he pleased. How much one could gain in such a state depended on one's accumulations and comprehension ability. For Xiao Chun to comprehend this move and send out such a resplendent saber light while in the state of being one with heaven, it was not a coincidence. Rather, it was more accurate to say that the conditions were right. If not for Xiao Chun comprehending this move, the 10 great Grandmaster-level deity race great Grandmaster-level martial sages who forged the deity statue would have killed Xiao Chun. Originally, Xiao Chun had intended to leave this move to deal with Diwuk during the king conferral ceremony. However, that fellow was too sinister. The Divine Kingdom's materialization of the illusory had severely injured Xiao Chun, not giving him a chance to execute it. Otherwise, without Ao Jiao making a move, Xiao Chun could defeat Diwuk. What is this move called? Ao Jiao asked excitedly. Instant of glory. In that instant, the saber light materialized all sorts of scenes. It lived up to its name, Instant of Glory. When the black-clad old man lying half dead on the ground saw this scene, he was frightened out of his wits. He used all his might to take out a peak-grade divine flame talisman and quickly fled this place. Seeing the black-clad old man turn into a fiery light and disappear, the disciples on the walls recovered their wits from the light of Xiao Chen's move. Xiao Chun entered deep thought, frowning heavily. Clearly, the other party was trying to anger him on purpose. Then, the other party used the black-clad old man as bait. Even if he lost, he could take the opportunity to kill Xiao Chun. The plan was layered. The goal might not be as simple as taking back Neptune's crown. First, senior sister, I'll go and chase after this person. Don't worry for me. A pair of wings spread out on Xiao Chen's back. He instantly executed the Freedom Wings magic skill, so close yet worlds apart. With one step, he appeared 50 kilometers away. Shui Lingling could not help feeling frustrated. Then, she said helplessly, "That is a peak-grade divine flame talisman. It is as rare as phoenix feathers and cheetah horns. How can I chase after it?" Up in the air, Xiao Chun looked around and extended out his spiritual sense. However, he did not find any traces. Without a change in his expression, Zhang Xian changed his direction and activated the world's edge once more. Even a supreme-grade divine flame talisman was only 500 kilometers away. As long as the other party paused for a moment, he would be able to find them with the Freedom Wings. In the northwest of Haoyan City, on a mountain peak thousands of miles away, 7 young men dressed in dragon robes of various colors were gathered on the mountaintop, chatting merrily and wittily. High up in the sky, 7 majestic and extraordinary battleships of different colors were hovering. Judging from the quality of the warship and the massive magic cannons on board, it was a Time Emperor-class warship. The 7 young men were all extraordinarily handsome and had noble auras. Their faces carried a natural arrogance. They were all young, but all of them were Grandmaster-level martial sages. They were no weaker than the youths of the Kunlun continent. This was especially so for the leader, a youth in black dragon robes. His aura was extraordinary, comparable to the Iron Hand Sovereign's descendant, Wang Can, the Underworld Fire Sovereign's descendant, Wei Hua, and other first-rate outstanding talents of the continent. These 7 people were the young marquises of Neptune's old subordinates, the 7 colored marquises. They were famous in the heavenly starry ocean, known as the 7 heroes of the dragon. The youth in black dragon robes was called Huan Qiuyu. He was the leader of the 7 heroes, the strongest of them all. Qiuyu, why are the elders not back yet? Whether they succeeded or not, they should have returned with the supreme grade, divine flame talismans, the purple-clad youth said, feeling suspicious. Huan Qiuyu smiled and said, "There's no need to worry. I've asked around about that Xiao Chun. Based on his performance at the King Conferral platform, facing 6 great Grandmaster-level martial sages at the same time is his limit. This time, he will definitely die. Not only will he obtain Neptune's crown, but all the treasures on him will also belong to us." The white-clad youth smiled and said, "For some reason, the Eastern Sea King's direct descendant is actually willing to give us 6 supreme-grade divine flame talismans. It is indeed strange. If not for these 6 supreme-grade divine flame talismans, we would not dare to take such a risk. You want to choose something? Furthermore, it will not be Neptune's crown or the congratulatory gift that Xiao Chun received. This is really strange. This person has always been mysterious. Even the current marquises of our various clans treat him as an honored guest. I heard that the other 3 sea kings have deep ties with him as well. For a junior to be able to mingle with so many older generation experts, he is indeed extraordinary." As the 7 discussed, the topic shifted to the Eastern Sea King's direct descendant. Even Huan Qiuyu showed a puzzled expression when he mentioned this person. Boom! A clump of fiery light burst forth on the summit. The dying old man, who had been severely injured by Xiao Chun, appeared at the summit. He appeared incredibly weak, continuously vomiting blood. The 7 quickly stopped talking, their expressions changing drastically. Huan Qiuyu helped the old man up and asked quickly, "First uncle, why did you come back alone? Where are the other 6 uncles?" The old man heaved a sigh of relief and said weakly, "Let's go quickly." The other 6 worked together, but Xiao Chun chopped them in half with one saber strike. "First uncle, you must be joking. Those were 6 peak, great Grandmaster-level martial sages. How could Xiao Chun kill them with one saber strike?" Huan Qiuyu clearly did not believe this. This was simply too exaggerated. The other youths also showed expressions of disbelief. Could it be that Xiao Chun had reached the unrivaled great Grandmaster-level martial sages at the age of 28? How could this be possible? Normally, only great Grandmaster-level martial sages who had many fortuitous encounters, lived for at least 300 years, and refined half a heavenly law could reach this level. The old man wanted to continue speaking, but his expression suddenly turned horrified. He took a deep breath and soared into the air. Then, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying, he fled in a hurry. However, just as he soared into the air, he saw a saber light flying at him. It was as bright as the moon, and a bloody hole appeared on his forehead. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and he died on the spot. The 7 distinguished dragon marquises turned around and happened to see the azure-clad Xiao Chun hovering in the air with his hand behind his back and the sea monarch headscarf on his head. "The few of you really made it easy for this Xiao to find you. You sent 7 great Grandmaster-level martial sages into the Haoyan sect to kill me. If my strength had not soared recently, I might have fallen for your tricks." Xiao Chun said expressionlessly as he glanced at the 7 people in front of him. Under Xiao Chen's gaze, the 7 felt a strange fear and their bodies trembled slightly. Strangely, this gaze clearly did not contain any killing intent. Huan Qiuyu maintained a calm expression as he sent a voice projection. "First uncle might be telling the truth. We should split up and leave as many as we can." Whoosh! Black, white, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. 7 beams of light flashed, and the 7 split up into different directions, scattering in all directions. Xiao Chun snorted coldly. After spending so much effort to reach this place after much difficulty, how could he let these 7 people off so easily? The magic energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness burned, and the beautiful mountain and river painting appeared in his left hand. Tall mountains, rivers, and clouds formed in the air. In an instant, the small world's enormous suction force was about to suck in all of the 7 streaks of light that had been shot out. The 7 beams of light retreated and were about to be sucked into the painting. A vast sea rose and fell on the horizon, boundless. At the end of the distant sea, a red sun leaped out of the sea. A vast sword light appeared with the red sun. It was like the rising, blazing sun, unblockable and boundlessly vast. When the sword light came out, the mountains, rivers, clouds, and the sky were all forced back. The beautiful mountain and river painting appeared in the air and turned back into a painting, landing in Xiao Chen's palm. The 7 beams of light felt like they received amnesty, taking this opportunity to leave. After the master of that sword light swung his sword, he quickly left, riding on the sea and disappearing without a trace. Xiao Chen remained in the air, not giving chase. He had exhausted all his vital qi and most of his magic energy. He also did not have many heavenly sage laws left. If he continued to chase after this person, he would not gain anything. Looking in the direction that person left, Xiao Chen muttered, "How unfortunate. If it were a complete immortal equipment, even if I sent out another 10 sword strikes, I would not be able to save these 7 people." At the same time, Xiao Chun felt very confused. Who exactly was the person who attacked? When the wind scattered, Xiao Chun looked up and saw 7 dragon-shaped warships of various colors in the air. They all turned around and prepared to leave. The 7 heroes of the dragon fled in a hurry and did not board the warships. Right now, the 7 warships had no masters or experts guarding them. How could they possibly escape from under his nose? Xiao Chun opened his left hand, and the beautiful mountain and river painting appeared. Tall mountains, flowing rivers, and lakes materialized in the air. A small world suddenly formed, and he sucked in the 7 king-grade warships with one palm strike. When Xiao Chun flipped his hand over, he saw the 7 peak king-grade warships flying around like headless flies in the world in the painting. With a thought, the world in the painting suddenly turned upside down. The ground was above, and the sky was below. The cultivators and the warships were all caught off guard, falling out and flying around in a fluster. These cultivators were mostly martial monarchs or inferior-grade martial sages. They were somewhat strong. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, they were not worth mentioning. Xiao Chun was not a bloodthirsty person by nature. When he raised his hand, a repulsive force appeared in the painting, chasing these people out. The cultivators of the gaseous marquises that managed to escape quickly ran away, not daring to linger at all. Although Xiao Chun did not figure out the mastermind behind this incident or what the other party's plan was, he did not come out empty-handed. Even with 7 peak king-grade warships, the headquarters of the 7 colored marquises probably did not have many. It looks like there are more variables in this trip to Heavenly Star Island. As Xiao Chun watched the cultivators scatter, he revealed a contemplative expression as he stood on the summit. After erasing the spiritual mark on the king-grade warships, Xiao Chun unfurled the freedom wings and left this place. In a place not too far away, the 7 heroes of the dragon watched helplessly as Xiao Chun collected their king-grade warships and erased the spiritual mark they left behind. The 7 heroes of the dragon were so anxious that their eyes turned red. A few of them could not hold back and wanted to charge out again. Aside from the flagship Emperor-grade warships, each clan only had 2 or 3 peak king-grade warships. As heirs, they had lost such a king-grade warship. When they returned, they would be severely punished. In the end, Huan Qiuyu was the calmer. He stopped the others and said to the black-clad man in the corner, "Lung Xiaofan, did you anticipate this long ago? Otherwise, Why would you suddenly appear when we were about to fall for it? That's right. You did not have good intentions from the start. You gave us peak divine flame talismans and encouraged us to kill Shao Chun, but you hid at the side and watched the show. Chapter 10-11. This time, the losses were severe. The others all targeted Lung Xiaofan, berating him. If Shao Chun were here and saw Lung Xiaofan's appearance, his heart would definitely be shaken. This black-clad person was none other than Lung Ao, whom Shao Chun had paid special attention to in Neptune's palace. Lung Ao had hidden himself very deeply and had a mysterious background. Lung Xiaofan raised his gaze. For some reason, the others did not dare to say anything. Seeing that the others did not say anything, Lung Xiaofan said indifferently, "I will compensate everyone for the losses this time, including the 7 King grade warships. As for now, let's go quickly. The experts of the Haotian sect should be making their move soon." After saying that, Lung Xiaofan turned and left, leaving behind the 7 heroes of the dragon exchanging glances with each other. After a long time, Huan Chuyu said, "Let's go. When Shao Chun arrives at the heavenly starry ocean, we will make him cough up everything with interest. We will let him know that the sea is not something that a blue dragon like him can mess around with." Inside the Haotian sect, by the time Shao Chun rushed back, everything had already calmed down. Shui Lingling took out 6 peak grade divine flame talismans and handed them to Shao Chun, along with the spatial rings of the 6 people. "We found these on the 6 people. These people did indeed plan this. If you go to Heavenly Star Island, you will be in even more trouble. These 6 peak grade divine flame talismans should be able to save your life at a crucial moment." Shao Chun had killed the 6 people. Naturally, the most valuable things on them would be handed to Shao Chun for safekeeping. Peak grade divine flame talismans were indeed good items for protecting one's life. However, they were extremely difficult to refine. Ordinary divine flame talismans could only travel 50 kilometers at best. They were insufficient for great Grandmaster level martial sages. Peak grade divine flame talismans that could travel 500 kilometers in an instant were barely sufficient. Shao Chun gladly accepted them. After thinking for a while, he took out one and called Shui Lingling over. Shui Lingling smiled faintly and did not reject him. "When do you plan to leave?" 3 days later. "In such a hurry?" Shui Lingling asked in surprise. "Leaving in 3 days? That was too much of a rush." Shao Chun nodded, indicating that he would indeed leave in 3 days. He had originally planned to meditate and cultivate in peace before leaving after making sufficient preparations. However, the sudden turn of events had disrupted Shao Chun's plans, causing him to feel a sense of crisis. Originally, Heavenly Star Island was already worried that the 3 holy masters were doing something there. Now, there was another one of Neptune's old subordinates. Who knew what they were planning? It was better to set out as soon as possible, lest something unexpected happened. There were too many things to do in 3 days, so Shao Chun temporarily put aside his cultivation. Shao Chun counted the black astral coins in his hands once more. He discovered that he had obtained them from killing enemies along the way and the 2,000 black astral coins he originally had. The total amount of black astral coins on Shao Chun had already reached a horrifying 40 million. Furthermore, this did not include the various secret manuals, medicinal pills, and secret treasures. Shao Chun took out 20 million black astral coins and started purchasing astral cores on a large scale. For the past 3 days, Shao Chun's figure could be seen in the various large markets of the Haotian sect. He had purchased all the astral cores. Astral cores had many uses. Be it large-scale formations or the energy of warships, they all required astral cores. Since Shao Chun intended to make Heavenly Star Island the base of the Dragon's Gate's rise, astral cores were essential. In 3 days, Shao Chun spent all 20 million black astral coins. Most of the 9 ranks of the great families did not have the boldness to spend all 20 million black astral coins in 3 days. However, Shao Chun's harvest was considerable as well. He purchased 10,000 inferior grade astral cores, 3,000 medial grade astral cores, and even 1,000 of the extremely rare superior grade astral cores. With so many astral cores, 20 million black astral coins would not have been enough. After all, one inferior grade astral core could sell for 1,000 black astral coins. With Xiao Qin's identity as the Blue Dragon King, as long as he was within the vicinity of the Bushan Palace, he would receive a 20% discount. Furthermore, some merchant associations wanted to establish a good relationship with him, giving him further discounts. Hence, he managed to obtain so many black astral coins. Yu Chenxi, Jin Lin, Lu Ku, and Xiao Xian had already gathered at the summit of the mountain where Xiao Chen lived. Expectant smiles filled their faces. For the sake of this day, they had prepared for a long time. A purple dragon-shaped warship hovered at the summit of the mountain. It looked extraordinarily mighty, hidden in the clouds, preparing to set sail. This was one of the 7 warships that Xiao Chen snatched. An old man with unfathomable cultivation sat in the recuperation room of the warship. He was a supreme elder sent by Zongtian, a bona fide blue-robed emperor. Shui Lingling was here to send him off. After she left today, she did not know when she would see Xiao Chen again. With this thought, she could not help feeling melancholic. First senior sister, we are leaving. May we meet again, Xiao Chen said with a cup-fist salute. Don't be in a rush to leave first. You can wait for a few more people. There are more people coming? Who? Jin Lin asked, feeling confused. Xiao Chen felt confused as well. His line of work was not like a child's play, where he could bring away just anyone. Shui Lingling smiled mysteriously and said, You will know the answer after a while. Of course, if you do not agree, these people will not force you. I'm only here to introduce you. For Shui Lingling to personally introduce them, they definitely had a significant background. This piqued Xiao Chen's interest. Who would be willing to travel so far to Heavenly Star Island? Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon, 3 figures flew over from the distance. Xiao Chen looked up and saw the appearances of these 3 people from 1 kilometer away. He could not help but raise his eyebrows. How could it be these 3 people? 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman descended. They were actually the outstanding talents of the Azura race, Lan Xiaobai, Yu, and the youth that had been following him. Lan Xiaobai performed a cup-fist salute and said, Brother Xiao Chen, I wonder if you can bring 3 more people on this trip? You blinked, waiting for Xiao Chen's answer in anticipation. Lan Xiaobai has experienced many setbacks in the past year or so. He no longer has any desire to compete with Diwuk. Junior brother Xiao Chen, I can guarantee that he does not have any malicious intent. Shui Lingling sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen. Clearly, she did not want Xiao Chen to lose such a strong assistant. The strength of these 3 went without saying. Xiao Chen was very clear on it. This was especially so for Lan Xiaobai, who was not much weaker than him. However, why would such a person be willing to follow him? Never mind. Since first senior sister introduced me, I better not let her down. I'll bring them along for now. Even if they have other motives, it will be fine as long as they do not clash with me. The Blue Dragon King set sail. With this departure, he stepped into an even vaster sky and world, the vague form of the new dragon's gate appearing. The purple warship tore through the clouds and flew towards the vast oceanic world, carrying the dreams of the Blue Dragon King and his friends, disappearing from Shui Lingling's sight. What's wrong, lass? Your heart is flying over as well. At some point, Zongtian had appeared on the summit as Shui Lingling, standing there with a smile. Master, why are you here? Shui Lingling exclaimed. Zongtian smiled and said, What's wrong? Are you the only one allowed to send this fellow off, and I can't? Seeing the strange smile on her master's face, Shui Lingling blushed slightly. She said, You're still smiling? If you keep smiling, I'll toss the Hao Yin sect out as your dowry. Zongtian laughed loudly and said, Are you talking about that fellow, Xiao Chen? As long as you really wanna, I'll help you capture that kid and bring him back. Shui Lingling giggled and said, All right, master, go and capture him. Lingling will wait here. Lass, you really dare to say that. Let's go. I'm going to visit some of my old friends and see if I can help you find a good bow. Master is already a supreme martial artist, and your disciple is still carrying a pile of junk. It's really not right. Shui Lingling giggled and said, Master, you are very considerate. The Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao, ranked third on the divine weapon ranking. I've been eyeing it for a long time. Ing Zongqian's footsteps trembled, and he almost fell. He smiled helplessly and said, You really dare to say that? This bao has been missing for many years. Where can I find it for you? Forget it. Don't talk nonsense. Cultivate harder. The best resources of the Haotian sect will be given to you. Don't leave this fellow too far behind. Otherwise, you won't be able to marry him even if you want to. Ing Zongtian's figure flashed, and he turned into a beam of light, disappearing from the summit. Shui Lingling muttered, You still want to be more serious? In the end, you're still not serious. However, I do have to cultivate harder. Master has already told me everything he knows about cultivation. It would be too much of a pity to waste it. On the day Xiao Chun left the Haotian sect, the three holy masters' disciples and the others headed in another direction. The strongest experiential training ground in the starry heavens, where the Kunlun realm and the deep abyss demonic world intersected, was the astral battlefield. During the deep abyss demonic calamity 10,000 years ago, the 18 demon monarchs led the army of the demonic world. They did not pass through the difficult spatial tears to charge into the Kunlun realm. Instead, they opened a path to the Kunlun realm outside the astral domain. They directly smashed through the barrier of the sky, catching the 5 races of the Kunlun realm off guard and inflicting heavy casualties. If not for the Qing Emperor appearing back then, leading the Bushan Palace to turn the tide, and chasing the army of the deep abyss demonic world to the borders of the Kunlun realm, the consequences would have been dire. However, the astral fortresses that the deep abyss demonic world's demons left at the borders were not completely destroyed. After the fall of the Qing Emperor, the deep abyss demonic world's demons made a comeback. They used the astral teleportation formation to re-establish their base at the borders of the astral domain. To prevent such a painful experience from happening again, the 5 races, the humans, deities, ghosts, fiends, and corpses, built their own astral fortresses at the borders of the astral domain as well. The 2 sides remained in a stalemate for 10,000 years. No one could chase the other out completely. Instead, it formed the famous astral battlefield of the Kunlun realm and the deep abyss demonic world. That was the strongest battlefield in the starry heavens. Without advancing to martial sage, one could not even enter. Even someone as strong as Emperor Wu could fall there. For the past 10,000 years, countless experts from both sides had fought on this battlefield. They either gained fame and glory or died there, dyeing the sky red. However, Xiao Ju had to go. If he wanted to regain his dignity and take back what belonged to him, he had to take some risks. Feng Wuji and Nuan Miyun, who were on good terms with Xiao Ju, did not want him to go alone, so they accompanied him. Xiao Zun, who was sending the 3 off, sighed softly. Originally, I planned to wait for you all to become great grandmaster-level martial sages before sending you off together. However, time waits for no man. Xiao Chun suddenly rose up and left the 3 of you behind. If you do not take a gamble, you can only look up at his back forever. Xiao Ju squeezed out a smile and said, Don't worry, father. The 3 of us will definitely return alive. The reputation of the 3 holy masters will rise again. Even if he becomes the 2nd Qing Emperor, the situation of the 3 holy masters being overshadowed by the glory of the Dragon's Gate 10,000 years ago will not happen. The 3 of us will ensure that the glory of the Holy Land never dies. Chapter 10:12. Feng Wuji felt a lofty aspiration in his heart. The 3 of us are holy science, but the reputation of the Holy Lands has been declining over the years. We have to go on this trip. The high-ranked demons have long wanted to meet them. Nuan Muyin smiled and did not say anything. She did not have such lofty dreams as the 2. She just went with the flow. If she could help the 2, she would do her best. The warship carried Xiao Ju's group of 3 through the barrier of the sky, heading for the strongest battlefield in the starry heavens. At the same time, Xingtian's personal disciple led Wei Hua, Wang Can, and the others to pack up and head for the astral battlefield as well. After the ghost races, Xie Zishuan finished wiping the 8 sabers. The mountain monarch sent him off with his gaze before disappearing into the starry heavens. No one had expected Xiao Qian's startling performance at the king conferral ceremony, rising up like a comet and putting so much pressure on the other outstanding talents. Unexpectedly, all of them headed for the astral battlefield ahead of time, all for the sake of catching up to the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun. When they advanced to Martial Emperor in the future, they would compete with Xiao Chun. The influence of this matter was far from this. Later, as the news of these people heading for the astral battlefield spread, a trend formed in the Kunlun continent that all Grandmaster-level martial sages could head to the astral battlefield. In this age of geniuses, the flourishing sharpness was displayed vividly. In the god's domain, in the divine kingdom of the heavens, the golden power of faith converged to form a vast ocean. Palaces and pavilions dotted the sky like stars. Diwuk met with the supreme deity race, Emperor Forsaken alone. He knelt down and begged the deity emperor to forge a deity statue for him. You are not even Emperor Wu, yet you want to use the power of faith to raise your strength. In this life, you will be like those fake Emperor Wu who pretends to be a deity. Think about it yourself. If you really want revenge, you will even have to give up your status as the divine son. In that case, I'll sacrifice 1,000 years of cultivation and use the power of faith to raise you to the level of Emperor Wu. With that, you'll be able to defeat the current Xiao Chun in one move. Emperor Forsaken was expressionless. His true body was shrouded in golden light, and behind him were layers upon layers of small worlds. There were hundreds of millions of ordinary natives who prayed and worshipped him every day, contributing an endless stream of faith power to him. Diwuk clenched his right fist so tightly that his nails dug into his palm, causing blood to flow out. After a long time, his heart slowly calmed down. Wuk knows his mistake. I will use my own hands to take back the humiliation I've received. The heaven-abandoning deity, Sovereign, revealed a gratified expression. It's good that you know your mistakes. Even if I gave you the cultivation of a martial emperor, it would be meaningless. Exhausting your potential for the sake of a certain person is the stupidest thing to do. Take it. Emperor Forsaken extended his hand and pushed. A shiny golden manual flew towards Diwuk. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Forbidden. Diwuk caught the manual. The 4 words Myriad Heaven Divine Fist were written on the page. It was no different from the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist that had been circulating outside. However, there was a bloody forbidden word at the end. It was a ghastly sight, and it gave off a different feeling. This is the complete Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, a forbidden art of my divine race. The ones circulating outside are only incomplete versions. Right after the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign spoke, he handed Diwuk 2 more secret manuals. The same bloody words, forbidden, were carved on the pages. One was a body-tempering cultivation technique, the immortal deity, sovereign body, and the other was a sword technique, the heaven-extinguishing sword art. Tomorrow, go to the astral battlefield. Apart from this place, no other training ground will be able to help you cultivate these 3 forbidden arts so quickly. Diwuk put away the 3 forbidden arts and left in silence. Emperor Forsaken heaved a sigh of relief. The Divine Son was still the Divine Son. He had never changed. The next day, when Diwuk was about to set off alone, he unexpectedly ran into Goddess Tianyu, Shi, and the 13 keepers at a corner. I will accompany you to the astral battlefield. We are also willing to accompany the Divine Son to the astral battlefield, the 13 keepers said in unison. After being stunned for a moment, Diwuk's gloomy face finally revealed a smile. In the largest inn of Haoyan City, a blue-robed youth with a sword on his back drained his cup of wine and left the money for it. Half drunk and half awake, he muttered, "The astral battlefield. It's time to go back." Everyone had their own story, and everyone had their own pursuits. Geniuses were born in times of prosperity, and heroes were born in troubled times. What was an outstanding talent? If one did not have a heart that dared to temper oneself and gave up on one's pursuits after one failure, one would just be an empty title. After thousands of tempering, even if one lost 100 battles, one's heart would not change. The title of outstanding talent never left. The prologue to the Great Age had already begun long ago. The story on the stage had its highs and lows. As it rose and fell, it played out a vast and majestic play in this age of prosperity. With the outstanding talent around, the Blue Dragon King on the stage had never been lonely. After advancing to great Grandmaster-level martial sage, Xiao Chun should have been the outstanding young talent most qualified to enter the astral battlefield. However, under the control of the three holy masters, he was tossed far away from the Kunlun continent to the desolate Heavenly Star Island. Only the outstanding talents of the various Grandmaster-level martial sages went to the astral battlefield in advance, taking a path that ran counter to Xiao Chen's. No matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to cross paths. However, if a supreme existence looked down on the heavenly wheel of fate, they would discover the two paths that ran counter to each other. It was just that they started from one point and turned half a circle, forming a perfect circle and converging again. On the Purple Dragon warship, Xiao Chun did not know that his performance at the King Conferral ceremony had triggered a huge change in the younger generation of the entire Kunlun continent. Right now, Xiao Chun and Lan Xiaobai stood at the bow of the warship, chatting as they watched the clouds fly by. Speaking of which, why did you not use the transportation formation? There is a transportation formation in the central province that leads directly to the primal chaos domain. To get to Heavenly Star Island, one had to leave the Tianwu domain, cross the primal chaos domain, and then cross the yellow-soiled demonic garden. Finally, one had to swim across the chaotic demonic sea and head west. Only after crossing the vast ocean and many sea islands could one reach Heavenly Star Island. A Peak King grade warship would take 3 to 4 months to reach Heavenly Star Island at full speed without stopping. If it were a holy grade warship, it would take twice as long. It would take half a year to arrive. If Xiao Chun took the transportation formation and departed from the primal chaos domain, he could save 2 months. Unexpectedly, in the past, there was a transportation formation that led directly to Heavenly Star Island from Bushan Palace. Unfortunately, something happened, and the transportation formation on the island was severely damaged. Furthermore, Bushan Palace had practically abandoned that place. Hence, the transportation formation was as good as not having it. It was no longer of any use. Lan Xiaobai felt very curious. What was Xiao Chun thinking when he used the Purple Dragon warship to fly over? The wind blew in front, blowing Xiao Chen's hair up. As he looked into the distance, the sky looked pure white. However, there was a lot of dirt and darkness hidden under the pure whiteness. Naturally, Xiao Chen had made preparations to purchase astral cores and use the warship to reach Heavenly Star Island. Xiao Chen did not know what scheme Neptune's old subordinates were preparing. Based on their arrangements to kill Xiao Chun and the Haotian sect, he was sure that they had some backup plans. If Xiao Chen's group followed the original plan and used the transportation formation, the other party would probably attack them along the way. In that case, he might as well do the opposite. It would just take a little more time. Coincidentally, he could use this time to digest the energy of the 10 spirit veins' origins and stabilize his cultivation. Of course, Xiao Chun could not tell Lan Xiaobai about this for now. So, Xiao Chun changed the topic. Let's talk about you. Aren't you busy preparing for the Heroes Convention to fight against Diwuk? Why are you following me? Lan Xiaobai smiled helplessly. You chopped Diwuk in half during his King Conferral ceremony. His prestige plummeted to rock bottom, and he lost all his prestige. Naturally, his Heroes Convention came to an end. No one will participate. Thinking about it, this made sense. Back then, Diwuk was very famous. Few in the younger generation could match him. When the cultivators of the Kunlun continent talked about how powerful a person was, they even talked about how many moves they could take from Diwuk. However, in a short 1 year, Shao Chun humiliated Diwuk in the heavenly ruin wasteland and chopped him in half during his king conferral ceremony. His prestige plummeted to rock bottom. Holding a heroes convention with such momentum would just be a joke. Lan Xiaobai revealed a desolate expression. Then he continued, I'm following you to write the Tsing Lung scheme. For the past 1 year or so, I've traveled everywhere. Be it the ghost domain, the fiend domain, the corpse domain, or the vast heavenly starry ocean, I've been given the cold shoulder, even mocking and mocking. In the past, I was too proud. Only after seeing all the experts in the world did I realize how insignificant I am. With my strength, I cannot write the heroes convention. After the king conferral ceremony, I discovered that although the world is vast, I can only use you to write the Tsing Lung scheme. Lan Xiaobai's frankness surprised Shao Chun. He smiled and said, You are really direct. However, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I do not care about the Tsing Lung scheme, nor am I as ambitious as Diwuk. Lan Xiaobai did not appear surprised. He revealed a faint smile on his fair, handsome face. The Tsing Lung scheme is not just a heroes convention. I want to write the entire martial epic. From the start to now, the glory of the ancient era, the decline of the ancient era, and now, the flourishing age. In terms of ambition, I am much more ambitious than Diwuk. It does not matter whether you agree or not. As long as I follow by your side, I can witness the entire flourishing age and write about it. Seeing Lan Xiaobai's sincere tone and serious expression, Shao Chun could not help feeling some admiration. What Lan Xiaobai wanted to do was probably unprecedented. It would take a lot of effort and time, and it would be fraught with difficulties. Chapter 10:13. Shao Chun recalled the words of the powerful expert from the Immortal epic in the beautiful mountain and river painting. After flourishing to the extreme, one would decline, unable to escape a calamity. This was the case for the Immortal epic. Would the martial epic be the same? If someone really wrote a Tsing Lung scheme, recording the entire history of the martial epic, they might be able to discover something from it. From there, they might be able to avoid the great calamity that was faintly discernible but would definitely come. This would be boundless merit. Very well. If that is the case, I promise to help you finish writing the Tsing Lung scheme. In the future, if there's an opportunity, I will hold a martial Dao tea party and gather all the outstanding talents of this age for you to write it. Lan Xiaobai felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, Shao Chun changed his mind so quickly. So, he quickly expressed his thanks. Just as Lan Xiaobai was about to say something, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked to the front. There seems to be a warship with an even stronger aura than the one we are standing on. It is flying over at an extremely fast speed. Shao Chun smiled faintly and said, It's fine. It's one of us. Soon, everyone in the warship's hold, aside from the Haotian Sect's Supreme Elder, gathered on the deck and looked up at that warship. This is the Dragon's Gate's warship? When the warship got closer, everyone could clearly see the 18 sails, the blue dragon engraved on the hull, and the Dragon's Gate's flag. Everyone recognized it with one glance. TSK, TSK. Unexpectedly, so many people came to welcome this fat lord. You are too polite. On the Dragon's Gate's warship, Kim Tae-ho and Lord Jio stood side by side. Why is this fellow here? Yu Chinsi said, finding it strange when he recognized Kim Tae-ho. Kim Tae-ho giggled and said, What's wrong? Can't this fat lord come? This fat lord's Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce has already become famous. I am preparing to set up a branch on Heavenly Star Island to contribute to the prosperity of Heavenly Star Island. Brother Shao Chun, there is no need to thank me. Even Lan Xiaobai could not help saying, Heavenly Star Island is rather desolate. There are plenty of resources in the surroundings, but there has never been a trade route. If such a large merchant association enters, it will definitely be of help. You cannot help smiling. She said, It looks like one cannot judge a book by its cover. After the others left, the fatty carefully told Shao Chun the truth. I can't go on any longer. After your king conferral ceremony, my branch and headquarters in the profound domain were all smashed up by someone. They said that I'm not allowed to hang up the Azure Dragon Merchant Association signboard. Otherwise, I'll smash it every time I see it. I, Fatty, am a stubborn person. If I'm not allowed to hang it, I'll hang it. In the end, I'll be smashed every time I hang it. Xiao Chen's face turned cold. Who did it? Missing Qiong could not do anything about the people of the three noble clans. She gave me another sum of money, a very large sum, to follow you to Heavenly Star Island. The people of the three sovereign noble clans had chased after him on his way to being conferred king, so he had no choice but to vent his anger on his friend. They were really going overboard. Xiao Chun consoled. In that case, come with me to Heavenly Star Island. I want to see who dares to smash the reputation of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce in my conferred land. Those people who smash the signboard of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce will smash their lair in the future. Kim Tae-ho smiled. It's enough to hear you say that. However, missing Qiong is really interesting. The amount of money she gave me was really huge. There are also all sorts of resources. My space ring couldn't store them all, so I placed them all in the space warehouse of the Dragon's Gate battleship. How much? Fatso was not someone who had never seen money before. If even he said that the amount was huge, then it should be quite a lot. The four Fatso glanced at each other and whispered, a total of 100 million black astral coins. She said that this amount is the Ing clan support for you. If you want to use it, you can do so at any time. 100 million black astral coins. Xiaoqin could not help but be flabbergasted. It was probably not as simple as Ing Qiong made it out to be. Such an astronomical sum was probably a tenth of the Ing clan's 10,000 years of accumulation. Even if Xiao Chun succeeded in being conferred king, the Ing clan would not give him such a huge support. This was already enough to hurt the Ing clan. If Xiao Chun had to explain, he could only blame it on Ing Qiong. Why is this girl so good to me? What's wrong? Do you want to use it? If you do, I'll give you half first. Xiao Chun recovered his wits and said, just use it. With such resources and your ability, the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce will definitely be able to rise again. In the Primal Chaos domain, Lung Xiaofan received news that the ambush had failed. Xiao Chun did not use the transportation formation to leave. Instead, he planned to take the warship to Heavenly Star Island. After thinking for a while, Lung Xiaofan gave an order to cancel the plan and observe the situation. The Dragon's Gate's warship was faster. Since Kim Tae-ho brought the Dragon's Gate's warship, everyone naturally switched to it. Just like that, 1 month passed unhurriedly. The group crossed the Primal Chaos domain and arrived at the Yellow Soil Demonic Garden. To Xiao Chen's surprise, the journey was peaceful. As the group traveled through the Yellow Soil Demonic Garden, they did not run into any attacks. They arrived at the chaotic demonic sea's shore without a hitch. Xiao Chun had many memories of the chaotic demonic sea. He wondered how Yao Yin, who relied on 8 Emperor Wu's sacrifice to gain complete control of the primordial treasure Neptune, was doing now. The 8 predecessors had used their lives to place shackles on Yao Yin, shackles that would revitalize the merfolk race. Now, Yao Yin was the merfolk empress and grasped the primordial treasure Neptune, the merfolk race's thorn sovereign circlet, Neptune's scepter, chasing wave shoes, and other emperor-grade secret treasures that Neptune used. Xiao Chen's cultivation had definitely advanced rapidly. Who knew how strong she was now? De Bao, who was at the front, had already excitedly lowered the Dragon's Gate's warship and anchored it in the water. Then, he waved his hands and beckoned everyone to board. In the ocean, warships normally traveled in the water. Firstly, it conserved energy and reduced expenditure. Secondly, there were ocean currents in the water. If one made good use of the ocean currents, they would be several times faster than flying in the air, perhaps even more than 10 times faster. I heard that the mysterious merfolk empress has a deep friendship with Brother Xiao. Now that we have arrived at the chaotic demonic sea, will Brother Xiao not go and take a look? A total of 3 people from the Azura race came. Aside from you and Lan Xiaobai, there was a rather quiet man. At this moment, the one who spoke was Yi Feng. This person rarely spoke. Now that he spoke, he seemed to have figured out why Xiao Chen hesitated. Yu thought to herself, not only is there a deep friendship, he even gave an emperor-grade secret treasure as a congratulatory gift. Without a certain relationship, he definitely would not have given it. Xiao Chan withdrew his gaze and avoided answering. He directly said, "Let's go. There is still a long way to go." The other party was definitely in bitter cultivation. He had so many Emperor-grade secret treasures and even a primordial Emperor-grade secret treasure Neptune. If Xiao Chan did not raise his strength, he would end up benefiting them sooner or later. It was better not to disturb them. The sea surged with strong winds and waves. The Dragon's Gate's warship used its strong might to break through the waves. It was as stable as the ground, not shaking at all. Xiao Chan sat cross-legged in another cultivation room. He circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer, continuously digesting the spiritual energy that had yet to completely merge with his body. 10 peak spirit veins contained a vast amount of spiritual energy. It would be sufficient for a regular cultivator to break through to the blue-robed Emperor realm. However, Xiao Chun barely managed to break through to Great Grandmaster level Martial Sage. With the help of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer, he had refined most of the spiritual energy in less than 2 months. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated a great cycle, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. This qi was like an arrow, looking solid and unending. I am still some distance away from peak Great Grandmaster level Martial Sage. I have to break through to the 8th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Only then can I quickly reach peak Great Grandmaster level Martial Sage and pave the way for my advancement to the blue-robed Emperor realm, becoming an emperor and becoming a famous person in the world. With just a thought, I can stir up the winds and clouds, returning to the natural state. All the demeanor of a grandmaster will be contained in my heart. Only by reaching the blue-robed Emperor realm can I truly have the strength to protect myself on Heavenly Star Island. Xiao Qin stood up and thought quickly. He considered his current situation and how to resolve it. After thinking about it, all the clues turned into one word: blue-robed Emperor. Coincidentally, there is a supreme elder of the Haotian sect on the warship. How about I go and ask him for advice? I wonder if I will disturb him? Xiao Chan said with some hesitation. This supreme elder's name was Qinyu. He was an old antique of the Haotian sect. He had lived for more than 1,000 years and had stayed on the blue-robed emperor for several hundred years. He was a blue-robed emperor with an extremely deep cultivation, even stronger than the Haotian vice sect master. Of course, his potential was not as great as the latter's. I might as well ask him. Life bestowal spell. Xiao Chun moved his 10 fingers and materialized a clone out of thin air outside Elder Qin's recuperation room. Materializing a clone out of thin air was not difficult for Xiao Chun. However, such a clone did not have much combat prowess. It would not even be able to defeat an insignificant cultivator. Of course, if Xiao Chun was willing to spend some time and use some essence blood to nourish it with spiritual energy, it would be able to bring out some combat prowess. If he used it to knock on the door and ask some questions, it would not be so troublesome. Dong! 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 The clone gently knocked on the door 3 times and said, Elder Qin, this junior Xiao Chun would like to seek guidance from senior. Do you have time? Ha! This old man has been waiting for you for a long time already. If you still had not come, I would have lowered my pride and gone to look for you. Carefree laughter came from the room. Xiao Qin rejoiced in his heart, and he leaped up. His feet did not touch the ground as he floated to the recuperation room. Then, he scattered the clone and pushed the door open. The recuperation room was very large, divided into 2. The front was a fully equipped tea room, and the back was a cultivation room. Elder Qin had already brewed tea at the tea table. When he saw Xiao Qin arrive, he stood up to welcome him. After Xiao Chun took a seat, he explained his purpose in coming in detail. After Elder Qin finished sipping his tea, he said, aside from helping you hold down Heavenly Star Island, the sect master called me here for another purpose. That is to give you pointers on how to break through the blue-robed emperor. Many thanks, senior. In that case, Xiao Chun will not stand on ceremony. Might I ask Elder Qin, what is a blue-robed emperor? What is the difference between a blue-robed emperor and a great grandmaster level martial sage. What is the difference between a blue-robed emperor and Emperor Wu? Elder Qin put down his teacup and thought for a while, considering how to let Xiao Chun understand what a blue-robed emperor was. After a while, Elder Qin said, "You can treat the blue-robed emperor as a bridge that connects a great grandmaster level martial sage to Emperor Wu. If you can complete this bridge, you will be able to successfully reach the realm of Emperor Wu. If you cannot complete it, you will be stuck at the blue-robed emperor for life." Cultivating under the blue-robed emperor is the process of building a bridge. Bridges are divided into gold, jade, silver, and stone. The better the material, the higher the grade of the bridge. Chapter 10:14. This is why some people are as strong as Emperor Wu, even though they have reached the same level. This is the reason. Bridge? When Xiao Chun heard such a wondrous explanation, he could not help but feel astonished. The old man's words had 3 meanings. Using the bridge as an example, he explained all his problems clearly. There was a huge chasm between a great grandmaster level martial sage and Emperor Wu. If one could sense the existence of the chasm and reach a dead end, the one qualified to build the bridge would be the blue-robed emperor. Otherwise, one would be a great grandmaster level martial sage, not the blue-robed emperor. After building the bridge and crossing the chasm, one would be able to remove the word Zhun and be called Emperor Wu. Xiao Qin used this to evaluate himself and discovered that he could not sense the existence of the chasm at all. He was not qualified to build the bridge at all. With your current cultivation, you should be able to barely see the chasm, right? Elder Qin asked with a smile. Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "I can't see it. I can't feel it at all." When Elder Qin heard this, his expression could not help but change slightly. He sized up Xiao Chun and said, "How can that be? Although you are a newly advanced, great grandmaster level martial sage, your heavenly sage laws are vast and dense. Furthermore, they have already reached the limits of grandmaster level martial sages. With more than 5,000 rings, how can you not feel it all?" Indeed, Xiao Chun could not feel it at all. He did not even know how far he was from the chasm. After thinking for a while, Elder Qin smiled and said, "It should have something to do with your cultivation technique. This is a good thing. The more great grandmaster level martial sages accumulate, the more extraordinary the bridge they build will be." Putting this aside for now, Xiao Chun continued asking, "What are the materials for building the bridge? How do you differentiate between good and bad?" Elder Qin said, "Cultivation is the foundation. The heavenly sage laws are definitely the main material. The stronger the heavenly sage laws are, the denser they are. They might even be able to transform into dragons or phoenixes. This is equivalent to using an epic grade material to build a bridge. Heavenly sage laws can take form?" This was the first time Xiao Chun had heard of such a thing. None of the great grandmasters he had met had been able to do this. Of course they can. However, from ancient times until now, those who are able to shapeshift are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Only those who are extremely talented can shapeshift. When he spoke up to hear, Elder Qin came to a sudden understanding and said, "I know why you haven't sensed the existence of the chasm in the heavens and the earth, even though your cultivation is so high. Transformation. The answer is transformation. Now is the age of geniuses. All of you outstanding talents will definitely be able to transform. Once you succeed, you will be able to sense the chasm between heaven and earth." Transformation? Elder Qin, do you know how to transform? Hearing Elder Qin's explanation, Xiao Chun was overjoyed and asked expectantly. Elder Qin smiled and said, "I don't know how to transform. However, according to the information I have, transformation is something that happens naturally and without a teacher. If you want to avoid taking a detour, see if you can search for it in the remnant of an ancient prime. During the ancient era, countless experts were able to make their heavenly sage laws take form. Achieving naturally and without a teacher was too vague. It was better to find the secret manuals of the predecessors and point out the direction. After Xiao Chun settled down on Heavenly Star Island, he would send people to ask around about this, to see if he could find the secret manuals for transformation in places like auctions and markets. Boom! Just as the two were chatting happily, the warship suddenly trembled intensely. Xiao Chun and Elder Qin remained as unmoving as a mountain. However, the decorations in the room shattered. Given the weight of the Dragon's Gate's warship and its formations, regular winds and waves would not be able to shake it. Xiao Qin's expression did not change. He stood up and said, "I'll go and see what's going on. If there are any problems that I cannot resolve, I hope that Elder Qin will be able to help." "Go then. This old man will do his best." Elder Qin showed a grave expression and did not delay. "Little brother Xiao Chun, something happened. We are surrounded by the Xianshui sex people." Right after Xiao Chun left the recuperation room, Kim Tae-ho rushed over anxiously with a flustered expression. The Xianshui sect was at the periphery of the heavenly starry ocean. That meant that the Dragon's Gate's warship had already left the chaotic demonic sea. If they headed west, they would reach Heavenly Star Island in about a month. Xiao Chun had once killed a disciple of the Xianshui sect's sect master in front of him. If he passed by here, he would definitely be intercepted by the other party. However, Xiao Chun did not panic at all. Although the Xianshui sect was not one of the 9 ranks of the great families, it was the weakest of the 9 ranks of the great families. It cannot be compared to a large sect like the Haoyan sect. This place was not too far from the Kunlun continent. The Thunder King's name still had some deterrence. Xiao Chun did not think that the other party would send out an expert at the level of the blue-robed emperor. As long as the other party did not send out an expert at the level of the blue-robed emperor, Xiao Chun would have a way to deal with them. Even if the other party was bold enough to send out an expert, Xiao Chun would not fear them. After all, there was still Elder Qin on the warship. Given the other party's strength, they could at most send out a blue-robed emperor. Seeing Xiao Qin's calm expression, Kim Tae-ho calmed down as well. Quickly arriving on the deck, Xiao Chun looked around. A King-grade warship led 10 Sage-grade warships to surround the Dragon's Gate's warship. Waves surged endlessly on the surface of the sea. There were still some energy ripples in the air that had not dissipated yet. When Xiao Chun saw this situation, he felt even more assured. The other party must have used the ancient demonic energy cannons to attack the Dragon's Gate's warship. However, it did not achieve the effect that they wanted. Aside from some intense shaking, the Dragon's Gate's warship did not suffer any damage. Call the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun, out and hand over all the congratulatory gifts he received at the King conferral ceremony. My Xianshui sect will not make things difficult for you. An ancient mirror hovered above Yao Chen's head as he shouted from the other party's King-grade warship. Jean Lin and the others had already gathered on the deck long ago, waiting in formation. Lan Xiaobai stood at the very front and smiled. "You really boast shamelessly. The warship under my feet is the Dragon's Gate's warship. Barring an Emperor-grade warship, no King-grade warship can suppress it. If we want to leave, can you stop us? Just an insignificant Xianshui sect dares to come and snatch the Blue Dragon King that the Thunder King of the Bushan Palace favors? Yao Chun, where do you get the courage from?" Xiao Chun stopped. He had not expected Lan Xiaobai to be so bold. He decided to wait and see first. "You have a sharp tongue. Smash this warship. Let's see how he is going to get to Heavenly Star Island." When Yao Chun saw Lan Xiaobai's unyielding attitude, he could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. He ordered the various warships to attack the Dragon's Gate's warship again. Amid the loud explosions, beams of blue energy shot out from the surrounding ships with great momentum, stirring up the waves and causing the water to shoot up into the sky. The resplendent light was incredibly piercing. If it struck a cultivator, even a Grandmaster-level martial sage would be severely injured. Bang! However, an azure-colored protective barrier appeared on the Dragon's Gate's warship. Dragon motifs spread out, blocking the ferocious ancient demonic energy cannons. Ripples spread out, but the warship remained undamaged. Yao Chen did not believe it. He continued to give orders to attack the Dragon's Gate's warship. The sound of surging water rang out endlessly, and the light of the protective barrier dimmed. Xiao Chun took out 100 astral cores and handed them to Kim Tae-ho, telling him to control the warship and replace them with astral cores. The other party's ancient demonic energy cannons could not break the protective barrier of the Dragon's Gate's warship. As long as there were sufficient astral cores, it would not sink. However, Xiao Chun did not lack astral cores. Senior brother Yao Chun, our warship's astral cores are almost depleted. This Dragon's Gate's warship is the king of king-grade warships, the king of kings. There is no way for us to break it. A person at the side said to Yao Chun with an unsightly expression. Yao Chun waved his hand to stop. Then he said angrily, I'll personally break this protective barrier. Xiao Chun held the profound water mirror above his head and soared into the air. Then he summoned out the profound river image and quickly flew towards the Dragon's Gate's warship. Lan Xiaobai smiled coldly and said, You overestimate yourself. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and flew out as well, charging over with a sword in his hand. This was the first time Xiao Chun saw Lan Xiaobai make a move. Lan Xiaobai's movement technique was extremely strange. It was like he was teleporting. Lan Xiaobai flickered in the air, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, executing some kind of instant kill sword technique. Although Yao Chun summoned out the Emperor-grade secret treasure image in the air, he was still no match for Lan Xiaobai. The moment the profound river image appeared, Lan Xiaobai chopped it into several pieces. This caused this powerful Emperor-grade secret treasure image to lose its use. Those few sword strikes were so fast that they left no shadows. When Xiao Chen saw this, his eyes lit up. This seemed to be some kind of sword technique that was compatible with the space Dao. Xiao Chen's figure moved with the sword, moving at the edge of space. He was truly so fast that he did not leave any traces at all. After the profound river mirror lost its effect, Yao Chun was no match for Lan Xiaobai. In less than 10 moves, Lan Xiaobai sent him flying with one sword strike. A horrifying wound appeared on Xiao Chen's chest, nearly chopping him in half. Lan Xiaobai is only one step away from reaching great Grandmaster level martial sage. Furthermore, he has the talent of the Azura race, allowing him to fight above his cultivation and kill an ordinary older generation great Grandmaster level martial sage. As Xiao Chun watched the two fight, he quickly came to a conclusion. He had a rough idea of Lan Xiaobai's strength. Yao Chun, with just this bit of strength, you dare to block the Azure Dragon King's ship? You must be tired of living. You must be tired of living, Lan Xiaobai said rudely as he stood upright with his sword in hand. Several of the great Grandmaster-level martial sages of the Xianshui sect on the warship were very timid, not daring to step forward to help. First Martial Uncle, are you still not going to make a move? Yao Chen shouted when he landed on the warship's bow. Humph! Useless thing. You cannot even last 10 moves. If the Xianshui sect lands in your hands, it will really be finished. A cold snort came from the King-grade warship. Then, an extremely vast aura surged out from the other party's warship. Winds and clouds stirred in the surroundings, and the seawater churned endlessly. A 1-kilometer-tall pillar of water burst out from the surface of the sea, sending waves surging up and down. It seemed like a storm was approaching. The sky suddenly changed color, and the Dragon's Gate's warship rocked violently in the water. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and said, An expert of the blue-robed emperor. The Xianshui sect was really bold to send a bona fide blue-robed emperor expert, brazenly trying to snatch Xiao Chen's congratulatory gift. Whoosh! A figure appeared at lightning speed on the churning sea, where winds and clouds changed. Then, this figure gently sent a palm strike at Lan Xiaobai. When Lan Xiaobai saw danger approaching, his figure flashed, and he seemed to vanish into space, vanishing without a trace. Chi! In the next moment, a cold light flashed. Lan Xiaobai suddenly appeared on the left of the Xianshui sect's blue-robed emperor while holding his sword. Even Xiao Chun did not see how Lan Xiaobai had appeared. The instant Lan Xiaobai appeared, the blue-robed quasi-emperor of the profound water sect turned around. A strong aura surged out, relying on his advantage in cultivation. Chapter 10:15. The blue-robed emperor relied on his might to force back Lan Xiaobai's extremely crafty sword strike. The blue-robed emperor thrust out his palm, and his forehead lit up with light. Then, a bright light erupted behind him, and the power of heavenly laws surged out, forcing Lan Xiaobai, who was preparing to flee to the edge of the void, to reveal himself. When this energy swept past Lan Xiaobai, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. The Azura race's innate spatial ability is indeed difficult to deal with. If I had allowed you to grow for a while longer, I would not have been able to do anything to you. However, now die. The blue-robed emperor used his heavenly laws to lock down the surrounding space. Lan Xiaobai could not dodge. It looked like he would receive the blue-robed emperor's palm strike head-on. The consequences would be dire. Just as the blue-robed emperor's palm wind was about to touch Lan Xiaobai, an incomparably colossal shadow appeared. A strong wind blew. It was the legendary holy beast, the Kuan Peng, spreading its wings to cover the sky. Xiao Chun turned into a Kuan Peng, spreading his arms and wings as he charged over. Then, he punched, taking the initiative to clash. The intent materialized was one word: hate. Hate the sky for being too low. Hate the sky for being too low. Hate the sky for being too low, unable to allow me to soar into the sky. Xiao Chun executed the Kuan Peng fist and spread his wings. Despite moving later, he arrived first. Using the power of hating the sky, he used Lan Xiaobai to clash with the blue-robed emperor's strike. How strong was the blue-robed emperor's strike? The wind blew, the clouds moved, and the world moved. The torrential water surged violently, and a powerful force surged out. The surrounding warships were all lifted up by the waves, flying high into the sky and tumbling nonstop. Even the Dragon's Gate's warship was sent flying, although it did not tumble. When Xiao Chun punched, he retreated 100 steps. Then he stood on the water, dissipating some of the force with each step. The waves surged, rising and falling. The fluctuating force could easily drown a city. The power of the heavenly laws fused with heaven and earth, and with a wave of his hand, he stirred the winds and clouds. The person in front of him should be the blue-robed emperor that Elder Qin had mentioned, who had already begun to build the bridge. However, it was clear that it had yet to reach the small success realm. It had only just built the pier, and the bridge was not even halfway across the chasm between heaven and earth. Otherwise, he would not have only suffered such a minor injury if he had used the Kuan Peng fist. But even so, it was still not something that Xiao Chun could contend with. After all, his opponent had not used much of his strength just now. Lan Xiaobai escaped death. He looked at Xiao Chun gratefully and stood side by side with Xiao Chun. He secretly transmitted his voice to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, this man is the real blue-robed emperor. I'm afraid we have to ask Elder Qin for help. There is no rush. Let's investigate this person first. I suspect that they did not just send a blue-robed emperor. Lan Xiaobai saw that Xiao Chun had only retreated 100 steps and dissipated the force of his attack. Xiao Chun was still very lively, and it was impossible to tell how severely injured he was. Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun, the blue-robed emperor exclaimed, quickly guessing Xiao Chun's identity. Xiao Chun looked straight at the other party. However, he extended his spiritual sense into the surroundings, capturing every detail of the other party's warship. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. On the King-grade warship, he saw the injured Yao Chun whispering to the 4 great Grandmaster-level martial sages. Xiao Chun's expression did not change as he said, "Since you know my identity, you still dare to block my way. Does the Xinshui sect not care about the Bushan Palace?" The blue-robed emperor smiled and said, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. As long as I don't really kill you, this place is very far away. What can the Bushan Palace do to our Xinshui sect? We only want a Holy Spirit vein for your congratulatory gift. Furthermore, we will compensate you with 10 million black astral coins." When Lan Xiaobai heard this, he mocked, "You want to buy a Holy Spirit vein with just 10 million black astral coins? Are the people of the Xinshui sect crazy? Holy Spirit veins were the foundation of the 9 ranks of the great families. Without a Holy Spirit vein, the name of the 9 ranks of the great families could not be spoken of. If they were auctioned in the starry heavens, the starting price would be 20 million black astral coins. Up until now, the Shinshui sect only had 1 Holy Spirit vein left. Furthermore, it was very old. If the Shinshui sect did not find a new Holy Spirit vein soon, it would fall to a rank 8 sect. When the sect master passed away and the blue-robed emperor no longer existed, the Shinshui sect would fall by another grade, becoming a rank 7 sect. Hence, the blue-robed emperor was very interested in the Holy Spirit vein on Shaochun. Even at the risk of offending the Bushin Palace, they wanted to snatch it. As for 10 million black astral coins, that was just a joke, equivalent to charity. The blue-robed quasi-emperor did not get angry. Wind and clouds fluttered behind him, radiating a powerful aura. He looked at Shaochun and said, "Azure Dragon King, what do you think? I believe you are a smart person and know how to choose." Shaochun retorted rudely, "Are you joking? The Holy Spirit vein is a congratulatory gift from the Kunlun Continent's prime, Emperor Wu, the Fox King. You are just an insignificant blue-robed emperor, and you actually dare to make a move to snatch the treasure of a prime? I think you must be tired of living. In that case, you are not willing." The blue-robed emperor's face sank, and killing intent brewed in his body. Then, a strong aura pressed down on Shaochun and Shaochun. "Do your best. If even an insignificant blue-robed emperor like you can bully me, there is no need for me to go to Heavenly Star Island." Shaochun took out the blue dragon medallion and instantly forced back the blue-robed emperor's aura. Even the wind and clouds behind him moved back quickly. With one glance, it looked like half the sky was fleeing miserably from this medallion. Lan Xiaobai immediately felt the pressure on him lessen significantly. He could not help sending a voice projection. "Shaochun, unexpectedly, you have such a treasure. If you can suppress his aura, then with Yi Feng and you, there is no need to fear him with the 4 of us working together. There's no need. Let the 2 of them stay on the Dragon's Gate's warship. This fellow is delaying for time. Let's see what he's up to." The moment the blue dragon medallion containing the Qing Emperor's saber light appeared, it was like the Qing Emperor had descended, its boundless might spreading out. The Qing Emperor was a distant legend, a settled epic poem, a legend of songs. Even after 10,000 years, he remained immortal. He was the strongest person of the post-ancient era, unrivaled in all directions. Time would not erase his legend. It would only continue to spread, becoming an epic legend. Under the pressure of the blue dragon medallion, the blue-robed emperor actually took 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. The winds and clouds behind him turned chaotic. No matter how hard he tried, they would scatter like smoke at any moment. Blue dragon medallion. The blue-robed emperor was startled. He had not expected Shaochun to have such a treasure. His expression sank. The blue-robed emperor thought to himself, "I have to deal with Shaochun quickly. Otherwise, if my aura continues to weaken, I will not be able to do anything to this brat." Humph. No matter how many treasures you have, they are still insufficient before absolute strength. Mountain collapsing imprint. The blue-robed emperor moved his hands, and a clump of light surged between his 10 fingers, forming a golden mountain collapsing imprint. At a glance, it looked like he was dragging a mountain. The blue-robed emperor shouted, and the mountain collapsing imprint pressed toward Shaochun. Boom! Before the mountain collapsing imprint arrived, the seawater under Shaochun and Lan Xiaobai suddenly sank, forming a huge, semicircular pit on the vast sea. What a strong force! Furthermore, this was under the situation where Shaochun's aura was suppressed. If not for the blue dragon medallion suppression, the seawater would have turned upside down. Shaochun was astonished. The blue-robed emperor is indeed the blue-robed emperor. Even though the blue-robed emperor has not reached small perfection yet, he still has an absolute advantage in terms of strength. I will hold him back. You find an opportunity to make a move. Although Shaochun was astonished, he did not feel any fear. Instead, he felt excited. A long time ago, the blue-robed emperor could crush Shao Chun to death with one finger. To Shao Chun, the blue-robed emperor was an unreachable existence. Now, he faced the blue-robed emperor head-on. Although Shao Chun sighed at the other party's strength, he no longer felt like he could not defeat him. With a flip of his hand, the lunar shadow saber appeared in Shao Chun's left hand. Then, he grasped the saber hilt with his right hand. With the help of the blue dragon medallion, Shao Chun's aura soared, soaring into the sky. Lan Xiaobai's figure flashed, disappearing into the void. He left no trace behind, moving at the edge of the void. The mountain collapsing imprint arrived in the blink of an eye, looking like a mountain. It gave off a bright light, containing the power of the heavenly laws as it pressed down on Shao Chun. Bang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, a saber light flashed. The bright moon came out with the saber, and night suddenly descended. The saber light shattered, and Shao Chun was knocked back again. However, the bright moon remained, hanging alone in the sky, merging with the night, appearing perfect and flawless. The blue-robed quasi-emperor showed a sullen expression. He had not held back in this mountain-collapsing imprint. However, given the night sky and the bright moon, even if the other party was still holding back, he would still be able to fight. Blue Dragon Medallion. The blue-robed emperor narrowed his eyes and noticed the azure medallion floating in the air. If not for this medallion, given his aura, how could Shao Chun's mysterious phenomenon exist? Shao Chun broke out of the surging seawater. His body moved like a roaming dragon. Saber hums rang out endlessly in the surroundings, forming countless saber winds as he sped along the surface. The blue-robed emperor stepped forward and threw a palm wind. A chain of mountains formed in the air, forming an encirclement of mountains. When the blue-robed emperor threw a palm strike, the mountains roared and knocked back Shao Chun's saber strike again. Shao Chun somersaulted twice in the air. Then, he wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and revealed a smile. Shao Chun now had a clear understanding of his physical body. After refining the half-drop of dragon marrow, his peak rank 4 sage body had already surpassed some of the physical bodies of the blue-robed emperor. This gave Shao Chun the capital to face the blue-robed emperor. Shao Chun attacked over and over again, but he could not truly deal a blow to Shao Chun. The Xinshui sect disciples and great grandmaster-level martial sages all felt somewhat horrified when they saw this. How strong exactly was Shao Chun? Unexpectedly, the blue-robed emperor could not take him down quickly. Mountain collapsing imprint. Mountain flipping imprint. Mountain coiling imprint. After failing to take down Shao Chun after a few attacks, the blue-robed emperor's expression turned even more sullen. Then, he moved his hands and sent out 3 large imprints in a row. Each imprint caused the sea to churn, containing boundless, horrifying energy. The huge pits in the sea formed 3 incomparably huge whirlpools that soared into the sky. After 3 consecutive attacks, Shao Chun did not waste time or use any techniques to break them. The difference in strength was too great. Shao Chun only sent out a screen of sabers and defended with all his might. Then he used his physical body to endure the attacks. Shao Chun did not use his best moves, Flawless 4 Seasons, Flawless Bright Moon, and Subduing Dragon Profound Slash. He had no intention of using his killing move, Instant of Glory, either. These killing moves could be used against martial artists of the same level, or against martial artists whose strength was 1 or 2 times lower and could achieve a one-hit kill effect. However, against a prepared blue-robed emperor, even if Shao Chun managed to injure the other party, it would be a minor injury, meaningless. Chapter 1016. Hence, either Shao Chun did not use it, or when he used it, he had to make the other party bleed and receive a true blow. The blue-robed emperor could not help feeling frustrated when he saw Shao Chun wiping the blood from the corner of his lips. It was clear that Shao Chun was severely injured, but he managed to break out of the water again with no decrease in his fighting spirit. Damn it, if I did not have the blue dragon medallion, and this brat's physical body was slightly weaker, I would have been able to severely injure him in one move. Whoosh! Just as the blue-robed emperor was feeling frustrated, a sword light suddenly lit up on his right. The sword light was resplendent and dazzling, lighting up space. With a thought, the blue-robed emperor sensed the danger of this sword. So, he quickly dodged without even looking. However, the blue-robed emperor did not know that there was a spot of cold light behind him. It was silent, without any killing chi or light. The instant the blue-robed emperor dodged, it tore through his protective heavenly sage laws and stabbed into his back. Blood flowed out, and the force in the sword burst out. However, the sword could not stab in any further after just 1 centimeter. This startled Lan Xiaobai. He quickly let go and retreated, wanting to flee to the edge of space. "How dare you injure me? You are seeking death." The blue-robed emperor was enraged. He had not expected a junior to injure him. He turned around and sent out a palm strike in anger. Before Lan Xiaobai could flee, the palm strike landed on him. Pussy eye. Lan Xiaobai vomited a large mouthful of blood. This palm strike shattered half of his bones, severely injuring him. On the warship, Yu Chenxi, Yu, and Yifeng quickly descended and caught Lan Xiaobai. Then, they infused quintessence into him to stabilize his injuries. Instant of glory. The instant the blue-robed emperor turned around and sent Lan Xiaobai flying, Xiao Chun, who had been passively defending, finally moved. His green robe and long hair fluttered in the wind as he spun in circles. The bright moon was dull, the peach blossoms stretched for hundreds of miles, the scorching summer sun, the falling leaves, the pure white snow, and the flickering shadow of a dragon. As the saber spun, a mysterious phenomenon appeared with each turn. Thousands of wondrous scenes and thousands of sceneries appeared endlessly in the world, layering over each other. Finally, when Xiao Chun swung his saber, he swung his saber. 10,000 kinds of lights gathered in the saber, forming the brightest saber light, known as glory. It only blossomed in that instant, but it gathered for an eternity. The blue-robed emperor, who was about to step forward and slap Lan Xiaobai to death, felt his heart sink as he sensed an extremely dangerous aura. Just as he was about to fly away, he suddenly discovered that the space around him seemed to have been locked down. Thousands of different sceneries shone upon him, locking down the space around him. Even with the strength of the blue-robed emperor, he needed a second to break free. But this 1 second, this moment of glory, was enough to heavily injure him, who was caught off guard. Bang! The saber light chopped down on the blue-robed emperor's body. Thousands of lights exploded, materializing a vast and glorious scene. There was a bright moon exploding, spring thunder roaring, a blazing sun falling to the ground, and many other mysterious phenomena. From the very beginning, the blue-robed emperor, who had been suppressing Xiao Chun, got knocked back 1 kilometer by this saber strike before Yao Chun and the others' incredulous expressions. When the blue-robed emperor fell into the water, a towering pillar of water shot up, looking majestic and spectacular. How can this be? His saber strike actually sent the blue-robed emperor flying. Yao Chun exclaimed in shock, gaping wide. The great grandmaster-level martial sages behind Xiao Chun, who were busy with other matters, were also stunned by this scene, forgetting what they were doing. When Xiao Chun swung his saber, instant of glory knocked back the blue-robed emperor. Damn it, I must kill you today. No matter who comes to the Bushin Palace, they will not be able to save you. Blue Dragon King die. After being knocked back, the blue-robed emperor entered a berserk state. He unleashed his full strength, no longer holding anything back. He even used a secret technique to temporarily raise his strength. The wind and clouds that had been suppressed by the blue dragon token and could not gather behind the blue-robed emperor. You are just a blue-robed emperor, who is not even at small perfection, yet you dare to say such arrogant words? Get down. A cold snort resounded in the sky. It was Elder Qin, who had been quietly observing the situation, finally making a move. His figure flickered, and he blocked the leaping blue-robed emperor. Great perfection, blue-robed emperor. Horror flashed on the blue-robed old man's face. Before he could turn around, Elder Qin knocked him back with one move. His injuries worsened, and he could not help vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Elder Qin turned around and stretched out his hand towards the water. A formless energy turned into a palm and reached into the bottom of the sea. After a while, he pulled. Bang! Seawater splashed everywhere. Elder Qin pulled out a ferocious sea beast with the upper body of an ox and the lower body of an octopus with many tentacles. The beast's tentacles slapped the water continuously. Every time it did so, it carried a lot of force. Bang! Bang! The sea shook and waves rose. When Xiao Qian saw this, he felt some lingering fear. This was probably another trump card that the Xianshui sect had prepared. Based on the aura of this spirit beast, it was comparable to the blue-robed emperors. Blood leaked out of the mouths of the 4 great Grandmaster-level martial sages behind Yao Chun. They said in horror, the sect protecting spirit beast is out of control. Let's go, Yao Chun said helplessly. Then, he controlled the king-grade warship and left quickly. The 10-odd Xianshui sect warships, which had been charging over ferociously, fled in all directions. The blue-robed emperor, who had fallen into the water, did not appear again. No one knew where he had gone. Elder Qin was still fighting with that sea beast in the air. Bloody wounds appeared all over Elder Qin's body. That sea beast could not retaliate at all. When everything calmed down, there was only a huge corpse floating on the surface of the sea. Everyone on the Dragon's Gate's warship heaved a sigh of relief. Kim Tae-ho went down happily. Then, he and Lord Zhu started to dissect the sea beast's corpse. This was a bona fide rank 10 spirit beast. The materials on its body were very valuable. With a thought, Xiao Chun asked for all the spirit beast blood that Kim Tae-ho had collected. Then, he returned to the warship to check on Lan Xiaobai's injuries. Haha, I won't die. You don't cry. Half of Lan Xiaobai's body was already bandaged with medicinal liquid. However, the smile on his face did not diminish. Xiao Chun took a look. Lan Xiaobai's injuries were indeed severe. However, they were not life-threatening. After recuperating for a while, he would recover. Hey, are you all right? You asked quickly when she saw Xiao Chun arrive. The others also asked out of concern. However, when they saw Xiao Chun endure several attacks from the blue-robed emperor, Xiao Chun's expression froze. Xiao Chun smiled, indicating that he was fine. Everyone was astonished. Before Xiao Chun could explain too much, Xiao Chun noticed that Elder Qin's complexion did not look good. He walked to the side and asked, Elder Qin, are you injured? When Elder Qin heard that, he smiled and said, How could a small perfection blue-robed emperor injure me? It is your problem that has not ended. Look over there. Elder Qin's eyesight was better than Xiao Chun's. 10 kilometers in front of him, Xiao Chun could only see a vast mist. He could not make out anything. Xiao Chun extended his spiritual sense in a straight line until he was 50 kilometers away. Finally, Xiao Chun saw a figure walking unhurriedly in the direction of the Dragon's Gate's warship. That is the Xianshui sect's sect master. Xiao Chun immediately recognized this person. It was the Xianshui sect's sect master, whom he had met once before. For the sake of this holy spirit vein, the sect master actually disregarded his status and personally came. With a flip of Xiao Chun's hand, the blue dragon medallion appeared once more. Xiao Chun's expression turned cold. If the other party really disregarded his status and came to suppress him, Xiao Chun could only make the saber light in the blue dragon medallion reappear in the world, preventing the other party from returning. Hey, he stopped and started running back. Elder Qin said in surprise as his expression changed. As the distance was too far, Xiao Chun's spiritual sense was rather weak. He could only make out some blurry images. The Xianshui sect's sect master fled in panic. It seemed like some horrifying existence was attacking him. Xiao Chun, come with me to take a look. This was what Xiao Chun intended to do. He pushed off the ground and followed Elder Qin into the clouds. Elder Qin, who was leading the way, said softly, The battle between Emperor Wu will affect too many people. We should just watch from afar and not get involved. Xiao Chun deeply agreed. The Xianshui sect's sect master, who had just become a blue-robed emperor, already suppressed Xiao Chun to the point of suffocation in terms of strength. Thousands of martial techniques and tens of thousands of saber techniques were nothing in front of such a powerful force. If one's strength had not reached a certain level, it would be no different from Bulsh Astris T if one wanted to use skill to overcome strength. The insignificant blue-robed emperor was already like that. It was easy to imagine how horrifying the battle between Emperor Wu would be. However, the situation before them was very different from what the two expected. The Xianshui sect master kept running, moving very fast. There were several times when it tried to tear through space, but it was forced back by a powerful force. There seemed to be an extremely horrifying existence under the sea, chasing the Xianshui sect master all the way to Profound Water Island, where the Xianshui sect was located and did not stop. Xiao Chun watched from a distance. The moment the Xianshui sect master entered the Xianshui sect, he immediately activated the formation protecting the island. The surrounding islands lit up with spiritual light. Layers of formations gave off a bright light, forming a complicated formation. They formed a complicated formation, and the illusory figures of 12 top-notch spirit beasts were guarding the formation's nodes. Space was folded layer by layer. There was a formation within a formation. A folded space was a small world. It could be said to be boundlessly vast and boundless. This formation had already completely infused the laws of space into it. This was a formation that the Xianshui sect would activate only at a moment of life and death. Once this formation was activated, countless astral cores would be used. One inferior-grade astral core was worth 1,000 black astral coins. That was to say, the Xianshui sect had lost more than 1,000,000 black astral coins. Furthermore, this number continued to increase. This is the 72 Spirit Universe formation. It comes from the Zodiac Hall and is widely known in the heavenly starry ocean. Once it is used, space becomes countless, becoming a small world. It can even block sovereign martial emperors. Elder Qin was very knowledgeable. He continued to explain to Xiao Chun. However, the Xianshui sect's formation only has 12 spirit beasts. It would not be a problem to block the peak minor heavenly emperor, Emperor Wu. However, it would pale in comparison to a greater heavenly emperor, not to mention a sovereign martial emperor. Xiao Chun was not someone who had never seen a formation before. The formation outside the Blue Dragon Palace not only locked down space, but even controlled time. It was incredible and much stronger than this. Boom! As the two watched from a distance, they conversed in soft voices. Suddenly, a palace appeared on Profound Water Island. This palace was shaped like a fish. As it soared into the air, it turned into a dragon when the wind blew. A prime's emperors might spread out in all directions. The palace was azure in color and gave off the horrifying might of a supreme prime. As this palace descended from the sky, the layers of space crumbled and shattered like rotten wood. Chapter 10:17. The images of the 12 peak spirit beasts already looked solid, each guarding a corner. However, it was of no use. Anguished wails rang out everywhere. When the 12 spirit beast phantoms were all dead, the blue palace suddenly sat down. In an instant, the huge mystic water island was destroyed, the city collapsed, and countless towering buildings collapsed one by one. The primordial emperor treasure, Neptune Palace. Xiao Chen showed a slightly startled expression. He now understood who attacked. He had clearly seen that the Neptune Palace had not completely descended. Instead, it hovered above Profound Water Island. If this was confirmed, the entire Mystic Water Island would probably sink into the ocean. The ancient mutated beast, the 1,000-feathered snake, floated to the surface. Yao Yin stood on it, looking at Xiao Chun from afar and smiling faintly. Then, he withdrew the Neptune Palace and sank back into the sea. When everything calmed down, the Xianshui sect master looked at the rubble of Profound Water Island. The Xianshui sect master paled, his eyes filled with horror. Furthermore, the other party had held back. If the other party had not, the consequences would have been dire. Such a startling commotion attracted the cultivators and factions within 500 kilometers. When they saw this scene, they were all shocked. The merfolk race's empress made move. How tragic. The entire profound water island has turned into rubble. A primordial emperor treasure is really unblockable. I heard that the 8 merfolk Emperor Wu sacrificed themselves to suppress and assimilate the item spirit of the Neptune Palace. Only then did this empress gain complete control over the primordial emperor treasure. Together with other emperor-grade secret treasures, she can fight against a sovereign martial emperor. This Xianshui sect master is targeting the Blue Dragon King, trying to snatch away the other party's holy spirit vein. Empress Yao Yin probably made a move because of this. I believe that this is to intimidate others. The Blue Dragon King has valuable treasures on him. Many people are eyeing him. If others want to make a move, they will have to consider the consequences of the Xianshui sect. However, the effects might not be good. The chaotic demonic sea is still a deterrent. However, once they enter the heavenly starry ocean, it will be hard to say. The strong might of the primordial emperor treasure nearly caused the Xianshui sect to suffer a calamity. For a while, everyone discussed this matter without end. In the sky, Xiaochen was greatly moved by this. Carrying a precious treasure on him was indeed a little too big of a target. Yaoyan might be able to make a move once, but there was still a long way to go. If a few stronger blue-robed emperors came, the Dragon's Gate's warship would be in grave danger. Even if this group of people had extraordinary origins and were frightening, there had never been a lack of people who would risk their lives for great treasures. Not to mention, there were also Neptune's old subordinates who were preparing some unknown plan. This journey was much more dangerous than he had imagined. Xiao Chun, the Empress will fight for you once. I'm afraid the road ahead will be much smoother, Elder Qin said softly. Xiao Chun smiled, but did not reply. After thinking for a while, he said, Elder, I have a decision. After hearing Xiao Chen's decision, Elder Qin's expression changed. After a while, he said, that is good as well. It is a pretty good choice. Seeing Elder Qin nod in agreement, Xiao Chen relaxed a little and heaved a sigh of relief. After the two returned, they did not mention anything about what they had seen. Xiao Chan stopped cultivating and started to do something that he had already thought of long ago. He took out the rank 10 spirit beast blood that he had obtained from Dabao earlier. Then, he took out many extremely precious superior grade astral cores and crushed them, turning them into crystalline powder that entered the spirit blood like starlight. Without even blinking, Xiao Chan crushed the priceless superior grade astral cores one by one, turning them into powder and entering the spirit blood. Only after the spirit blood turned completely golden did Xiao Chen stop. Then, he took out a brush and paper. The paper was made from beast skin that contained spiritual energy and was cooked using a special method. The dark blue brush was even more precious. Xiao Chen had bought both of them during the Haoyan sect's shopping spree. That was right. Xiao Chen was preparing to write talismans for laying formations. Most of the reason he had purchased so many astral cores was to lay formations. A conferred land was like establishing a sect. How could it not be guarded by formations? There were many formations in the compendium of cultivation. However, Xiao Chen did not know many. He only knew an illusion formation and the ninth heaven's thunder formation, which he had once used in the Xiao clan. As Xiao Chen did not have much time to learn, and the situation was rather urgent, he did not intend to use other formations. The ninth heaven's thunder formation was not weak. All Xiao Chen needed to do was increase the number of materials needed to lay the formation and change the talismans he was writing to the talisman that the Thunder Immortal ancestor left behind. A brand new formation would definitely surpass Xiao Chen's expectations. 9 sets of thunder formations in a chain would be sufficient to block the blue-robed Emperor's invasion. As for blocking Emperor Wu, it would be too much of a stretch for Xiao Chen, a formation master who had only just started cultivating. After taking out a brush and paper, Xiao Chen burned his magic energy and started writing talismans. Although he had not written in a long time, the talismans he was writing were the purple lightning talismans in his sea of consciousness. Without much thought, Xiao Chen could complete them in one go. The tip of the brush gave off a bright light, and lightning flickered. The light on Xiao Chen's forehead could be clearly seen through Neptune's headscarf. For 7 consecutive days, Xiao Chen locked himself in his room and wrote a total of 3,000 talismans, enough to lay 81 sets of the Ninth Heaven's Thunder Formation. Initially, he had only planned to refine 9 sets, but on second thought, he felt that it was better to be safe. 81 formations were interconnected. Even a peak blue-robed emperor would have to think twice if he wanted to take the risk and enter. Ignoring the fatigue on his face, Xiao Chen took out a pen and paper and wrote down the key points of the 9 Heavens Thunder Formation. The talismans were all completed, and all of them contained magic power. Now, as long as someone grasped these talismans and the key to setting up the formation, they would be able to do so. By leaving the blood essence on the talisman and following the steps on it, one could easily form a large formation. Calling Lan Xiaobai and Kim Taeho in, Zhang Xian imparted to Lan Xiaobai the talisman used to set up the formation and the key to it. Given Lan Xiaobai's talent, he was able to comprehend most of it with just a single explanation. Lan Xiaobai and Kim Taeho showed suspicious expressions. They felt that Xiao Chen seemed to have something to say. After dealing with the Xianshui sex people that day, Xiao Chen had not said a word, locking himself in his room. Clearly, something was wrong. Before the two could ask, Xiao Chen spoke of his decision. I intend to separate from you for now. On the trip to Heavenly Star Island, you will take my King Conferral Medallion and official documents. It will take at most 1 or 2 years, at least half a year. After I cultivate to the blue-robed emperor, I will reunite with you. The moment Xiao Chen said that, Lan Xiaobai and Kim Taeho revealed shocked expressions. Clearly, the impact of these words was too great. Lan Xiaobai was very clever. After thinking about it, he guessed Xiao Chen's thoughts. He nodded and said, "You are worried that you are too big of a target and will bring us danger. Most of it is like that. However, there is also a small part that is because of me." The danger of this trip surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. They had only just crossed the chaotic demonic sea when they met with the blue-robed emperor's ambush. Even the Xianshui sex emperor Wu made a move. Of course, the Xianshui sex emperor Wu was a special case in most situations. Most Emperor Wu would not disregard his status to make a move for a Holy Spirit vein. The Xianshui sect was the sect's Holy Spirit vein. It was about to run out, so they needed to find a replacement. Hence, they had no choice but to make this move. However, this was just the beginning. After entering the heavenly starry ocean, they did not know what kind of danger they would run into. Perhaps there might even be an ambush near Heavenly Star Island. As long as Xiao Chen left temporarily, the people eyeing the treasure would naturally not make a move on Lan Xiaobai and the others. Lan Xiaobai and the others had extraordinary backgrounds. They were of noble birth in the Azura race. Without sufficient benefits, even the blue-robed emperor would not be foolish enough to offend this group of people. Xiao Chen split into 2 groups. Kim Taeho and the others would go to Heavenly Star Island first, leaving them to develop Heavenly Star Island. As for Xiao Chen, he would hide his cultivation and identity. The other group would go in another direction to search for the Despair Throne. At the same time, he would focus on cultivating and reach the level of the blue-robed emperor before coming back to regroup. Since Xiao Chen had the treasure but could not protect it, he had to keep a low profile. This was the norm of the cultivation world. After the two heard what Xiao Chen said, they had no objections. This was indeed the best plan at the moment. Seeing that the two agreed, Xiao Chen called over Yu Qinsi and the others. Then, he searched through the universe ring and found some good secret treasures that he had obtained from killing others. Then, he gave them all to the 4. Then, of the 38 peak spirit veins on him, he kept 10 and handed over the rest. He also gave the King Medallion to Lan Xiaobai as well. Senior brother Xiao Chen, you can leave in peace. We will definitely help you develop Heavenly Star Island. Jean Lin, who worshipped Xiao Chen, consoled him. When you return, I will definitely not leave you with a mess to clean up, Lan Xiaobai said seriously. The others all gave Xiao Chen their blessings, not giving Xiao Chen any pressure. If they were in his shoes, they would know that Xiao Chun was not in a good mood right now. Before reaching his conferred land, Xiao Chun, who had just been conferred the Blue Dragon King, would definitely feel dissatisfied. With this group of people around, Heavenly Star Island would definitely be able to develop. There was no need to say anything pretentious. Xiao Chun performed a cup fist salute and said, "I'll take my leave first. When I return, I will definitely be the blue-robed emperor." In the night, Xiao Chun moved very quickly, leaping into the vast sea and sinking into the water. Half a month later, the 7 heroes of the dragon gathered together. They had already learned that Xiao Chun was not on the Dragon's Gate's warship and that he was nowhere to be found. They were all furious. The 7 of them worked together to set up a huge formation. Not only did they mobilize all the forces they could, but they also mobilized all the forces they could. They even used a lot of money to befriend many pirates. Even experts with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor were invited out. The 7 of them planned to wipe out their previous humiliation by blocking Xiao Chun at a place he had to pass on his way to Heavenly Star Island. They wanted to teach him an unforgettable lesson, to show him the consequences of offending the 7 heroes of the dragon. Who could have imagined that after spending so much time and effort, they would not be able to find Xiao Chun in the end? It was like they had been holding back a lot of energy. When they saw that the enemy was approaching, they could vent it out. Who could have imagined that they would suddenly receive news that they had to hold back their anger? They had no choice but to do so. Damn it, this Xiao Chun is really crafty. He does not even want his conferred land, the purple-robed youth said angrily. "Qiuyu, what should we do now? Xiao Chun is not around. There is no value in making a move on the people on the Dragon's Gate's warship," another of the 7 heroes of the dragon asked Huan Qiuyu. The others immediately looked at the black-robed Huan Qiuyu as well. "Qiuyu, what should we do now? With Xiao Chun not around, there is no value in making a move on the people on the Dragon's Gate's warship," another of the 7 heroes of the dragon asked Huan Qiuyu. Chapter 10:18. Huan Qiuyu said after some thought, "This Xiao Chun is indeed not easy to deal with. Even though he was conferred king, he does not seem arrogant at all. Instead, he is very cautious. However, don't worry. He will definitely return to Heavenly Star Island. He is someone who wants to re-establish his sect and restore the Dragon's Gate. He absolutely will not give up on Heavenly Star Island. For now, we will send people to guard the vicinity of Heavenly Star Island. At the same time, we will bribe the surrounding factions, not giving Heavenly Star Island a chance to develop. When he returns, we will denounce him." The other 6 did not have any good ideas, so they could only listen to Huan Qiuyu's arrangements. As for the large sum of money spent on handing over the loose cultivators, it would all be for naught. They were not the only ones disappointed. Several of the blue-robed emperors in the entire western seaside. Most of the congratulatory gifts that Xiao Chun received during his conferment of king would not catch Emperor Wu's eye. However, to the blue-robed emperor, they were a piece of extremely tempting fat meat. However, Xiao Chun had vanished without a trace. The fat meat that was about to fall into the blue-robed emperor's hands vanished just like that. Lung Xiaofan, who received the news immediately, felt extremely furious. He had not expected Xiao Chun to give up on his conferred land and leave just like that. However, Lung Xiaofan hid all his emotions in his heart, not showing any change in his expression. He paced around slowly, thinking of countermeasures. However, the heavenly starry ocean was boundlessly vast. In terms of size, it was no smaller than the Kunlun continent. Aside from the 4 clear sea regions, there were many other sea regions of various sizes. Even beyond the heavenly starry ocean, there were even vaster sea regions. Since ancient times, no one had been able to completely figure out the secrets of the sea. Trying to find a person was like searching for a needle in a haystack. This phrase was no exaggeration. Behind Lung Xiaofan, a beautiful girl slept amid a cluster of flowers. Her skin was as white as snow, rosy. As she lay among the flowers seemed to pale in comparison. If Xiao Chun were here, he would definitely recognize this girl. It was Princess Qin, who had been sleeping in Neptune's palace for 10,000 years. "Find him. I have to find him. Lung Xiaofan's eyes shone brightly. His expression was firm, and he had a determination that no one could shake. Back to Kim Tae-ho, Lan Xiaobai, and the others. After drifting along the ocean for a month, they finally arrived near Heavenly Star Island. The conditions were much worse than expected. The surrounding islands had already been divided up by other nearby forces. The spiritual qi on the island was thin. It was obvious that the spirit veins that once existed had all been taken away, leaving only a wasteland for them. Several malicious gazes came from the subsidiary islands, staring at this warship with the Dragon's Gate's insignia. However, the people on the ship did not care. Before they came, they were already prepared to accept the challenge, so they were not afraid of these people. Kim Tae-ho stood at the bow of the warship and looked around. Then he looked at the map in his hand and smiled. Not bad. This location is pretty good. We can open up trade routes in all directions. We do not have to worry about being sealed off. Lan Xiaobai took out the king medallion and fiddled with it. Then he muttered, I wonder where that fellow went. He wants to reach the blue-robed emperor realm within 2 years. That is too shocking. Fatso smiled and said, Don't overthink. That fellow always surprises people. He might be having fun somewhere right now. Quickly, go and prepare for the handover. This fat lord can't wait to show off. Lan Xiaobai smiled, and the group flew off the Dragon's Gate's warship, officially stepping onto this secret-filled Heavenly Star Island. Heavenly Star Island, Heavenly Starry Ocean. Were these names really a coincidence? Why did Xiao Qin think that the 3 holy masters chose this island for him and not the Thunder King? The results of many things were often unexpected. 2 years later, when Xiao Qin returned, he discovered what kind of wealth this desolate island had given him. However, at this moment, Xiao Qin was not as happy as Fatso made him out to be. In fact, he looked somewhat miserable. Xiao Qin sat weakly on a wooden plank, drifting in a strange sea region. He had no idea where he was. Ao Jiao revealed herself and stood guard by Xiao Qin's side, preventing the sea beast from attacking. Then she smiled at him and said, Let's see if you still dare to speak such lofty words about reaching the blue-robed emperor realm within 2 years. Right now, you would not be a match for any martial monarch. Xiao Qin revealed a bitter smile on his pale face. How would I know that the item spirit of Neptune's crown is still around? Furthermore, it still hates the blue dragon martial spirit so much. Right now, Xiao Qin was in a miserable state, too miserable to look at. After parting ways with Kim Tae-ho and the others, Xiao Qin followed the clues Long Fei left behind and prepared to go to a forbidden land of the Southern Sea to obtain the Despair Throne. Originally, Xiao Qin had been traveling smoothly, cultivating at the edge of the Southern Sea. Thousands of islands dotted the sea, looking bustling and bustling. However, at this moment, Xiao Qin remembered that he still had Neptune's crown in his universe ring. Back then, after First Elder Han Qinghe interrupted him, he still had not left a mark on it. A crown-type secret treasure represented the might and aura of a monarch. It supported luck and carried the mandate of heaven. Normally, people without a sovereign bloodline could not wear such secret treasures. Such secret treasures had always been rare. The benefits were obvious. They did not have high requirements on the user's cultivation. Xiao Qin thought that, as an emperor-grade secret treasure, Neptune's crown should have some other special effects aside from increasing the might and luck of a monarch. After leaving a mark on it and wearing it, it was as he expected. With Neptune's crown on, Xiao Qin vaguely felt a strong might spread throughout his body. The vast ocean under his feet was his territory. Within a breath, Xiao Qin could flip rivers and seas. His anger and laughter could kick up huge waves. A domain. The special effect of Neptune's crown was actually a domain of the ocean that spanned 500 kilometers. As long as there was an ocean under his feet, the area within 500 kilometers would be his domain. He would be the king of this world. As long as anyone entered, they would suffer from severe restrictions. That person would only be able to bring out 70 to 80% of their strength. Of course, cultivators with domains and powerful experts like Emperor Wu would not be affected. Aside from that, The crown could control the seawater within 500 kilometers at will, suppressing and taming strong spirit beasts. How strong was a domain? It was an existence that could not be comprehended. Even now, Xiao Chun had no idea how to use his saber domain. After wearing the crown and exhausting law energy, Xiao Chun could immediately form a strong domain, nearly doubling his strength. This domain even gave Xiao Chun the confidence to truly fight the blue-robed emperor and defeat him. However, just as Xiao Chun rejoiced, the item spirit in Neptune's crown woke up. When it sensed the blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Chun's body, it immediately turned into an evil spirit. The will of thunder entered Xiao Chun's sea of consciousness. The domain flowed backward and filled every meridian in his body. Then, before Xiao Chun could react, it exploded. Luck was ethereal, changing unpredictably. This crown also contained Neptune's great luck. Xiao Chun's Blue Dragon King's luck clashed with it, forming bad luck and bad luck. This explosion injured Xiao Chun's origin energy. The resplendent purple lightning talisman dimmed and became indistinct. Even his great perfection saber soul scattered in his sea of consciousness. The domain energy that spread throughout Xiao Chun's body injured his meridians. The law energy in his dantian also showed visible damage. If Xiao Chun could not recover from his injuries, he would not be able to circulate law energy. His cultivation immediately fell out of martial sage. Fortunately, Xiao Chun's will had the immortal attribute. Otherwise, this explosion would have destroyed his entire sea of consciousness, and his head would have exploded in an instant. The only benefit was that the item spirit in Neptune's crown was no longer present. Thus, there was no more bad luck. In the future, when Xiao Chun used it, something like this would not happen again. However, now that Xiao Chun's cultivation had fallen to martial monarch, he could not use it even if he wanted to. After the item spirit exploded, Xiao Chun fell unconscious. When he woke up, he did not know where he was. If one ran into an ocean current in the sea, it was possible to drift for hundreds of thousands of kilometers in one day. Unfortunately, Ao Jiao told Xiao Chun that he did run into an ocean current and drifted with it for 3 days. Xiao Chun was completely lost in this vast sea. However, Xiao Chun was not in a rush. Although his cultivation had fallen, his physical body remained. 5 Dragon Force was sufficient to fight a Grandmaster-level martial sage. Right now, Xiao Chun was only in a rather weak state. After resting for a few days, his complexion would recover. There was no need to worry about his safety. Xiao Chun's injuries were rather complicated. His great perfection saber soul scattered, his will weakened, his meridians damaged, and his law energy shattered. Any one of these would be a bolt out of the blue for other cultivators. When combined, it would be a calamity that could destroy any cultivator's future. However, to Xiao Chun, the first few injuries were nothing. Xiao Chun's saber soul had been in the immortal will for a long time and was already close to immortality. As long as the saber intent in his heart was not extinguished, it would never truly scatter. Since the immortal will was called immortal, as long as Xiao Chun was alive, it would not disappear. The damage to his meridians was a small matter for his physical body. As long as Xiao Chun slowly polished himself, he could recover from this. Furthermore, he would be even stronger than before. The only problem was the shattering of his law energy. This made Xiao Chun frown somewhat. He heard from Ao Jiao that he needed an extremely rare medicinal pill to recover. Chapter 1019. There seems to be another ship coming in front. Ao Jiao said. Xiao Chun did not look at it, only answering casually. Over the past few days, many large ships passed by him. However, after a few glances, they all passed by, ignoring him. Xiao Chun was not in a rush. Since there were ships passing by, he just needed to drift slowly in the direction of these ships. He would eventually find a place with people. This ship seems to be heading for you. I'll enter the immortal spirit ring first. Ao Jiao's figure flashed, turning into a beam of light and entering the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chun sighed softly and looked up. This ship was completely purple, made of purple cloud rock. It was huge, but strangely streamlined. It was a peak sage-ranked ship, considered a pretty good ship. However, it could not compare to the seven-colored warship of the seven heroes of the dragon that Xiao Chun possessed. Compared to the Dragon's Gate's warship, the difference was like mud to clouds. A flag with an ancient MO embroidered on it was stuck in a bow. MO? This surname is rather rare, Xiao Chun muttered to himself. As the purple warship approached, Xiao Chun heard some voices coming from the deck. Young miss, it is just an unremarkable martial monarch. Furthermore, he is significantly injured. He probably overestimated himself and failed his adventure in the Forbidden Sea. Ask him where he is going. If it is on the way, give him a ride. Young miss, there is no need to bother with this stranger. Furthermore, this trip is very important. We cannot afford any accidents. It's fine. Uncle Wong, you can ask him. A martial monarch is not a threat to us. The voices belonged to an old man and a young girl. The girl's voice was very melodious. When one heard it, it sounded like a mountain spring, very pleasing to the ear. She had to be a great beauty just from her voice. After the conversation ended, an old man who looked like a housekeeper asked rudely, "Little friend, are you going to Starry Cloud Island? If it is on the way, we can give you a ride." Xiao Chun could not be bothered with this old man, so he ignored him. The other party's words were very rude. Even if he went up, he would have to listen to this person's expression. He might as well drift for a while longer. Seeing that Xiao Chun ignored him, rage flashed on the old man's face. He cursed Xiao Chun for not appreciating favors and withdrew. He whispered a few words to the young lady. Not long after, a beautiful figure appeared at the bow of the ship and looked at Xiao Chun with surprise. Xiao Chun caught a glimpse of her. She was wearing a veil, so he couldn't see her face clearly. However, his gaze stopped on her chest and didn't move away. The woman's eyes turned cold, and she quickly retreated. The ship quickly turned around and ignored Xiao Chun. Idiot master, when did you start to like this? You scared the girl away, didn't you? Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, giggled. However, her figure is pretty good. It is just a little bit inferior to mine. Xiao Chun smiled helplessly. It seemed that it was really a misunderstanding, but he couldn't miss this ship no matter what. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground with his feet and spread his arms. Then, he soared like a flood dragon and landed on the deck of the ship. How dare you barge into the ship? Kill him. The old man who looked like the steward snorted coldly. Two inferior-grade martial sages immediately leaped off the ship and blocked Xiao Chun in midair. They revealed their killing chi and each executed a move at Xiao Chun. Their attacks were cold and emotionless, surging with killing intent. One used a saber, and the other used a sword. The arm-thick heavenly sage laws behind them moved like waves, wildly absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. If Xiao Chun were an ordinary martial monarch, he would die instantly under the lightning-quick attacks of these two. However, naturally, Xiao Chun would not do that. His combat experience and vision were very rich. Even if he was only a martial monarch and did not use his physical body, he would not be able to defeat him. Even if he was only a martial monarch and did not use his physical body, he could still quickly find openings and easily pass through them. Before the startled gazes of everyone on the deck, Xiao Chun seemed to have predicted the trajectory of the two's attacks. He waved his hands and moved like a dragon, landing directly on the deck. The feeling he gave was like the two inferior-grade martial sages were like air, allowing Xiao Chun to pass through them. Plop! The moment he landed on the deck, before he could stand firmly, he felt dizzy. Pain came from the damaged meridians in his body. Xiao Chun's expression changed, and he fell to the ground uncontrollably. Damn it! I forgot that I'm still in a weakened state and should not be able to use force. At the very least, I have to wait for my meridians to recover before I can circulate my quintessence. The two movements just now seemed simple and unremarkable, but in the space of an inch, a powerful explosive force, accurate to the millimeter of positioning. In those few movements, not only did Xiao Chun need to be highly focused, but his quintessence also needed to burst forth rapidly, exhausting a vast amount of mental energy and quintessence. In an instant, Xiao Qin's old injuries were aggravated. He was already very weak in the first place, and his body needed to rest and recuperate. Originally, Uncle Wong was still immersed in the miraculous scene that Xiao Qian performed earlier. When he saw Xiao Qian fall flat on his face, he could not help but laugh loudly. I was wondering where an absolute genius came from. It turns out that he was just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Capture him. Even Uncle Wong, a superior grade martial sage, could not understand what Xiao Qian had demonstrated earlier, the mountain rampart technique. At first, Uncle Wong thought that it was Xiao Qian, who had a startling movement technique. However, Xiao Qian's subsequent performance caught him off guard. He thought to himself that he had nearly been fooled. Kassier. Kassier. The moment Xiao Qian flipped over, a weapon flickering with cold light pressed against his neck. The cultivators on the ship surrounded him tightly. The weapons pressed against his flesh and scratched his skin. As long as Xiao Qian made any strange movements, he would be decapitated and die without a complete corpse. When Xiao Qian saw such a lineup, he could not help but smile bitterly to himself. It had been so many years. Ever since Xiao Qian made his debut, he had never been in such a situation, with so many people pressing their weapons against his neck. Furthermore, these were a group of martial monarchs that he did not care about at all. However, his current situation was extremely dangerous. With 10-odd weapons pressed against his neck, if the other party really wanted to kill him, even if Ao Jiao possessed his body, it would be too late. However, given Xiao Qin's physical body, if these people did not use their full power, they might not be able to kill him in one strike. However, injuries on top of injuries were unavoidable. Speak honestly. Are you a member of the Liu clan? What is your purpose in waiting here? Uncle Wong did not like Xiao Qian in the first place. When he saw that Xiao Qian was restrained, he immediately berated him. Xiao Qian looked around and casually sized up the cultivators on the ship. Aside from the 4 martial sages, the rest were all martial monarchs. He immediately guessed that this was a rank 6 clan. In the Kunlun continent, this clan would only be a third-rate faction, not worth mentioning. In the heavenly starry ocean, it would probably be an unknown small clan. Hearing the old man's question, Xiao Qian replied calmly, "What purpose does old sir think a martial monarch like me can have by waiting here? I just want to ask for a free ride. Just give me a ride." However, this old man asked you earlier, "Are you deaf?" Xiao Qian smiled and said, "I used my actions to answer, old sir. However, old sir welcomed me with a sword and saber. I wonder what your intentions are." Xiao Qian's words were flawless, without any flaws. However, Uncle Wong felt that Xiao Qian had another purpose. Seeing that Xiao Qian was indeed just a martial monarch, Uncle Wong waved his hand and said, "Toss him off the ship. There is no need to care about him." The group immediately put away their weapons and picked up Xiao Qian. Then, they prepared to toss him into the sea without any hesitation. "Wait a moment. Since it is on the way, give him a ride. Let him leave when we reach Starry Cloud Island." That melodious voice came from the ship's hold again. The cultivators immediately stopped what they were doing and looked at Uncle Wong. Uncle Wong thought for a while. He knew that his young miss had always been kind-hearted. He sighed to himself and waved his hand. "Clean up a room in the warehouse for him to stay in. I'm warning you, you'd best stay in the room and not barge around. Otherwise, it will not be as simple as tossing you into the sea." Xiao Qian performed a cupped fist salute in thanks. Right now, he indeed needed a quiet environment to recuperate. "Go in then. This is your room. If there is nothing important, don't come out." The 2Mo clan cultivators led Xiao Qian into the room. After giving him a warning, they quickly left. Naturally, the room that was cleaned up in the warehouse was not much better. Aside from a simple bed, it was littered with junk that had not been moved out in time. A light flashed on Xiao Qian's forehead as he circulated the will of ice in his sea of consciousness. A cold wind blew, clearing the room once more. Then, he stopped using the will of ice. Right now, the immortal will of thunder was indistinct and difficult to use. The only thing that Xiao Qian could use freely was the will of ice that he had looked down on previously. "How is it? Are you all right?" Ao Jiao appeared in the immortal spirit ring. She asked out of concern as she held Xiao Qin's wrist with one hand. The scene just now had frightened her badly. Xiao Qin smiled and let Ao Jiao check his injuries. "Fortunately, I did not act rashly. Otherwise, if I really made a move, the injuries to my meridians would have been problematic." Ao Jiao withdrew her hand and heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that Xiao Qin was fine, Ao Jiao returned to her normal self and joked, "Oh, right. Why did you insist on boarding this warship? Did you really? How could that be? There should be a pendant under her clothes. I feel that it was refined from one of the 7 thrones." Ao Jiao exclaimed in shock. "That can't be. What a coincidence." Xiao Qin said seriously, "Most likely. The 3 thrones in the cycle banner all had an intense reaction. As long as I take another look, I will be 100% sure. The 7 thrones were massacre, ruin, pain, grief, despair, and death. Now, Xiao Qin had collected 3, massacre, death, and ruin. He already knew the location of the despair throne. It was in a forbidden land of the southern sea. If the pendant on this girl's chest was really refined from one of the thrones, then it should be one of the grief, pain, and ruin thrones. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "That is really a change in luck. The misfortune brought by Neptune's crown is completely gone. There is no need to worry anymore." Xiao Qin nodded and thought for a while. Then, he said, "I'll treat my injuries first. Go out and scout out where exactly this place is in the heavenly starry ocean. Don't expose yourself." Ao Jiao smiled faintly. Then, her figure flashed, turning into a bolt of lightning as she left through the crack in the door. At the same time, in the most important control room of the warship, the veiled Miss Mo and Uncle Wong were discussing the new passenger. "Uncle Wong, with your eyesight, was that person's dodging 2 killing moves a coincidence, or was it really that miraculous?" Uncle Wong smiled and said, "It was definitely just a coincidence. That kind of dodging in such a small space, the precise positioning, the skill and eyesight involved, are things that even I can't do. How can an insignificant martial monarch do it?" Chapter 10:20. "Is that so?" Hesitation flashed in Miss Mo's eyes. Then, she did not linger on this topic. She said, "The Liu clan's people have not appeared yet. Tell our subordinates not to let down their guard. Before we return to Starry Cloud Island, we cannot relax. This old man has his own plans. Young miss, there is no need to worry. We have to worry. It was not easy for us to find enough cyclic meteor metal on this trip. If something happens, we will not be able to complete the City Lord's mission. At that time, the consequences will be dire. In that case, I'll tell my subordinates to pay more attention. I'll take my leave first." Uncle Wong turned around and left, leaving only Miss Mo in the control room. He frowned heavily. The scene of Xiao Qin calmly dodging appeared in his mind, a miraculous scene of Xiao Qin dodging. She muttered to herself, "The confidence and sharpness on that person's face. No matter how I look at it, it does not seem like a coincidence." However, Miss Mo's expression turned cold in the blink of an eye. When she thought of Xiao Qin's frivolous gaze earlier, she no longer cared about this person. Even if he is strong, he is just a lecher. After traveling for 7 days, the injuries to Xiao Qin's meridians had mostly recovered. He could now circulate his quintessence and fight without any problems. As for Ao Jiao, she finally found out the location and name of this sea region. She also gained a better understanding of what kind of faction the Mo clan was. If she did not want to expose herself, she could only learn from the words of the cultivators on the ship. The information she obtained was not complete. However, with the sea map in Xiao Qin's hand, she still had a clear idea of where they were. This sea region was called the Shattered Cloud Sea. It was a small, independent sea region between the Southern Sea and the Northern Sea. There were 7 other similar sea regions in the vicinity. They were the Broken Cloud Sea, the Chaotic Cloud Sea, the Separated Cloud Sea, the Heavenly Cloud Sea, the Connected Cloud Sea, and the Misty Cloud Sea. On the sea map, this region was collectively known as the Cloud Sea Domain. The Cloud Sea Domain was definitely not as large as those super sea regions named after their locations. However, it was not much smaller than the Tianwu domain where Xiaochan was. The reason was none other than the desolate sea regions above the sea regions, which were too vast and could not be compared to land. The Shattered Cloud Sea, where Xiaochan was now, was about the size of 10-odd provinces of the Tianwu domain. There were tens of thousands of islands. As for the Mo clan, just as Xiaochan had guessed, it was a rank 6 clan. The Mo clan was famous for refining weapons, and it could be considered a considerable force in the Shattered Cloud Sea. However, the one who is truly famous in the Mo clan is the Mo clan's eldest young Mississippi. Her name is Mo Chun. She is the top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain. Even in the Southern Sea and the Northern Sea, she is quite famous. Young talents go to visit her every year. Ao Jiao looked at Xiao Chan mischievously. The meaning behind it was self-evident. Beauty? How beautiful can she be? I've seen so many beauties. Xiao Chen did not care about it. What he cared about was the strength of the Mo clan and the strength of the peak experts in this sea region. However, it was very difficult to obtain this information from the Mo clan's cultivators in secret. Xiao Chan still had to go out and personally talk to the others before he could gain any information. The purple warship was very large. The interior of the warship was very spacious. Furthermore, aside from the guest rooms and storehouses, there were other entertainment rooms. The most popular one was a tavern. Aside from the Mo clan's cultivators, there were also many wandering cultivators hired by the Mo clan. There were also a few cultivators like Xiao Chun who wanted to hitch a ride. Indeed, the warships of the heavenly starry ocean were very different from those of the continent. For example, the tavern that Xiao Chan was currently in. The warships of the continent rarely went to such a bustling place. The interior of the tavern was exquisitely decorated, and the environment was elegant. It was not as noisy as the tavern outside. After all, this was the Mo clan's internal tavern. Even cultivators would control their drinking and not let it affect official business. The moment Xiao Chan stepped into the tavern, he felt many gazes on him. Then, they started discussing in low voices in the tavern. That's him. 7 days ago, when the two elders made a move, he charged over like a ghost. That can't be. No matter how I look at it, he is just a martial monarch. How could he dodge the killing moves of two martial sages so easily? It is indeed true. However, Steward Wang said that it was a coincidence. The two elders were careless, allowing him to take advantage of the situation. I think it is also a coincidence. Otherwise, it would be too strange. Ignoring these discussions, Xiao Chan found an empty table and sat down. Then, he called over a manservant and asked, "What good wine do you have? Give me a flask." That manservant was clearly a member of the Mo clan. He smiled and said, "If we were talking about good wine on the warship, naturally, it is the 1,000-Year Flame that our young Miss Bruder's self." 1,000-Year Flame? What a strange name. Give me a flask, then. Xiao Chen sighed softly. The name 1,000-Year Flame really piqued his interest. The meaning of the 1,000-Year Flame was easy to understand. It was a flame that burned for 1,000 years without extinguishing. However, what kind of wine could be called the 1,000-Year Flame? Friend, I was just joking about this 1,000-Year Flame. You probably cannot afford it. Furthermore, the wine is priced by the cup and not by the flask. That manservant looked at Xiao Chan with some disdain. The 1,000-Year Flame was normally prepared for martial sages. Without a martial sage's status, one would not be able to afford it. The other Mo clan cultivators in the tavern all laughed, mocking Xiao Chan for being a country bumpkin who had not seen the world. However, when the manservant said that, Xiao Chan became even more interested. How much is one cup? 1,000 astral coins. Hey, that is not very expensive. Give me 10 cups. Huang dang. Xiao Chan stretched out his hand, and 100 black astral coins neatly landed on the table. Before the laughter of the others faded away, when they saw this scene, they could not help but goggle. Their smiles froze on their faces. Black astral coins. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun took out black astral coins. Furthermore, he did not even blink, directly taking out 100 black astral coins. That was 10,000 astral coins. 10,000 astral coins. To a martial monarch, this was a huge sum. An ordinary inferior-grade martial monarch would have to work hard for at least a month to save up such a sum. The manservant checked the black astral coins and carefully put them away. However, he rejoiced in his heart. The quality of the astral iron in black astral coins was much better than that of ordinary astral coins. For the sake of refining secret treasures, the Mo clan had to use astral coins to exchange for black astral coins at a high price every year. Xiao Chun handed over 100 black astral coins, which was considered a significant contribution within the clan. 10 cups of thousand-year flame. They will be ready soon. Please wait a moment. The manservant moved very quickly. Soon, he carried a tray and placed 10 transparent purple crystal cups on the table. The wine in the cups was scarlet. There was not much wine in the cups. It looked like clumps of burning blood. Together with the glowing purple crystal cups, they gave off a dreamlike visual enjoyment. The purple crystal cups were similar to the goblets of Xiao Chen's previous life. However, they were more elegant and aloof. Did your clan's young miss design these cups as well? Xiao Chen asked. When talking about his clan's young miss, the manservant said proudly, "That is natural. You are lucky. Our clan's young miss is very talented. Be it brewing wine, refining secret treasures, zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, formations, medicine, or astrology, there is nothing she cannot do. You are very lucky to be able to buy this 1,000-year flame from the tavern of our purple cloud worship. If you went to another place, this cup of wine would be 10 times more expensive. Even if you had the money, you would not be able to drink it. 10 times more expensive? Wouldn't that mean that one cup of wine could sell for 1,000 black astral coins? This price shocked Xiao Chun somewhat. If he sold 10 cups of wine every day, that would be close to 4 million black astral coins a year. However, after thinking about it, he smiled to himself. This was somewhat unrealistic. The brewing of this wine was probably not a simple matter. There had to be some restrictions. Xiao Chun carefully sized up this wine. The wine was as scarlet as blood. However, it was very different from true blood and did not seem repulsive. It gave off an intoxicating feeling of redness, tender and alluring, causing one to be intoxicated. It was as delicate as clear water and as bright as blood. However, there seemed to be something else in the wine. Xiao Chun could not just drink it down like that. Xiao Chun picked up the wine cup and swirled the wine in it. Tiny specks of golden light floated up from the wine and quickly filled the cup. Boom! A golden flame soared up from the wine cup and turned into a legendary holy beast, the golden crow. It cried out in the air of the tavern and flew around. Interesting. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Then, he started tapping the table rhythmically with his fingers. The remaining 9 cups of thousand-year flame also started swaying slowly. Bang! 9 flames soared out from the wine like a blazing sun. In an instant, a dazzling golden light lit up the dim tavern, making it seem like it was brightly lit. It was a great honor to have such a humble place lit up by such a bright light. 10 golden crows chased each other in the sky above the tavern, forming a miraculous scene of 10 connected suns. This magnificent scene stunned the others. Originally, these people were prepared to watch Xiao Chun make a fool of himself. The 1,000-year flame could not be drunk directly. He had to shake it for a while. Otherwise, if he drank it in one go, he would not be able to extinguish the fire in his body. However, his body would catch fire in that instant. His clothes, eyebrows, and hair would all be burned away, making a fool of himself. In the end, not only did Xiao Chun not make a fool of himself, but he even created a magnificent scene of 10 connected suns, so bright that everyone could not open their eyes. The golden crows turned into motes of sparks and slowly faded away. The tavern returned to normal. Xiao Chun, who was preparing to drink, looked at the sky and frowned. Then, he quietly withdrew his left hand from the table and spread out. A weak suction came from it. Without anyone noticing, all the scattered motes of sparks in the air gathered together. "Friend, This wine is ready to drink already. That waiter smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Clearly, he worried that Xiao Chun would blame him, so he did not remind him. When all the sparks gathered, a resplendent golden light appeared on Xiao Chen's left hand. In that instant, he clenched his fist tightly, not letting any light leak out. Ao Jiao, it looks like this Mo clan's young miss is not just pretty. Why do you care so much? Quickly drink. Just looking at this 1,000-year flame makes me want to drink it. Quickly drink. Quickly drink. Tell me what it tastes like, Ao Jiao urged as she stared at the wine cup. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and helplessly. That's fine, I'll drink first. Chapter 1021. Xiao Chun really wanted to know what this wine, called the 1,000-year flame, tasted like as well. Xiao Chun picked up the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Compared to its fiery name, this wine felt extremely cool when it entered his mouth. An icy chill instantly spread throughout his body. From the inside out, it felt like his body had fallen into an ice cave. This extreme change stimulated his entire body and made him tremble. The cold was too strong, covering up the wine's taste at first. Just as one was about to forget it, the wine's taste slowly permeated the body. The intoxicating fragrance was like a clump of gentle fire, slowly pushing its way into Xiao Chen's body, slowly dispelling the bone-chilling cold. The fire was neither fast nor slow as it slowly dispelled the cold. Together with the intoxicating wine fragrance, it slowly conquered the cultivator's heart. This was an extreme enjoyment. Xiao Chun could not help leaning back in his chair in satisfaction. Then he held the dreamy purple crystal cup in his right hand and closed his eyes. As the ice and fire clashed, time seemed to move extremely slowly. When the cold qi was completely dispelled, his body felt like it had been ignited by the flame, reaching the peak of enjoyment. 1,000-year flame. This clump of flame truly burned for 1,000 years without extinguishing. The instant the cold qi was completely dispelled, it reached great heights, reaching the peak. The flame was ferocious, and the after effects of the wine burst forth. Xiao Chun felt boundlessly carefree. His sweat soaked through his clothes. This was practically a perfect cup of wine. In this half-drunken, half-awake state, Xiao Chun discovered that the will of ice in his sea of consciousness had silently strengthened. It was like it had undergone some kind of tempering, improving significantly. The cold qi spread in his sea of consciousness, allowing him to maintain a trace of consciousness and not fall over from the aftereffects. Great wine. The 1,000-year flame truly lives up to its name. Xiao Chun could not help blurting this out when he opened his eyes. The intoxicating red on his face made him blush involuntarily. The manservant smiled and said, "Haha, that is natural. My clan's young miss personally brewed this 1,000-year flame. Even if others knew the method, they would not be able to brew it. Indeed, without her conditions, even the most incredible master brewer would be helpless," Xiao Chun thought to himself. Xiao Chun raised his head and glanced at the manservant. Then, he looked at the remaining 9 cups of 1,000-year flame on the table. He could not help but laugh helplessly. The manservant was clearly tricking him. If a normal person drank 1 cup, they would be drunk. If they drank 3 cups in a row, they could be considered a man. If they drank 10 cups in a row, he reckoned that even a great grandmaster would collapse. Ordinary people would not bite so many cups in one go. The manservant took advantage of Xiao Chun being an outsider and did not say anything. However, this was precisely why Xiao Chun discovered some secrets that he was very interested in. Even so, he would be fine even if he drank more than 100 cups. Bang! Before the manservant's horrified gaze, Xiao Chun emptied the remaining 9 cups of 1,000-year flame in one go. Xiao Chun calmed himself down and carefully sensed it. He discovered that what he saw earlier was not an illusion. His will of ice was indeed slowly growing stronger. The Chin's 9 cups of the Chun as you year flame. And Xiao Chun could not help rejoicing in his heart. This was truly an unexpected gain. He immediately asked, "Do you still have more 1,000-year flame?" "Another 10. The waiter was a little stunned. After a long time, he reacted and said with an embarrassed smile, "Your alcohol capacity is really shocking. I've been in this tavern for so many years, but I've never seen anyone who can drink 3 cups in a row without collapsing. But it's a pity that there's no more of this wine. I'll sell you the last 10 cups. When Miss is in the mood, she'll sell it. What a pity. Xiao Chun discovered that with the aid of these 10 cups of thousand-year flame, his will of ice was approaching small perfection. Just one more cup, and he would be able to reach the minor accomplishment realm, saving him a few years of time. The other martial artists in the tavern were also shocked by Xiao Chen's heroic act of drinking 10 cups in a row. Amazing. If it weren't for his martial monarch cultivation, I would have thought that he was a big shot. I heard that if those talented youths want to meet with young Miss alone, the first test is to drink 3 cups of thousand-year flame. Even the outstanding talents of the Cloud Sea domain, who are inferior grade martial sages, do not dare to drink 3 cups in a row, making them very depressed. This fellow drank 10 cups in a row. This is really unheard of. I wonder what will happen to Miss Emo-chan. What can he do? He is just an inferior grade martial monarch. He cannot even compare to us. Does he think he can compare to the outstanding talents of our Cloud Sea domain? After a long time, all sorts of envious and disdainful voices filled the tavern. Xiao Qin smiled and ignored them. Even if he wanted to, he cannot do anything. After drinking 10 cups of thousand-year flame, his legs had already turned soft. If not for the will of ice, he would have collapsed long ago. Young Master Xing is here. 2 old men with extraordinary auras wearing embroidered clothes slowly walked into the tavern. The Mo clan cultivators immediately noticed them. The Mo clan cultivators all stood up and greeted them respectfully. Martial sages could become Mo clan elders, possessing extraordinary statuses. This young Master Xing was very young, but he was already an inferior grade martial sage. With one look, it was clear that he was an outstanding talent of the Cloud Sea domain. Even the 2 servants beside him were peak martial monarchs. His clan was definitely extraordinary. Xiao Chun sized up the Mo clan cultivators before withdrawing his gaze. While everyone's gazes shifted away from Xiao Chun, he slowly opened his tightly clenched left hand. A squarish ice crystal appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Then, he used it to seal that spot of golden light concealing its light. Even so, at such a close distance, he could feel the extreme yang heat. Just a little flame could give him such a feeling. If he could obtain a clump of this flame, how powerful would it be? Ao Jiao, you figured something out, right? Ao Jiao's eyes lit up in the immortal spirit ring. She exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "This is the solar true flame." Xiao Qin nodded and said, "It is even denser than the pure yang qi of my purple thunder true fire. This Mo clan's young Mrs. Ancestor is not simple. She probably has the solar true flame's origin flame." Given the Mo clan's strength, it was clearly impossible for them to obtain the solar true flame. Xiao Chun felt that even if he reached the level of the blue-robed emperor, he would not dare to barge into that blazing sun. It was even more impossible for a rank 6 noble clan to do so. The solar true flame in her could only be inherited. This young Miss Mo hit it very well. If not for the golden crows soaring and forming the scene of 10 connected suns, the golden crow egg in the dragon phoenix cauldron in Xiao Qin's body would not have reacted. Even with Xiao Qin's eyesight, he would not have discovered that this young miss had infused the solar true flame into the brewing of the thousand-year flame. However, this wine was indeed a rare wine. Since ancient times, no expert had ever thought of using the sun's true fire to make such a small thing as wine brewing. Xiao Chun was not sure why Xiao Chun could use the thousand-year flame to raise his will of ice. However, he was sure that the thousand-year flame contained the solar true flame. Ao Jiao giggled and said, "In that case, this young miss is really your lucky star. Your golden crow egg can hatch while you are still alive. This is not easy. With my current strength, even if I use the strength of my physical body, it would still be difficult for me to deal with a rank 6 noble clan. Furthermore, this clan might have some hidden cards. Snatching it by force will not work. I do not like this method, either." Xiao Chun shook his head. He felt that the situation was somewhat thorny. Then, he continued, If we use other things to exchange, not to mention whether the other party is willing or not, without sufficient strength, if we expose our treasures, the other party might not have any malicious intent. If a martial monarch took a treasure that even a great grandmaster-level martial sage did not have and ran off to trade with someone else, the consequences would be obvious. What should we do then? I'll take it one step at a time. The most important thing now is to recover my strength. I'll look for that manservant first and ask about the situation in the Cloud Sea domain. Xiao Chun called the manservant over again and gave him some benefits. Finally, he obtained the information he wanted. The ruler of the Shattered Cloud Sea was the Shattered Cloud City's city lord, who had the cultivation of a blue-robed emperor. Every year, the thousands of islands in the vicinity had to pay a large sum of resources to Shattered Cloud City. As for the 7 small sea domains in the Broken Cloud Sea and the Chaotic Cloud Sea, the situation was similar. They were all ruled by a blue-robed emperor. Although the Shattered Cloud Sea's MO clan was only a rank 6 noble clan, they excelled at refining. In terms of status and influence, they were even greater than several rank 7 sects in the Shattered Cloud Sea. This time, the MO clan had promised the Shattered Cloud City's city lord to refine a set of sage-grade secret treasures for his young master. Hence, they had gone out to sea to search for raw materials. There were also some scattered pieces of information. After asking around, Xiao Chun intended to leave. However, when Xiao Chun turned around, his gaze happened to meet that young Master Xing's. The other party's gaze was hostile, like he was waiting for Xiao Chun to turn around. Xiao Chun did not want to cause trouble, so he immediately left. When he passed by that young Master Xing, the other party said, "I heard that you drank 10 cups of 1,000-year flame in one go. Your alcohol tolerance is astonishing. Tell me the secret." "It is just drinking wine. It depends on the person." "There is no secret," Xiao Chun said in a hurry before continuing on his way. However, 2 of young Master Xing's servants blocked Xiao Chun's path. "Did I say you could leave? I'll give you 3,000 black astral coins." "Tell me the secret," young Master Xing said indifferently as he put down the wine cup in his hand. The originally calm atmosphere, upon hearing young Master Xing's words, caused the tavern to become lively once again. "I heard that young Master Xing always wanted to meet with young Miss Alone. However, he cannot get past 3 cups of 1,000-year flame. This unknown fellow is going to be unlucky. Young Master Xing is a peak expert of our Shattered Cloud Sea's younger generation. He is even on the Cloud Sea domain's proud son of heaven ranking in the top 20. It is best to be low-key. He is clearly only a martial monarch, yet he is so ostentatious. It is impossible for him not to be unlucky." The MO clan cultivators looked at Xiao Chun with sympathy. It was easy to imagine the outcome of a martial monarch facing an inferior grade martial sage like young Master Xing. The 2 peak martial monarchs stood in front, looking at Xiao Chun coldly with an aloof air. "Brat, our young master told you to hand over the secret, so hand it over. We gave you face, but you do not want it. You will not repent until you see the coffin. You are seeking a beating." When the taller servant on the right saw young Master Xing give him a look, he raised his hand and sent a slap at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's quintessence surged, and a flame burned on his right hand. If this slap landed, it would not be as simple as leaving a palm print. Chapter 1022. The MO clan cultivators all sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too much. Even if he did not give you the secret, there was no need to be so ruthless. Without his cultivation, anyone could bully him. Even a peak martial monarch dared to make a move against him. When Xiao Chun kicked, no one saw how he did it. A crisp sound came from the right knee of the servant who attacked him, and he let out a miserable cry of pain. The quintessence in that servant's body turned chaotic, and he lost his balance. Then he fell to one knee. Horror flashed in the eyes of the other servant. Just as he was about to make a move, he discovered that Xiao Chun's palm had pressed on his chest at some point in time. Before that servant could react, he saw Xiao Chun push gently. His ribs broke, and he flew back like a sandbag. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly, so fast that no one could react. By the time everyone's gazes returned to Xiao Chun, Xiao Chun was already at the entrance of the tavern. Before he knew it, he had already walked to the entrance of the tavern and was about to leave. Damn it! How dare you injure the people of my Xing clan? Are you tired of living? Putong. Young Master Xing reacted and soared into the air from his seat. He instantly drew a sword flickering with a cold light from his waist, and an indistinct sword light appeared. Strands of heavenly sage laws appeared behind young Master Xing, wildly absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. This made his sword strike, which contained his rage, look very mighty. It looked like young Master Xing's aura was boundless, surging with killing intent. It looked like this lightning-fast sword strike would pierce through Xiao Chen's back. If it did, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Suddenly, Xiao Chen stopped and turned around. In that instant, countless trajectories of young Master Xing's sword appeared in his eyes. In one breath, Xiao Chen simulated thousands of variations of the trajectory of this sword strike in his mind. No matter how the other party changes moves, Xiao Chen had control over everything. Bang! When the sword light was only 3 centimeters away from Xiao Chen, 2 fingers suddenly appeared and clamped down on young Master Xing's sword strike, which was filled with rage and might. Unexpectedly, an inferior-grade martial sage's sword strike was easily countered by Xiao Chen. It was like a child throwing a tantrum. The cultivators in the tavern were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Was this the strength of a martial monarch? Was this still the same guy who had fallen on the deck like a dog, eating *T 7 days ago? It was completely beyond their imagination and not within the scope of their understanding and acceptance. Young Master Xing, who was in the air, revealed a look of fear. He used all his strength to pull out the sword, but to no avail. Getting physical over such a trivial matter. Young Master, you probably don't know how high the sky is outside. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. The 5-dragon force in his body roared. Thunder sounded. Dragon roared unceasingly. A terrifying aura burst out from his body. Xiao Chen's clothes fluttered and his hair fluttered. Before he even used his strength, just the vast aura of the 5-dragon force shattered the sword in young Master Xing's hand. Young Master Xing vomited blood and went flying back. Young Master Xing fell to the ground and looked at Xiao Chen in horror. He muttered, "Advancing sage of the physical body, you are an outstanding talent of the advancing sage of the physical body." Xiao Chen still held the 2-centimeter sword tip in his right hand. He glanced at young Master Xing and slowly withdrew his killing qi. In the end, Xiao Chen was not a bloodthirsty person. Such a minor character would not be able to cause any big waves. Xiao Chen flicked his finger, and the sword tip flew out and stabbed into the ground beside young Master Xing. This frightened young Master Xing into trembling. His face drained of blood. There was complete silence. No one could say anything. The entire tavern was silent. The manservant who served Xiao Chen wine earlier opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to do. He had actually underestimated such a person and even planned to watch him make a fool of himself. Such a person could casually send young Master Xing flying. If young Master Xing had gotten angry, wouldn't he? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Damn, that startled me. This world is really unpredictable. Unexpectedly, a random martial monarch is an outstanding talent of the advancing sage of the physical body. I knew it. How can someone who can drink 10 cups of 1,000-year flame be a minor character? There must be a trick to the test that young Miss set. What do you think? How does this person compare to the demonic geniuses of the Shattered Cloud Sea's younger generation? Can he compare to the Shattered Cloud City's young city lord? What kind of joke is this? Young Master Xing could last 3 moves against the young city lord. However, he could not even last half a move against this person. In the entire Cloud Sea domain, there are no more than 5 youths who can compare to this person. The Mo clan cultivators chattered endlessly. However, they suddenly thought of such a person appearing on their warship. If he harbored malicious intent, it would be very dangerous. Quickly, inform Steward Wang. Someone in the tavern immediately rushed to Steward Wang's residence in a fluster. In the control room of the Purple Warship, the four martial sages of the Mo clan and Uncle Wong, who was a peak superior grade martial sage, all gathered together as though they were facing a great enemy. Young miss, this old man was blind. I really did not expect this person to be an expert of the advancing sage of the physical body, Uncle Wong said sullenly. Young miss, give the order. I am willing to personally make a move and chase this person away. Mo Chun, who wore a veil and had an exquisite figure, did not seem surprised by this. Her eyes alone could mesmerize anyone. Mo Chun waved her smooth, jade-like hand and said, "There's no need. This person should not have any malicious intent. Tell me what he did in the tavern first." Uncle Wong answered honestly. He ordered 10 cups of 1,000-year flame and created the scene of 10 connected suns. Then, he drank 10 cups in one go. When Mo Chun heard this, a strange look flashed in her eyes. However, it quickly vanished as she waited for Uncle Wong to continue. After that, he asked the manservant about the distribution of the factions in the Cloud Sea domain and the strength of the ruler of our Shattered Star Sea. He also asked about our Mo clan. Why did he ask about our Mo clan? With the strength of such a person, why would he care about a rank 6 clan? Mo Chun muttered to herself, finding it strange. Could he have figured something out? Young miss should already know what happened after that. That young Master Xing drank 1 cup of 1,000-year flame and nearly got drunk. Then he suddenly saw a person drink 10 cups in a row and not get drunk. He immediately tried to force out the secret and ended up provoking this person to make a move. Mo Chen's thoughts were very sharp. She pointed out the crux of the problem and asked, "Are you sure that he only made a move against young Master Xing after asking the manservant?" "I am sure. However, what does that matter?" Uncle Wong asked, feeling confused. Mo Chun entered deep thought. No one could make out her expression behind the white veil. After a while, she said, "In that case, there is nothing else. I will go and meet him alone. There is no need for you all to follow." The others felt confused, feeling somewhat confused. They asked worriedly, "Old Wong, can we let young miss go alone? With that person's strength, I think that even if we work together, we will have a 50-50 chance of victory." Indeed, although young Master Xing just advanced to Martial Sage, he was defeated by someone in half a move. That is too much. Uncle Wong sighed and said, "Let's leave it to young Mississippi." This time, he really accidentally picked up a huge dragon. However, it is hard to say whether this is a blessing or a curse. Young Master Xing is just a minor character. There is no need to expose his strength, right? Ao Jiao asked, feeling confused after they returned to the room. Right now, Xiao Chen's heavenly sage laws were shattered, and the magic energy in his sea of consciousness was sparse. However, he still had his physical body. When he circulated 5 dragon force, he could exert 25,000 tons of force. Even if a Grandmaster-level martial sage came, he would only be on par with Xiao Chun. The possibility of him completely suppressing Xiao Chun was very small. If not for Xiao Chen's magic energy having not recovered yet, his heavenly sage laws were shattered, and he could not execute deities descending. He would be able to kill a Grandmaster-level martial sage with one punch. Young Master Xing was just an inexperienced person who just advanced to martial sage. Xiao Chen only needed to use 1 dragon force to force him to retreat. However, in the tavern, Xiao Chun had used the aura of 5 dragon force to send the other party flying. This confused Ao Jiao. After all, Xiao Chun now had many enemies. The old subordinates of Neptune were probably searching for him everywhere. The people of Zodiac Hall were definitely searching for him as well. The loose cultivators who coveted the treasures on him were also searching for him. He should have been more low-key. For the sake of hiding his identity, the clear wind robes that the Blue Dragon King's insignia had turned into azure had been replaced with ordinary clothes. Xiao Chen had also taken off the iconic Neptune headscarf long ago. This was to reduce the chances of his identity being exposed in the sea region. Now, Xiao Chun did the exact opposite. This was very puzzling. Xiao Chun took out the blue crystal again and looked at the solar true flame sealed in ice. He said, "You will understand in a while." "Oh, right. let me take a look at the recipe for the medicinal pill that recovers law energy. The medicinal pill was called the Heavenly Origin Pill. Ao Jiao had already written down the recipe. It was a medicinal pill that she had come into contact with when she followed the Thunder King. The Heavenly Origin Pill reached king grade. Its ingredients were extremely precious and required a lot of money. To Xiao Chun, money was not a big deal at the moment. What was rare was a grandmaster alchemist who could refine the Heavenly Origin Pill. Xiao Chun only knew the Immortal epic's alchemy methods, and not the orthodox alchemy methods of the martial epic. Even if Xiao Chun spent a lot of money and found the ingredients, it would be pointless if there was no one to refine the Heavenly Origin Pill. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Grandmaster alchemists were not easy to find. Someone is coming, Ao Jiao said softly from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chun scanned with his spiritual sense. She came earlier than he expected. This Mo clan's young miss was indeed a smart person. That was right. Xiao Chun made a move in the tavern to lure this girl over. Be it the solar true flame or the pendant on this girl's chest, Xiao Chun was determined to obtain them. From a manservant's words, Xiao Chun gained a rough understanding that the Mo clan situation in the Shattered Cloud Sea was not good. Because of Miss Mo's beauty, she faced a lot of trouble. Although she dealt with them with ingenious methods, it was not a long-term solution. Since that was the case, there was room for negotiation. Xiao Chun could help her deal with these problems in exchange for the pendant on her chest and temporarily borrow the solar true flame. If that was not enough, he could add something else. If Xiao Chun wanted to negotiate, he naturally had to reveal some of his strength first. It would be best if the other party spoke first. In any case, Xiao Chun did not have any good ideas on how to borrow the lunar true flame and obtain the pendant on her chest. He might as well give it a try first. If he succeeded, that would be for the best. If not, he would think of something else. After Xiao Chun put away the alchemic recipe, he raised his hand and waved. The door opened with a creak. The veiled Mo Chun happened to be standing outside, about to knock. Chapter 10:23. Miss Mo, please come in. Mo Chun drifted over and looked at Xiao Chun with her gem-like eyes. Xiao Chun wore ordinary clothes, and his long hair was unkempt, casually draped over his shoulders. She could not see any precious secret treasures or ornaments that could reveal his identity. Xiao Chun's cultivation was indeed only that of a martial monarch. However, such a person had beaten up young Master Xing to the point where he could not even retaliate. Mo Chun compared Xiao Chun to the outstanding talents of the great seas that she had seen. She had seen many true outstanding talents of the Southern Sea. They were all young, and they were all superior grade martial sages. There were even some geniuses of the Zodiac Hall who were Grandmaster level martial sages. Compared to those people, Xiao Chun's aura was clearly different. There was no trace of the arrogance of a genius. However, Xiao Chun's eyes were boundlessly deep, unfathomable, and unfathomable. Young Master does not seem surprised at Mo Chun's appearance. Mo Chun said softly. Xiao Chun smiled and said, I was the one who lured you here in the first place. How could I be surprised? Sit. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and a chair flew into the air and landed firmly beside Mo Chun. The two sat down, and Mo Chun took out the pendant around her neck. There was a red remnant white flower ornament hanging from the green leaf-like necklace. It was bright in color and gave off a beautiful glow. However, the feeling it gave off was one of uncontrollable grief. In the language of flowers, the remnant white flower represented passionate love. However, this remnant white flower before Xiao Chun was a wilted flower. At its most beautiful moment, it wilted and withered, no longer passionate. The lover was gone, leaving only grief lingering in the heart. Before Xiao Chun's eyes, the remnant white flower gave off a flowing light. A strong wind blew, and crystalline petals flew out. The strong wind was merciless, and the remnant white flower was like blood, piercing one's heart and filling it with grief. That's right. This is definitely refined from the grief throne. It is horrifying enough to affect my emotions. If I get affected by this pendant in battle, I will be consigned to eternal damnation if I get careless. Xiao Chun stabilized his emotions and raised his guard. You boarded the purple cloud ship for this broken flower pendant, right? Given Mo Chen's intelligence, if she still could not guess why Xiao Chun had been staring at her chest back then, she would really be living up to her reputation. Broken flower pendant? Could it be that the other party did not know that this was the original form of the Grief Throne, forged by the ancient era's paragon, the Evil King? This is a pendant passed down in my Mo clan. In terms of usage, it is even more valuable than some strong king-grade secret treasures. Mo Chun continued, if young master wants this pendant, it is not impossible. Just be my bodyguard for 1 year. After 1 year, I will hand it over to young master. A year of bodyguard meant that he had to ensure the other party's safety for a year. Xiao Chen replied calmly, it is not impossible for me to be your bodyguard for a year. However, a pendant alone is not worth me staying in the Mo clan for a year. Mo Chun frowned slightly and said, what bold words! A sage body that can bring out 5 dragon force is barely equal to a Grandmaster-level martial sage. In the Shattered Cloud Sea, although Grandmaster-level martial sages are strong, they're not at the peak. My Mo clan does not fear Grandmaster-level martial sages, either. If not for the situation forcing me, I would not have made such a decision. After all, this broken flower pendant is an item passed down in my Mo clan. Mo Chen's tone was very forceful, even somewhat angry. She felt that Xiao Chun overestimated himself. Using the broken flower pendant to hire the other party for a year already cost him a lot. Yet he was still not satisfied. Xiao Chun clearly grasped the other party's tone. He smiled and did not argue. Very well, you are right. I am only as strong as a martial sage. How about this? I will agree to your request first. However, how about we make a bet? What bet? If one day you feel that using the broken flower pendant to hire me for a year is a good deal, then agree to another request of mine. Of course, this request will not cross the line. It will not violate the most basic etiquette. Under the veil, Mo Chen's lips curled up slightly. She smiled confidently and said, you are extraordinarily arrogant. Even those genius disciples of Zodiac Hall would not speak to me like this. I'll bet with you. This girl was indeed someone who had seen the world. No wonder she was so disdainful of that young Master Xing compared to the disciples of Zodiac Hall. The outstanding youths of the Cloud Sea domain were not worth mentioning. However, what were the disciples of Zodiac Hall in Xiao Chen's eyes? Even the top female disciple of the Moon Palace had to flee while covering her face. Hee. Xiao Chun, you have really suffered a great loss this time. In less than half a year, you will recover your strength. At that time, your heavenly sage laws will immediately take form. Together with Neptune's crown, even a regular blue-robed emperor would not be a match for you. After Mo Chen left, Ao Jiao smiled gently. I have to obtain the waning flower pendant. However, in her hands, she can immediately destroy it with a thought. I might as well agree to it first. After all, she will definitely lose the bet. At that time, it will not be a loss if I borrow the solar true flame. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said indifferently, the matter of Xiao Chan becoming Mo Chen's bodyguard quickly spread like a whirlwind throughout the entire warship. That's impossible. This was the first thing all the Mo clan cultivators said when they heard the news. Miss Mo Chen's standards had always been very high. She had rejected many outstanding young talents of the Cloud Sea domain, even those outstanding talents of the Southern Sea. She had even rejected them mercilessly. However, this was the truth. Xiao Chun had indeed become Mo Chen's bodyguard. Miss, this person's origins are unknown. Isn't it too unreliable to make him a bodyguard? Uncle Wong said anxiously to Mo Chun in the control room. Is that so? Does Uncle Wong feel that there is a better candidate? Uncle Wong, you should be very clear on the intentions of those people who approached me in the Cloud Sea domain, Mo Chun countered. Steward Wong was speechless. These people were just drooling over her beauty and the Mo clan's unique refining techniques. While their origins were very clean, their intentions were not that simple. Aren't there still the few outstanding young masters of the Southern Sea? I think the disciples of the Zodiac Hall and the Southern Sea King signs are pretty good. Chan said sullenly. These people are indeed pretty good. Their family backgrounds are vast and do not care about the current Mo clan. However, they are too strong. If they are tempted by benefits, the consequences will be worse. This person is the most suitable candidate. His goal is clear, and I know what he wants. His strength is also passable. However, he is somewhat arrogant and wants to make a bet with me. Bet? What bet? Uncle Wong asked out of curiosity. Mo Chun stopped speaking and changed the topic. Nothing much, just a bet that he will definitely lose. Uncle Wong, how many more days until we reach Starry Cloud Island? 7 days. It looks like the Liu clan's people will not appear. We can successfully complete the City Lord's request this time. We cannot continue like this. We should think of a way to resolve this once and for all. Mo Chun did not show any joy on her face. How could Uncle Wong not think the same way? He sighed and said, "It will be difficult. The Liu clan's refining skills are not as strong as ours. However, the clan head is a great Grandmaster level martial sage. Furthermore, he has the largest merchant association of the Cloud Sea Domain, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, behind him." Rumble. Suddenly, the entire purple warship shook intensely. Mo Chin's expression changed, and she waved her hand. Formations flickered in the control room. Formation markings immediately spread out on the ground, walls, and inside the control room. The entire space turned resplendent. A water screen appeared around Mo Chun, showing the situation around the purple warship. 4 black warships descended from the sky like specters and surrounded the purple warship. Beams of light from the ancient demonic energy cannons bombarded the purple warship continuously. They really picked the right time. In another day, the purple warship would enter the range of Starry Cloud Island. Just when everyone heaved a sigh of relief, the Liu clan's people finally charged out. "I'll go out and take a look." Right after Steward Wong spoke, he quickly left the control room and went to the deck. The normally empty deck was now filled with Mo clan cultivators. All of them had grave expressions and had drawn their weapons long ago. Killing chi radiated from their foreheads. "Hee. Old Wong, we meet again. Call your clan's young miss out." Opposite the purple warship was a tall, wolf-headed warship. 2 black-clad cultivators, one old and one young, stood on the wolf-headed warship. The youth on the right smiled evilly at Mo Chun. The old man beside him gave off an indistinct aura. Unexpectedly, it was the aura of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. 3 old men walked out of the other 3 wolf-headed warships. A strong wind blew. They were all superior-grade martial sages, including the 2 old men beside the youth. The Liu clan had a total of 3 superior-grade martial sages and 1 Grandmaster-level martial sage. In terms of strength, they definitely surpassed the Mo clan's cultivators. Uncle Wong could not be bothered with this person. He analyzed his countermeasures. The Liu clan's people exceeded his expectations. Aside from the clan head, who was a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, the peak combat power of the Liu clan had practically come out in full force. This was completely different from the small skirmishes of the past. Were the 2 clans going to start a decisive battle? The Mo clan and the Liu clan focused on refining. There was a lot of competition between them in the Shattered Cloud Sea. Normally, there would be small skirmishes. However, they were far from falling out with each other. The Mo clan was not as strong as the Liu clan. However, if they fought indiscriminately, the Liu clan would not be able to bear it. That would only benefit the other factions that were watching the excitement. Seeing that Uncle Wong ignored him, the black-clad youth smiled and said, "Was my voice too soft? In that case, come closer." This youth was called Liu Feng, the first young master of the Liu clan. His cultivation was pretty good, stronger than young Master Xing's. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Liu Feng and the old man beside him soared into the air and landed on the purple warship's deck at the same time. The other 3 Mo clan elders quickly followed. Instantly, the Mo clan cultivators on the purple warship felt like they were facing a great enemy. Before the other party's strong aura, they could not help taking a step back. The four elders of the Mo family took a step forward and stood together with Uncle Wong, confronting the experts of the Liu family. Although they all looked like martial sages, the strongest of the four Mo clan elders was only a medial grade martial sage. Only Uncle Wong was a superior grade martial sage. Their aura was far inferior to the Liu clan's. Lu Feng said sullenly, "I can't be bothered to speak nonsense with you. Hand over the cyclic meteor iron." Chapter 10:24. Dream on. Uncle Wong replied rudely, "If you have the guts, then kill everyone on our ship. At worst, we will just die together. In any case, if you spoil the city lord's residence's matter, the Mo clan will not have a good ending, either. Your old bones are really tough. Since I rushed over this time, I am not afraid of your Mo clan dying together." Lu Feng smiled sinisterly. The Grandmaster-level martial sage Liu clan's first elder stepped forward and clenched his right hand into a fist. Electricity flickered on his fist, crackling endlessly. A huge eagle image encased the old man. When he punched, the eagle spread its wings. The electric light on the old man's body flowed down his arm. The instant the eagle spread its wings, horrifying electric energy burst out of his fist. When facing this lightning-fast punch, Uncle Wong crossed his arms and blocked it in the time it took for a spark to fly. Then, he went flying back like a cannonball with a loud bang. Blood leaked out of Uncle Wong's mouth, and his feet sank. After he landed, he staggered a few steps back. At this moment, the difference between a Grandmaster-level martial sage and a superior-grade martial sage became clear. All the Mo clan cultivators felt horror spread in their hearts. At some point in time, Xiao Chun had arrived in the control room. Together with Mo Chun, he saw the situation clearly through the water screen. Mo Chun said softly, "A Grandmaster-level martial sage. This is really problematic. Even if the Liu clan falls out with them, they will still spoil the mission that the city lord's residence gave us. Are the consequences of failing the mission very severe?" Xiao Chun asked. "The city lord's residence is the sky of the shattered cloud sea. The city lord is the blue-robed emperor. He is a major character who can stir up a storm with a raise of his hand. If he angers the city lord, the consequences will be severe. Strange. It is clearly the Liu clan that caused your mission to fail. The city lord should be looking for trouble with the Liu clan. That won't happen. The city lord only cares about the results and not the process. He never interferes with the conflicts between the factions. We just have to pay him the resources on time." Mo Chun took out a spatial ring and handed it to Xiao Chun. "Help me hand the cyclic meteor iron to the other party. Later, we will think of a way to deal with the city lord's questions." He didn't expect the lady before him to be so decisive, letting go of him as soon as it was time. Xiao Chun did not take the ring. He smiled faintly and said, "Actually, a bodyguard can help you solve the problem in front of you. Of course, the prerequisite is that you admit defeat." Under the veil, Mo Chun said calmly, "With your strength, you can barely deal with that Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, there are still 3 superior-grade martial sages. Housekeeper Wong can deal with 1, and the remaining 2 can sweep through the entire warship. Don't do anything rash. I asked you to be my bodyguard because I have something important to do. Don't tell me what to do now." Mo Chun said anxiously when she saw that Xiao Chun was not going to take her ring. "Remember to accept your defeat. I'll help you settle this trouble." With a tap of his foot, Xiao Chun's figure flashed and disappeared from the control room. After sending Uncle Wong flying with a single punch, the great elder of the Liu clan did not stop moving. He transformed into an eagle, and as he attacked, he spread his wings and soared into the sky. He was completely suppressing Uncle Wong. In less than 10 moves, Uncle Wong was severely injured and weak. "Come, let's go to the control room. I'll go and look for the Mo clan's young miss personally." When Lu Feng saw Uncle Wong stubbornly refusing to admit defeat, he did not say anything even after being beaten up so miserably. Then, he headed for the warship's hold. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon hearing this, The originally fearful Mo clan cultivators all moved to block the warship's hold. They pointed their weapons at Lu Feng's group with determined expressions on their faces. With such subordinates, it was no wonder that Mo Chan was willing to give up on the cyclic meteor iron rather than leave alone. Scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless, Lu Feng said coldly with a frown. He had not expected the Mo clan cultivators to be so unyielding. He frowned and said coldly, "The Lu clan is too much of a bully. The Lu family has gone too far. Let's fight it out with them." Someone shouted, and a group of Mo clan cultivators charged over. What a joke. What is the point of having more people? Lu Feng snorted coldly, and the four people beside him attacked at the same time. With a Grandmaster-level martial sage leading the way, when the four worked together, no one could block a single move. Before absolute strength and a tenacious fighting spirit, miracles could not happen. Lu Feng's group easily pushed forward. Miserable cries rang out endlessly. The many Mo clan cultivators were severely injured and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Not long after, there was no one left standing on the deck. Lu Feng smiled coldly and said, "Just a bunch of trash. You want to block this young master's path? Go. If you want to see trouble for the young miss, you'll have to ask this old man first." Uncle Wong, who was lying on the ground heavily injured, burst out with the last of his strength. He roared ferociously and charged at Lu Feng with bloodshot eyes. Uncle Wong's berserk aura and killing chi were startling. He pushed his heavenly sage laws to their limits in this full power strike. When Lu Feng looked back, he was startled. If Uncle Wong's furious punch landed, given Lu Feng's cultivation, he would be severely injured on the spot. "You overestimate yourself." The Lu clan's first elder, who was beside Lu Feng, smiled, and a pair of wings made of electricity appeared on his back. The first elder folded his wings and stored up power. The electricity formed a pillar of light and soared into the sky. When Uncle Wong attacked, the first elder's wings suddenly unfurled. In that instant, resplendent electric light appeared. With a single punch, he sent the ferocious Uncle Wong flying backward. After Uncle Wong fell to the ground, he fainted. Blood flowed out of his mouth continuously. Old Wong. Several Mo clan cultivators carried Uncle Wong up and glared at the Lu clan's first elder in grief and indignation. Lu Feng laughed loudly and said, "You scared this old man. In the end, you are still trash. Let's go." Lu Feng laughed loudly and took the lead, heading for the warship's hold. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was no need to hold back on this Mo Chun. Not only did he want to obtain the cyclic meteor iron, but he also wanted the person. "Aren't you very virtuous? You even looked down on the top 10 experts of the Cloud Sea domain. Let's see how virtuous you're going to be today." Bang! Suddenly, just as Lu Feng stepped into the warship's hold, a hand stretched out at lightning speed and grabbed his neck, raising him high in the air. Before Lu Feng could understand what was going on, he felt his breathing quicken. Blood covered his face, and a feeling of suffocation filled his entire body. Lu Feng grasped that iron-like hand with both hands as he flailed his legs in the air. However, it was to no avail. That hand did not move at all, grabbing his life veins. As long as it squeezed gently, it could break his soul and kill him. Horror spread throughout Lu Feng's entire body. However, he could not say anything and could only stomp his feet. Just a moment ago, Lu Feng was thinking about how to use this opportunity to obtain both the person and the riches, humiliating the famous top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain. In the next moment, he was lifted up like a dead pig. The sudden turn of events did not give the four Lu clan elders any chance to react. They simply could not figure out when the Mo clan gained an expert who could suppress Lu Feng with one move. With such strength, why did he not show himself earlier? Could it be that he was waiting for this moment? Chi. Electric light lit up on the Lu clan's great Grandmaster-level martial sage. He immediately made a move to save Lu Feng. "If you have the guts, go ahead and try." Xiao Chun, who was holding Lu Feng up, slowly walked out step by step. His face, which was originally covered by the shadows, now appeared before the 4 Lu clan elders. Xiao Chen's sinister words did not contain any emotion. No one doubted that as long as the Lu clan's first elder made any strange movements, Xiao Chen would mercilessly snap Lu Feng's neck. Let's talk things out. When Lu Feng saw Xiao Chen's grip on his neck increase, the pain on his face intensified. The Lu clan's first elder quickly dispersed the electric light on his body. Xiao Chen casually carried Lu Feng and walked forward step by step. Soon, he arrived at the bow of the warship. As he looked at the Mo clan cultivator lying on the ground, his expression turned sullen. This group of people was a little too heavy-handed. The figures of the Lu clan cultivators leaped out of the 4 Black Mountain warships surrounding the warship. They held their bows and drew their bowstrings, aiming their arrows at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen swept his gaze over them coldly and said indifferently, "I will say this only once. Take away all your warships." Damn it! The Lu clan's first elder was so angry that his heart trembled. He could feel that Xiao Chen was only a martial monarch. However, at this moment, he spoke like he was the emperor of this place. However, the Lu clan's first elder did not dare to disobey. Lu Feng's life was in Xiao Chen's hands. If Lu Feng died here, it was easy to imagine how angry the clan head would be. The Lu clan's first elder's original plan was foolproof. However, they had not expected such a demonic genius to appear on the Mo clan's warship. Take away the warship, the Lu clan's first elder said through clenched teeth, his face filled with dissatisfaction. As the warship moved, the situation reversed. After Xiao Chen appeared, the insufferably arrogant Lu clan cultivators obediently gave way. The Mo clan cultivators on the deck could not react in time. First elder, a few Lu clan old men at the side called out anxiously as they watched the warship slowly move. The Lu clan's first elder waved his hand to stop them. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Friend, are you satisfied now? Can you put down my young master first? We can discuss this further. As long as you let go of my young master, we will leave immediately. In the future, we will come to Starry Cloud Island to personally apologize." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Indeed, he did as the Lu clan's first elder said. He casually tossed Lu Feng onto the deck. Bang! Xiao Chen did not know how heavy this fall was. Die! The killing chi that had been accumulating in the Lu clan's first elder's eyes erupted at this moment. A pillar of electric light soared into the clouds as a pair of electric wings unfurled. A strong wind blew, and electricity tore through space. The moment Xiao Chen put down Lu Feng, the old man punched at lightning speed. Xiao Chen seemed to have anticipated this. In the time it took for a spark to fly, his right foot stomped heavily on Lu Feng's chest. "Kassier! Kassier!" The sound of bones breaking resounded as Lu Feng cried out in agony. Whoosh! After hearing Lu Feng's miserable cry, the Lu clan's first elder's shockingly powerful punch came to a halt a meter away, not daring to make any more movements. When the Lu clan's first elder saw Lu Feng's clearly dented chest, his face could not help but twitch. This person is too ruthless. If the first elder had not stopped and used more force, he would have trampled Lu Feng to death. Do you really think that I am an idiot? Cut the crap. When we are near Starry Cloud Island, I will naturally let go of this trash. The 4 of you scram immediately. Chapter 1025. Xiao Chen did not give the Lu clan elders any time to think. He said coldly, "I will count to 3, and you will immediately disappear. If you do not believe me, you can bet with me. Let's see whether I dare to trample this trash to death or not. 1, 2, let's go." Seeing Lu Feng's face contorted in pain and Xiao Chen's incomparably domineering attitude from the very start, the Lu clan elders did not dare to gamble. From a moment Xiao Chen appeared until now, no more than 15 minutes had passed. The Lu clan experts, even the Grandmaster-level martial sage, withdrew with just a few words from him. Such a scene dumbfounded not only the Mo clan cultivators on the deck, but also Mo Chen, who was in the control room. Glancing at the unconscious Uncle Wong, Xiao Chen tossed out a bottle of sage-grade healing medicine and said, let him consume it. Otherwise, if this drags on, it might turn into a stubborn disease. As the purple warship advanced, the Lu clan's 4 elders chased anxiously on the water. All of them showed anxious expressions, but they could not do anything. After half a day, 3 large warships with the Mo clan's banner appeared at the limits of the group's vision. The Mo clan's reinforcements had arrived. Xiao Chun raised his foot and kicked Lu Feng, who was in so much pain that he was on the verge of death, into the air. The Lu clan old man quickly reached out and caught Lu Feng. When he saw the Mo clan's warship in the distance, he knew that the operation had failed and that he could not remain here for long. Might I ask for this friend's great name? The Lu clan's first elder asked in a quivering voice, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. Xiao Chun smiled and said, I, Wen Xiren, will never change my name. If you have any grudges, just take it out on me, Wen Xiren. Since he could not use the alias Yi Chun in the heavenly starry ocean, Xiao Chun could only think of a random name. Good. Wen Xiren, we'll wait and see. The Lu clan's first elder snorted coldly and quickly led the others away. Brother Xiren, sorry, Xiao Chun smiled to himself. 1 Grandmaster-level martial sage and 3 superior-grade martial sages were forced back by Xiao Chun alone. They did not dare to get angry. The Mo clan cultivators felt extremely satisfied. This was especially so for Lu Feng, who was squealing like a dead pig when Xiao Chun stepped on him, feeling extremely pleased. Seeing that the Mo clan's 3 ships were about to leave, Xiao Chun didn't want to have too much contact with people, so he turned around and walked towards the cabin. Thank you, young Masterwan. I have wronged you for the past few days. Behind him, Uncle Wang, who had woken up with the help of the sage-grade healing medicine, apologized to Xiao Chun after he heard everyone's explanation. It's just a small matter. Old Wang, you don't have to be so polite. You're injured, so it's better for you to speak less. Xiao Chun stopped and replied. Then, he continued on his way. When night fell, Xiao Chun opened his eyes from his cultivation. The magic power in his sea of consciousness was recovering bit by bit. His will of thunder had recovered somewhat. It was no longer as indistinct as before, unable to circulate at all. Xiao Chen's overall strength was recovering in an orderly fashion. The only problem was that his heavenly sage law's origin was shattered, causing him to remain stuck at Martial Monarch. The refinement of the heavenly origin pill was urgent. As long as Xiao Chun could reassemble his origin, his strength would instantly recover. His cultivation was still there. It was not that his cultivation had fallen. It was just that his origin was shattered, preventing him from using his heavenly sage laws. Once Xiao Chen's origin was reassembled, he might be able to comprehend the mysteries of the manifestation of heavenly sage laws. Xiao Chen stretched his legs and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. Then, he planned to go out for a walk. The changes of the day had already returned to normal. The purple warship had recovered to its original state. Xiao Chen walked to the bow. The deck was cold and quiet. There was no one on it. The waning moon hung alone, and the sky was filled with stars, glistening brightly. This night was very beautiful, and the stars were even more beautiful. Only the moon shone with a pale white light, covered by the starlight. It looked lonely, ethereal, and cold. As Xiao Chen looked at the distant moon, he felt excited. He felt like he was like this moon, far away from the many stars, walking alone on the lonely path of the martial Tao. It was like the will of the heavens. At this moment, Xiao Chun was like this pale moon, dim and lightless. He did not even dare to go to his conferred land. Xiao Chun was the Blue Dragon King, the descendant of the Qing Emperor, the one who swept through all the outstanding talents of the younger generation of the Kunlun continent. However, during the day, Xiao Chun had needed to threaten a Grandmaster-level martial sage. If it were in the past, such a person would not even dare to speak loudly in front of him. Young Master One, are you admiring the moon? A clear and exquisite voice rang out. At some point in time, the Mo clan's young miss had appeared. Xiao Chun turned around and said, Strange. There's so many stars in the sky, so resplendent. Why do you think that I am admiring the moon? Mo Chun smiled faintly and said, In that case, It looks like Mo Chun guessed wrong. I am willing to admit defeat for what happened during the day. If young Master One has any requests, you can state them. I need to borrow Miss Mo's solar true flame for half a year. I will return it to you after that. Shock flashed in Mo Chen's eyes. However, she quickly calmed down and said, I do indeed have a solar true flame. It is not a problem to lend it to young Master One for half a year. However, may I ask about young Master One's true identity? Xiao Chun replied indifferently. My identity is Mrs. Bodyguard. For 1 year in the Cloud Sea domain, I will be Mrs. Bodyguard. With me around, no one can harm you. You are bragging. The City Lord of Shattered Cloud City squeezes the Mo clan every year, using all sorts of reasons to demand a set of peak sage grade secret treasures. If I do not agree, my life will be in danger. You will be able to protect me. The 7 seas of the Cloud Sea domain were like 7 rank 8 sections. The City Lord of each sea was at least as strong as the blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything. He only made a mental note of what Mo Chen said. Under the veil, Mo Chen laughed softly. You are still as arrogant as before. However, don't worry. I will not offend such a strong enemy. 2 months from now, a treasure mountain at the bottom of the Cloud Sea domain will rise from the water. At that time, I would like you to accompany me as my bodyguard. Treasure mountain at the bottom of the sea? Mo Chen nodded and said, that is the mountain of the Firely sect, an ancient sect. Legend has it that the Firely sect invented the secret treasures. Today's refining methods are all derived from this sect. Because it is located at the bottom of the sea, a deep abyss that no one can reach, aside from the Firely sect's remnants. There are natural treasures everywhere. Herb kings that are more than 10,000 years old and rare divine materials can be found there. The people of the Cloud Sea domain have always called it a treasure mountain. I am entering this time to find the Firely sect's supreme divine canon, the Book of Heavenly Works, so that the Mo clan will no longer be controlled by others. Firely sect. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was stunned. When he was in the lower realm, he had visited a branch of the Firely sect's remnants. He had obtained the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in his body at that time. Several memories flooded his mind. Duan Yuking, Chu Chaoyun, Hua Yunfei, Ji Chongkong, and that person with an incredible body tempering technique. Now that 10 years had passed, these names, aside from Chu Chaoyun, were like smoke in the past, vanishing like smoke, never to appear again. Just like the countless stars in the sky, there was no end to them. As they flickered, it was unknown how many stars would shatter and disappear every minute. Only he was like the moon hanging high in the sky, watching the resplendent stars and the withering stars. Only the moon existed. Only he existed. In the next 10 years, how many stars would disappear and how many new stars would rise? Would he still exist like the moon? What's wrong? Mo Chen suddenly asked when she discovered a rare confusion on Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and changed the topic. Why did you choose me? With your charm, those outstanding talents of the Southern Sea will not reject this invitation. Because I have this. Mo Chen smiled faintly, and a scarlet pendant covered in grief appeared in her smooth, jade-like hand. It flickered with a faint light. What's the use of having a pretty face in the face of absolute benefits? If I cannot take out something that can rival the Book of Heavenly Works, I will only be killing myself for nothing. The Book of Heavenly Works was a divine canon that every blacksmith dreamed of. Not only did it record the refining methods of all sorts of strong secret treasures, but it also recorded miraculous refining techniques. If Mo Chen had this divine canon, she might be able to become a divine refiner that existed only in the ancient era. At that time, the insignificant Cloud Sea domain would no longer be able to trap a genius like her. I will also give you a copy of the Book of Heavenly Works, Mo Chen said softly. There's no need. I do not have any talent for refining, nor do I have much time to study it. Since it is a divine canon, most people probably would not be able to understand it. It would be useless even if you gave it to me. I just want your grief pendant and the solar true flame. After Xiao Chen spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out. The dragon phoenix cauldron containing the golden crow egg slowly appeared. Xiao Chun turned his right eye and sucked in all the purple thunder true fire in the dragon phoenix cauldron. Fine cracks had already appeared on the surface of the golden crow egg. Based on this efficiency, it would take at least 10 years to hatch this golden crow egg. Only the solar true flame could increase this speed. Dragon phoenix cauldron. When Mo Chun saw this cauldron, she was clearly astonished. There was even a trace of excitement in her eyes. Xiao Chun was not surprised. Any blacksmith would have such an expression when they saw the dragon phoenix cauldron. The Firely sect only had 3 genuine dragon phoenix cauldrons. These were the legendary divine cauldrons for refining. They could greatly increase the efficiency and success rate of refining. Unfortunately, they were covered in dust in Xiao Chen's hands. He had learned too many things: saber techniques, immortal arts, cultivation techniques, and physical body. All of them took up a lot of time. Xiao Chun simply did not have much time to focus on refining. What kind of egg is this? This is the one that needs to be hatched with the solar true flame? Even though Mo Chun was very experienced and knowledgeable, she could not think of the golden crow egg that was as hard as a rock. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "Send in the solar true flame. We will know what kind of egg it is after half a year." The golden crow was a legendary holy beast. Don't disappoint me after half a year. Mo Chun opened her right hand. A spot of golden light appeared on her smooth, jade-like palm. She squinted, and the spot of golden light suddenly grew larger. The light was resplendent and resplendent. The night was as bright as day. A clump of blazing fire appeared on Mo Chun's fair palm. It looked like she was holding a small sun. Xiao Chun looked carefully. The origin flame was about 6 centimeters in diameter. Unexpectedly, it was larger than his lunar true flame. Xiao Chun pressed his palm down, and the solar true flame entered the dragon phoenix cauldron. The blazing fire spread throughout the dragon phoenix cauldron. Chapter 10:26. Night fell once more, and the light disappeared. Xiao Chun revealed an expression of joy as he carefully put away the dragon phoenix cauldron. "Many thanks. It's fine. I lost the bet." "Indeed, one grief pendant cannot hire you for a year," Mo Chun said softly with a smile. Then Xiao Chun thought of something else. He asked, "Are there Grandmaster alchemists in the Shattered Cloud Sea?" Mo Chun answered, "Grandmaster alchemists are not easy to find. I believe that it would be hard to find one in the entire Cloud Sea domain. Even if there were, the city lords of the various sea domains would treat them as honored guests. They would not easily refine medicinal pills for others." Indeed, it was a Xiao Chun guest. Even in the Medicine God Valley, there were only 3 Grandmaster alchemists. More accurately, there are only 2 now. Mr. Wei and Mr. Qin both died at Xiao Chen's hands. However, the Medicine God Valley had a divine-grade alchemist. The death of 2 Grandmaster alchemists was not a calamity. With the nurturing of the Medicine God, there would be no shortage of Grandmaster alchemists. In the Cloud Sea domain, where the peak combat power was only the blue-robed emperor, it would be difficult to find a Grandmaster alchemist. "What medicinal pill do you want to refine? Perhaps I can help," Mo Chun said with a gentle smile. "You know how to refine medicinal pills?" Right after Xiao Chun finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that when the manservant introduced Mo Chun earlier, he said that she was skilled in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She was skilled in medicine, and could even make weapons into armor. She was skilled in all of them. She was skilled in refining treasures, refining medicinal pills, brewing wine, and many other miscellaneous things. Xiao Chun handed the alchemic recipe to the other party with the attitude of giving it a try. Heavenly Origin Pill. This is a king-grade medicinal pill that can repair law energy. No wonder when I first saw young Master One, your complexion did not look good and you looked weak. It turns out that you are severely injured. Mo Chun was not too surprised. In her opinion, Xiao Chun had probably fallen from inferior grade martial sage to martial monarch. She would never have imagined that Xiao Chun was a horrifying great grandmaster level martial sage. 5 Dragon Force, a rank 4 sage body, great grandmaster level martial sage cultivation, an immortal art magic skill, and a will of thunder and ice. Such strength was sufficient to sweep through the Cloud Sea domain. Even the blue-robed Emperor of the Cloud Sea domain, Shao Chun, could not stop him if he wanted to leave. That was in the past. If he had recovered his strength now, he would have been able to rise from the ashes. If Shao Chun was unwilling, he wouldn't have been able to leave even if he wanted to. How is it? Are you confident? A king-grade medicinal pill is a little difficult. I'm still a distance away from becoming a Grandmaster Alchemist. I can barely achieve a success rate of 30%. Imo-chan revealed an apologetic look in her eyes. She said honestly, even if I do my best, there is only a 40% chance of success. Young Master One, you should look for someone else. When Shao Chun heard this, he rejoiced. He smiled and said, then it shall be you. I will prepare 10 sets of materials for you. Unless your luck is extremely bad, you will definitely succeed at least once. 10 sets of king-grade medicinal pill ingredients? Imo-chun was shocked. Even in the Southern Sea, there were not many youths who could be so extravagant. Immediately, Imo-chun could not help feeling curious about Shao Chen's identity. 3 days later, the Purple Cloud warship arrived safely at Starry Cloud Island's harbor. Starry Cloud Island was the Mo clan's territory, the foundation of the clan. In the Shattered Cloud Sea, this Starry Cloud Island was rather famous. It was even famous in the neighboring sea domains like the Broken Cloud Sea and the Heavenly Cloud Sea. Merchant associations and cultivators came to purchase secret treasures in an endless stream all year round, creating a bustling place. Right now, Imo-chan was the one in charge of the Mo clan. She still had many matters to deal with. Naturally, Shao Chun did not have that much time. He followed her step by step, leaving only a strand of his spiritual sense on her before starting his own cultivation. Time passed. The magic energy in Shao Chen's Sea of Consciousness had already recovered most of it. Shao Chen's immortal will of thunder reached small perfection again. However, his saber soul was still scattered in his Sea of Consciousness. Collecting it was rather problematic, but it was just a matter of time. The only thing that excited Shao Chun was the will of ice. He could rely on the 1,000-year flame that Imo-chun personally asked for. The cultivation speed of the will of ice was gratifying. It had already broken through small perfection and was steadily advancing toward great perfection. Shao Chun thought about the will of thunder. He had spent more than 2 years and relied on all sorts of fortuitous encounters to cultivate it to great perfection. Then, he thought about the cultivation speed of the will of ice. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it advanced at a rapid pace. After 1 month, Shao Chun finished grinding the 1,000-year flame that Imo-chun had prepared. Now, Shao Chen's will of ice was at great perfection. It was even stronger than the recovering will of thunder. The crystalline small saber in Shao Chen's Sea of Consciousness gave off a cold light. Strands of cold chi wrapped around the saber, sending out a boundless cold light. With a thought, Shao Chen's forehead flashed, and the 3-inch-long ice saber appeared between his fingers, looking no different from a real object. Shao Chun moved his fingers, and the small saber spun around. The bone-chilling saber chi turned into a saber wind howling. Snowflakes drifted down in the courtyard, dancing in the air. The nimble movements of a small saber were as miraculous as Shao Chen's extra fingers. Bang! The instant the small saber stopped moving, the wind and snow froze. Space and time seemed to freeze at this moment. The small ice saber between Shao Chen's fingers had already vanished at some point. A tree 100 meters in front turned into an ice sculpture. It was like the ice had completely transformed from the inside out. Bang! The tree shattered, and ice shards flew everywhere. The ground in the courtyard was covered in shattered ice. A cold light flew over, and the small ice saber reappeared between Shao Chen's fingers. Shao Chen did not dare to use his full power here, so he could only test it out in a small area. The effects were startling. If he used the full might of this small saber, made of the will of ice together with Shao Chen's current strength, killing Grandmaster-level martial sages would not be difficult. I do not have an ice-attributed saber technique. Even with the great perfection will of ice, I can only injure the enemy like this. It is somewhat of a waste, Xiao Chun said with some regret as he withdrew the small saber. However, if he could infuse the will of ice into the winter saber, the might of the winter saber should increase significantly. Heaven-ranked martial techniques were the peak of the world. However, with Xiao Chen's current cultivation, he naturally knew that there were even more powerful martial techniques above heaven-ranked. Most cultivators referred to martial techniques that surpassed heaven-ranked as profound martial techniques. Xiao Chen's subduing dragon profound slash was a martial technique that surpassed heaven-ranked. The four-season saber technique cycle of seasons could also be considered a profound martial technique. If Xiao Chun infused the will of ice into the winter saber, just this saber strike alone could reach the standard of a profound martial technique. After not seeing you for 1 month, it looks like young Master Wen's strength has improved again. Mo Chun, who was wearing a veil, slowly walked in from outside the courtyard. There was a fatigued expression on her face, and she seemed to be in a somewhat dispirited state. It looked like Mo Chun had been very tired in the past month for the sake of refining that set of sage-grade secret treasures for the city lord's residence. Although the Mo clan was large, Mo Chun was the only one who could refine secret treasures. The others could only act as assistants at best and would not be of much help. However, since Mo Chun already came out, it meant that the secret treasures had been refined and were about to be sent over. You want me to accompany you to Shattered Cloud City, right? With a thought, Xiao Chun guessed Mo Chen's purpose in coming here. Yes. The crucial ingredients for refining the heavenly origin pill can only be bought in Shattered Cloud City. Mo Chan said softly. The Liu clan suffered greatly the last time. They will definitely cause trouble again. To avoid exposing ourselves, I'll go with you alone. Moving alone was fine. If he could rush to Shattered Cloud City, Xiao Chun did not have any objections. Come, let's depart now. Mo Chun led Xiao Chun out of Starry Cloud Island's underground tunnel. Their movements were very secretive. Aside from a few of the Mo clan's upper echelon, no one knew that the two had left. Mo Chun and Xiao Chun walked on the surface of the sea, their figures hidden in the vast sea. The two moved cautiously, flying along the vast sea with their own cultivation. Indeed, they did not run into any trouble. Shattered Cloud City is in front, Mo Chan said as she pointed to the blurry silhouette of a city on the vast sea at the limits of her vision. That was a city built on the sea. Xiao Chen sent out his spiritual sense and carefully observed it. Shattered Cloud City had transformed a vast island into a city. From a distance, it gave off the feeling of a city in the sea. Aside from Shattered Cloud City, there were 7 other similar cities in the sea in the Cloud Sea domain. Each of the 8 city lords ruled the sea. All of them had the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. The position of Shattered Cloud City's city lord in the Shattered Cloud Sea was like that of a noble in the mundane world. He was the absolute ruler of this sea. The other factions had to submit to him in order to survive in the Shattered Cloud Sea. If they disobeyed, the consequences would be severe. However, over the past few thousand years, the city lord of Shattered Cloud City had changed several times. As long as one had the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor and was confident of killing the city lord, one could immediately ascend to the position of city lord and become the ruler of the Shattered Cloud Sea. The current Shattered Cloud City's city lord was the one who had killed the previous city lord 100 years ago and replaced him as the new city lord. For more than 100 years, the other factions of the Shattered Cloud Sea had not dared to resist. This was the principle of the strong being revered. There were many cultivators like the 2 of them on the surface of the sea. As the center of the Shattered Cloud Sea, Shattered Cloud City naturally did not lack people. It was 100 times more bustling than Starry Cloud Island. Come, let's enter the city directly. We will go to the city lord's residence first. After that, we will buy the materials for refining the heavenly origin pill. Even though Mo Chen arrived safely in Shattered Cloud City, she did not show much joy on her face. Xiao Chun could understand this. She had spent so much effort and resources to refine a secret treasure. It would be strange if she was in a good mood if she just gave it to someone else. Given Mo Chen's talent, Starry Cloud Island's Mo clan truly limited her development. Shattered Cloud City demanded resources like this every year. Aside from maintaining the clan's development, there was not much left for Mo Chun. If Mo Chun were in a large sect, given her talent and beauty, she would be able to obtain countless resources. Her accomplishments would be many times greater than what she was now. Unfortunately, the Mo clan seemed to be relying on Mo Chun alone. If she left, the Mo clan would definitely be swallowed up in this world where the strong preyed on the weak. Is that Miss Mo Chun in front? A large black ship descended behind the two. A flag fluttered on the bow of the ship, with a flamboyant ancient character written on it. A person with a sword at his waist stood below the flag. His clothes fluttered in the wind, giving him an elegant air as he called out to Mo Chun. Broken Cloud City's young city lord, Gu Jianga. When Mo Chun saw this person, she frowned slightly and whispered his identity. Xiao Chen looked carefully and discovered that this person's cultivation was passable, a superior grade martial sage. Based on this person's appearance, he looked to be about 30 years old. Such talent could barely be considered first-rate in the Kunlun continent. Chapter 10:27. It really is Miss Mo Chun. I didn't expect to bump into you here. Since we've bumped into each other, come up and have a seat. Another person appeared beside Gu Jianga. It was a man who was about the same age as Gu Jianga and wore luxurious clothes, and he gave a faint smile. However, when his gaze lingered on Mo Chen's delicate body, there was an obscure, evil light in his eyes. With one look, it was clear that he was not a good person. Separated Cloud City's young city lord, Shi Feng. The two young city lords of the Broken Cloud Sea and the Separated Cloud Sea had also come to Shattered Cloud City. The two of them were outstanding talents of a younger generation in the Cloud Sea domain. Their fathers were both blue-robed emperor cultivators. They were influential people in the entire Cloud Sea domain, extremely strong. Mo Chun did not feel happy in her heart. She rejected. Mo Chun has matters to attend to. I can only apologize for your invitation. With that, he turned around and left. Shi Feng's face turned stiff, and the attendant beside him immediately understood. He jumped down from the bow of the ship and blocked the path of the two. Miss Mo Chun, my young city lord, is only inviting you up for a drink and a chat. There is no need to reject him so decisively. This person was about 50 years old and a medial-grade martial sage. He stood in front of the two and stretched out his hand to block the way. Didn't you hear my young miss say that she has something important to attend to? Xiao Chen was unhappy in his heart. He was in a hurry to purchase the key ingredients for the Heavenly Origin Pill, so he did not have the time to waste here. Do you have a right to speak? When the attendant saw that Xiao Chen was merely a martial monarch, yet he dared to point fingers at him, he immediately became angry and took 3 steps forward. With every step he took, huge waves would rise on the surface of the sea, startling the surroundings. As he walked, he used an extremely ingenious footwork. Although it was only 3 steps, it was extremely nimble. His figure turned illusory, moving like a phantom. Then, he swung his hand down like an eagle hunting its prey, wanting to claw Xiao Chen's brains out. 9 roaming dragon transformations. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and his figure also began to change. 9 real and fake figures, with different expressions and movements. Compared to the ghostly footwork, it was even harder to distinguish the real from the fake. That attendant could not help but be at a loss, not knowing where to start. Although he could not see through Xiao Chen's movement technique, it did not mean that Xiao Chen could not see through him. The 9 figures suddenly merged into one and punched. An azure dragon head formed on his fist. This was the dragon claw fist that he had not used in a long time. The dragon roared and struck the follower's chest, sending him flying far away, not giving him a chance to get up again. Xiao Chen's left hand turned into a claw and connected its head to its tail. An azure dragon formed from pure vital chi flew out and knocked the servant away again. Excuse me, young Master Shi. Mo Chun indeed has important matters to attend to. Farewell. Xiao Chen does have. Mo Xiao Ti to say this. Mo to Xiao Tu. Ti to say. Xiao, it to jai with it. She. He. Gu Chan Ti Jit. Ti to Mo Chun. Mo to Ti think. Mo Chun. Gu Jianga smiled and said, "It's just a woman, brother sure. There's no need to be so angry." "Can I not be angry? Who do you think I am? I'm the city lord of separated Cloud City. I invited her several times, but she rejected me every time. This time, she even touched my servant." Shi Feng cursed with a murderous expression. Gu Jianga did not reply. He asked, "Who is that person beside her?" "His cultivation is not high, but his physical body and vital qi are shockingly strong. He does not look like a Mo clan cultivator." Shi Feng said coldly, "This person is very bold. He even dares to make a move on my Shi clan's people." Gu Jianga said sullenly, "Let's stop here for now. This time, we 8 young city lords are gathering in Shattered Cloud City to discuss the trip to the Treasure Mountain. We cannot be late." When Shi Feng heard about the trip to the Treasure Mountain, he calmed down from his rage. He only stared at Xiao Chen's back, the murderous intent in his eyes never fading. As Xiao Chen watched Mo Chun walk in front without saying a word, he felt sorrowful in his heart. Sometimes, being too beautiful was a problem. Xiao Chen could not see what Mo Chun looked like because she wore a veil. However, when he looked at her silhouette, her exquisite figure, her eyes that looked like stars and gems, her smooth, fair skin, and the fact that these outstanding talents of the Cloud Sea domain chased after her without a doubt, she was a beauty. However, in this Cloud Sea domain where the strong preyed on the weak, without the protection of a clan, such a beauty would only bring disaster. It must have been very difficult for her to persevere all these years. Shi Feng and Gu Jianga entered the Cloud Sea domain on a boat without any obstructions. Instead, they arrived at the city lord's residence ahead of Mo Chun. 6 people had already arrived in the great hall of the city lord's residence long ago. These 6 people all had extraordinary appearances and arrogant expressions. They were all superior-grade martial sages. In the Cloud Sea domain, they indeed had the right to be proud of having such a cultivation at such a young age. The one sitting in the middle was the young city lord of Shattered Cloud City. His father ruled the Shattered Cloud Sea and was the blue-robed emperor. The others also had extraordinary backgrounds, no weaker than the young city lords of the other cities of the Cloud Sea domain. When Shi Feng and Gu Jianga arrived, the young city lords of the 8 great cities of the Cloud Sea domain all gathered. Wang Ju, the young city lord of Shattered Cloud City, stood up to welcome them. He smiled and said, "Brother Shi, Brother Gu, why are you so late?" Shi Feng replied unhappily, "I ran into some trouble along the way. If not for giving face to Brother Wang, I would have fallen out with you on the spot." Wang Ju's expression changed slightly. The others also revealed interested expressions as they quickly asked about the reason. Shi Feng added fuel to the fire, telling them about his encounter with Mo Chun along the way. This Mo Chun really thinks that she is the Golden Phoenix. She is just managing a mere rank 6 clan, yet she dares to show me attitude and even let her subordinate attack my people. At this point, Shi Feng paused for a moment. Then he glanced at Wang Ju and said, "Brother Wang, I know that you have always been interested in this girl. So, I gave you face this time and did not lose my temper. However, this time, we went to the Treasure Mountain together to seek fortuitous encounters. No matter what, you have to compensate me for my losses." Frost Cloud City's young city lord, Meng Xingwen, smiled in agreement and said, "We have noble statuses. We can destroy a rank 6 clan with the flip of a hand in the Cloud Sea domain. This Mo Chun is indeed somewhat outrageous. She even dares to attack Brother Shi's subordinate. This is indeed outrageous. We should teach this Mo Chun a lesson. Brother Wang Ju, you can't shield her anymore." The others thought of something and took advantage of the opportunity to apply pressure as well. These people have been drooling over Mo Chin's beauty and unique refining skills for a long time. However, she was in the Shattered Cloud Sea, so they did not dare to use force. Furthermore, they could not rely on their charm to win her heart. In the end, they would still benefit Wang Ju. Naturally, the other 7 felt upset. These people held noble statuses in the Cloud Sea domain, calling the wind and summoning the rain. They were like local tyrants, used to being arrogant and despotic. Immerse had worn out their patience long ago. If not for Wang Ju, they would have used other evil methods long ago. Wang Ju's expression changed. Soon he smiled and said, "I understand what you all are thinking. There is no need to affect our relationship for a woman. Honestly speaking, I have worn out my patience as well." Wang Ju's plan all along was to obtain both the woman and the wealth. He wanted to use his charm to subdue the other party. Not only would he obtain the Mo clan's refining skills, but he would also obtain her heart. However, after working hard for so many years, there was no effect. Now that the others were making things difficult for him, he decided to go with the flow. He could not be bothered to continue. Shifeng's eyes lit up. He had not expected his casual words to have such a miraculous effect. He said, "In that case, Brother Wang, what do you want to do?" "What I want to do?" Wang Ju smiled coldly and said, "Soon, she will come to the city lord's residence to deliver a set of secret treasures to me. At that time, I will give her one last chance. If she does not agree, I will directly capture her. I will not have any objections to what you all do." "Ha ha ha." Shifeng laughed loudly and said, "Brother Wang is really generous. This Mo Chen deserves it. Brother Wang's status is the highest, and you have such deep feelings for her. However, she rejected the face I gave her. She's just asking for it." Wang Ju sat down and took a sip of tea. Let's continue our earlier topic. The treasure mountain is filled with danger. Not only are there many demonic beasts, but there are also many combat puppets refined by the Firely sect, traps, formations, and restrictions. Our 8 clans can only obtain the greatest benefits by working together. The 2 great merchant associations of the Cloud Sea domain will definitely send people over. Also, some of the old fellows of the Cloud Sea domain will be tempted. These are not the most worrying things. I'm just afraid that people from the Southern Sea and the Northern Sea will come as well. It's fine. A small place like the Cloud Sea domain will not attract the attention of those people. Even if they come, so what? A strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its territory. With our 8 clans working together, they will have to think twice. The 8 discussed with each other, studying the various variables of the trip to the treasure mountain. Outside the city lord's residence, Xiao Chun and Mo Chen entered together. However, when Xiao Chun entered, a guard stopped him. The young city lord has ordered that only Miss Mo Chen is allowed to enter. Unrelated people are not allowed to enter the city lord's residence. The guard at the door said to Xiao Chun coldly and arrogantly, with a cold and arrogant expression. Xiao Chun frowned slightly, not liking the other party's tone. "Never mind. Young Master One, go to the herb store in the city first. I'll meet up with you later," Mo Chen advised softly under the veil. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "In that case, be careful." Mo Chen smiled faintly and said, "Ha ha, it's fine. I've been to this city lord's residence several times before. It is not a den of wolves or tigers. Just wait for me." Seeing Mo Chen enter the city lord's residence, Xiao Chun had a bad feeling. Shaking his head, Xiao Chun turned and left. He had left a strand of spiritual sense on Mo Chen. As long as she was in danger, he could rush over immediately. Although the 2 had a cooperative relationship, they did not have much of friendship. However, Xiao Chun was a man of his word. Since he agreed to be Mo Chen's bodyguard for 1 year, he would definitely ensure Mo Chen's safety for that year. Hopefully, nothing happened. The city lord's residence was filled with experts. With Xiao Chen's current strength, it would be difficult for him to barge in. However, if something really happened, even if the blue-robed emperor came out of closed-door cultivation, Xiao Chun would bring Mo Chen out without hesitation. The largest herb store in Shattered Cloud City was called Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. Cultivators needed to use medicine when they got injured to cultivate and to break through bottlenecks. They also needed assistance. No matter where, the business of herb store would never be slow. A large city like Shattered Cloud City was no exception. Rivers crisscrossed the city, waterways crisscrossed, and lakes formed clusters. Xiaochen called over a small boat and paid some astral coins. The boatman set off, carrying Xiaochen to Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. Chapter 1028. After a few turns, the old boatman called out to Xiaochen, "Young hero, we have arrived at the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion." When Xiaochen walked out of the cabin and looked around, he saw many docked boats. An ancient-looking tall building stood beside the river. The signboard had the words Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. Xiaochen gently pushed off the ground and leaped over the river. Then, he landed in front of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion and walked in with large strides. Sir, are you here to purchase ready-made medicinal pills, medicinal pill ingredients, medicine cauldrons, or perhaps some herbs?" A very attentive manservant immediately arrived before Xiaochen and greeted him with a smile. However, when this manservant saw that Xiaochen was only a martial monarch, he did not show too much respect. He only spoke politely. Xiaochen smiled faintly. He was very observant and meticulous. How could he not notice the faint disdain in the manservant's eyes? Very good. Even this manservant has such high standards. This Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion will not disappoint me. I want to purchase more than 100 million astral coins. If the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion can buy them all, I will not go anywhere else. 100 million astral coins equaled 1 million black astral coins. Even a regular superior grade martial sage would not have so much money. The manservant looked at Xiaochen with some suspicion. Then, he smiled embarrassedly and said, "Friend, you must be joking, right?" Xiaochen did not explain much. He casually tipped this person 100 black astral coins and handed the list of herbs to him. "All the herbs you want to buy are on there. If you have them, give me 10 sets of each." When a manservant held the bona fide black astral coins in his hand, his expression immediately changed. When he saw the list of herbs, he became so excited that his hands trembled. A fawning expression appeared on the manservant's face as he smiled and said, "Honored guest, please come with me. Let's go into the inner room and rest. I will immediately go and ask the manager." There were many cultivators in the hall. When they saw the manservant's expression, they were all shocked. What kind of large order could make the people of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion lose their composure? When these cultivators looked at Xiaochen, their faces filled with doubt. They did not know where this person came from. Inside the room, the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion arranged for 2 pretty maidservants to serve Xiaochen. There was an incense burner, medicinal tea, and a platter of spirit fruits. Xiaochen had seen even better treatment than this before. Naturally, he did not feel reserved. He sipped the medicinal tea and ate the good spirit fruits as he chatted with the 2 maidservants in soft voices. Soon, the manager of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion rushed over. Xiaochen, the manager of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion, rushed over with a smile. "Xiaochen, please don't. The manager of the Medicinal Dragon Pavilion is a medicinal chun." This was a large order for 1 million black astral coins. He could not help but lose his composure. If this order was completed, the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion would not be able to do business for half a year. Xiaochen put down his teacup and waved it off. "As long as you have what I want, I will entertain you however you want." The manager's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled and said, "Honored guest, fortunately, you came to my Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. If you went to another herb store, you would not be able to buy a few items. Even if you could gather them, you would not be able to gather 10 portions. 8,000-year-old yellow chi fruit, 5,000-year-old heavenly snow lingji, 7,000-year-old ginseng fruit, 5-colored gilded flower. Just any one of them is incredibly rare. You can only find some of them at auctions." The manager was very familiar with the various herbs. Hearing that the manager had them, Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. Even that rather long-winded introduction sounded much more pleasing to his ears. "Fortunately, my Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion has been accumulating for many years and frequents all sorts of auctions. We can fulfill the herbs that the honored guest wants and your requests. However, the price..." Xiaochen's lips curled up in a faint smile. Right now, he was very wealthy. He had more than 20 million black astral coins on hand. If he sold all the other treasures, not counting the Holy Spirit vein, he could sell them for a horrifying sum of 100 million black astral coins. To Xiao Chun, 1 million black astral coins was just a drop in the bucket. He could casually take it out. Xiao Chun flicked his finger, and a spatial ring flew out. The manager used his mental energy to check it, and saw piles of black astral coins in it. A startling number. The manager could not help revealing an expression of joy on his face. However, his hand was empty. Xiao Chun had sucked the spatial ring away. The manager felt disappointed in his heart. He no longer doubted Xiao Chun. Then, he opened his hand, and brocade boxes containing herbs appeared. Xiao Chun stood up and carefully inspected the items. The heavenly origin pill concerned whether he could recover his strength or not. This was a very important matter, so he could not be careless with the herbs. Not bad. The goods are not fake, and the age of the herbs is not false. The medicinal cauldron pavilion is indeed a golden signboard. Xiao Chun complimented after he finished inspecting the items. Xiao Chun handed over the money with one hand and the goods with the other, successfully completing this transaction. The manager put away the black astral coins and smiled. Doing business is all about trust. You get what you pay for. If you need anything in the future, esteemed guest, you can come and look for me. Our master, the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association, has some face in the entire Cloud Sea domain. Aside from medicinal pills, we can cooperate in other areas as well. The manager took advantage of the situation. Clearly, he wanted to befriend Xiao Chun. A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. He smiled and said, I am Ziren. Manager, there is no need to address me as esteemed guest. I heard from the manservant that the store sells medicine cauldrons. A good medicine cauldron could not only raise the quality of the medicinal pill, but also greatly increase the success rate. If Imo Chun had a peak-grade medicine cauldron, her chances of refining the heavenly origin pill would be higher. The manager's eyes lit up. He quickly said, Young Master One, are you interested? In that case, I'll bring you to see the treasure of our store, the Heavenly Phoenix Medicine Cauldron. Just as Xiao Chun was about to answer, his heart skipped a beat. Something happened to Imo Chun. Manager, help me hold on to the Heavenly Phoenix Medicine Cauldron for a while. I have some urgent matters to deal with. Before the manager could reply, the sullen Xiao Chun's figure flashed, leaving behind a strong wind filled with killing intent that lingered in the room for a long time. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the shopkeeper's sight. The manager's expression changed slightly. Where did this major character come from? To think that he came to such a small place like the Shattered Cloud Sea. Could it be that a treasure mountain is about to appear? I have to tell young master about this. Shattered Cloud City, City Lord's residence. Imo Chun followed the guards and arrived at the Great Hall. When she saw the young city lords of the various cities, she immediately had a bad feeling. This was especially so for separated cloud cities, Shurfeng. He did not hide the lascivious look in his eyes as he stared at her. Under the veil, Imo Chun's expression did not change. She only pondered in her heart as she calmly stepped forward. When she raised her hand, secret treasures flew out. There were shoulder pads, breastplates, greaves, battle suits, helmets, and many others. This was a complete set of peak sage-grade secret treasures. Colorful lights filled the air. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. When this set of secret treasures was combined, it was much stronger than a regular king-grade secret treasure. Every secret treasure had formations connected to each other. When they worked together, they formed a huge formation. The smile in Wang Ju's eyes widened. He leaped up, and the secret treasures automatically flew to him. Soon, a set of beautiful, nearly flawless battle armor appeared on Wang Ju's body. The Mo clan's unique refining techniques are indeed unique and refreshing. Miss Imo Chun is even more talented and startlingly talented. This set of secret treasures not only looks better, but it is also more comfortable to wear than traditional secret treasures. Similarly, its power has not decreased. Every part of the formation pattern contains an individual formation, but when combined together, it is a complete formation. Wang Ju examined the secret treasures, but the smile on his face did not diminish. He was not stingy with his praises. After a while, Wang Ju removed the secret treasures one by one and handed them to his subordinates to put away. Ordinary people did not have strong mental energy like Xiao Chun. Leaving a mental mark would take some time. This set of secret treasures had many parts. At this moment, Wang Ju still had something important to do. Naturally, he could not waste time, so he left a mental mark on the spot. Mo Chin's expression did not change as she said calmly, "Young city lord is too polite. The Mo clan's refining techniques are not as amazing as the rumors say." "Is that so? You think that I am too polite?" "Actually, I think so too." Wang Ju smiled faintly and said, "Miss Mo Chun, you know how I feel about you. All these years, I've always been polite and courteous to you. Let me ask you, are you willing or not?" The atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned cold. 8 pairs of eyes stared at Mo Chun. Undercurrents surged in the surroundings. Urgent footsteps rang out. These were the warriors that the city lord's residence raised. The incessant footsteps created a tremendous pressure in the hearts of the people. As long as Mo Chun said no, she would immediately face a storm of attacks. Once she was captured, she would not be able to escape. Once she was captured, all sorts of methods would be used. The normally top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain would immediately become a prisoner. Mo Chin's expression remained calm. She had already expected this situation. Mo Chun was a woman, a beautiful woman. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, she carried a great reputation. Without a strong fate, without heaven-defying strength, it was just a matter of time before she became someone else's plaything. Life had no roots. It was like floating dust. However, this day came too early. If she had come later, she would have obtained the Book of Heavenly Works and forged a complete set of king-grade secret treasures, enough to fight against the blue-robed emperor. Mo Chun, you don't have a choice. I'll ask you again, are you willing or not? Wang Ju suddenly stood up and took 3 steps forward. Each step contained a powerful aura as he pressed forward. His gaze was like a sword as he stared at Mo Chun. There was naked lust in his eyes. Lust burned like a flame, as if he wanted to swallow Mo Chun alive. Shi Feng's eyes flickered. "Lass, don't disappoint me and really agree." The others thought the same as Shi Feng. If Mo Chun agreed, she would become Wang Ju's exclusive property. They would not be able to touch her even if they wanted to. Mo Chun laughed softly and removed the veil on her face. "You asked me if I was willing. I will ask you the same thing. Are you willing?" The moment the veil fell, Wang Ju, who had been pressing forward with an imposing aura, suddenly stopped. The expression on his face was as if he had seen an extremely terrifying existence, and he staggered backward. Xiao Chun staggered and fell to the ground in a sorry state. He pointed at Mo Chun with his right hand and trembled. His voice trembled as he said, "Ew, no wonder you never removed your veil 3 years ago." Chapter 1029. Kassier. Among the other 7, some of the people drinking tea showed horror in their eyes. The teacups in their hands fell to the ground and fell. The beautiful face in Wang Ju's memory had 2 shocking saber scars on the left and right cheeks of that beautiful face. Her fairy-like appearance became extremely ugly and frightening under this long and slanted scar. It was like a centipede twisting on her fair skin. Mo Chun put on her veil again and looked at Wang Ju, who had fallen to the ground and had yet to recover his wits. Mockery and disdain appeared in her eyes. "You can go now." Wang Ju stood up, not willing to look at Mo Chun anymore. He pointed to the door and said, "I will treat today's matter as if it never happened." Mo Chun slowly turned around and walked out of the hall, step by step. The hall fell silent. No one had expected such a result. The top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain actually ruined her appearance, becoming the ugliest woman in the Cloud Sea domain. Wait! Just as Mo Chun was about to walk out of the hall, Shi Feng, who was staring at Mo Chun's back without moving, suddenly shouted, "Everyone, help me block this girl. I will split all the gains from this trip to the treasure mountain equally with everyone." Hee, she's indeed trash. However, her figure is pretty good. It is fine if she covers her face and is in the dark. Ha! Brother Shi, You are really ruthless. That's right. If she covers her face, she will not be able to see anything in the dark. Originally, the few of them did not care. However, when they heard Shifeng say that he would split his share of the treasure mountain equally, they were immediately tempted. All of them leaped up and launched themselves at Mo Chun. Rage flashed on Mo Chen's face. She pushed off the ground and quickly flew out. The 8 young city lords did not stop, following her step by step. When they came out of the hall, they surrounded Mo Chun in the front yard. The cultivators of the surrounding cities quickly followed, surrounding her from both inside and out. The remnant flowers were like blood, spreading grief. The scarlet pendant on Mo Chen's chest gave off a bright red light. Petals of the scarlet and white remnant flowers flew out continuously. Soon, they surrounded the vast front yard, dancing in the air. A sorrowful feeling spread out in all directions. Everyone's eyes were filled with confusion. Grief filled their hearts. Many painful memories of the past appeared in their minds. Mo Chun pushed off the ground and took the opportunity to fly out. However, in the city lord's mansion, there was a sentry every 10 steps, and every step was guarded. The grief pendant could not be used frequently, and it was quickly stopped by the 8 young city lords. Mo Chen's cultivation was not low, being a medial-grade martial sage. Furthermore, she possessed 9 different kinds of flames. She was no weaker than these young city lords. Mo Chen's cultivation was not low. She was a medial-grade martial sage. Furthermore, she had 9 different kinds of flames. In terms of one-on-one combat, she was no weaker than these young city lords. She might even be stronger. However, in this city lord Shao, and surrounded by so many experts, she seemed extremely insignificant. Rushing left and right, he saw that the door was right in front of him, but he was unable to charge out. In just a short while, his body was covered in wounds, and his clothes were covered in blood. Mo, she, and she mo, she, this and chun, and ugly thing, it is your fortune that this young master took a liking to you. To think that you dare to disobey. You are really seeking a beating. Finding an opportunity, Shifeng stepped forward and punched, sending Mo Chun, who had crossed her arms to block, flying again. When Mo Chun landed, she lay flat on the ground for 100 meters. Her veil fell off. The ugly face was revealed once again, and the soldiers who were attacking all revealed horrified expressions as they jumped back. How ugly! That startled me. She is the top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain. To think I treated her as my dream lover. It turns out that she is so ugly. Indeed, if I had known earlier, I would have been more heavy-handed. All sorts of disgusted gazes looked at Mo Chun, who was on the ground. All sorts of curses rang out. There was no sorrow or desolation in Mo Chen's eyes. There was only a detached look of having seen through the ugliness of the world. Her lips curled up in a mocking smile. Mo Chun looked coldly at these people. They had once praised her endlessly. Now, it was only because of the change in her appearance. Immediately, he added malicious words, and every word he uttered struck at the heart. He even regretted that he did not strike hard enough. A sinister smile appeared on Shifeng's face. Many thanks for everyone's help. Hee. I'll bring this girl to teach her a lesson first. Boom! Just at this moment, something strange happened. A dragon roar resounded, and the gates of the city lord's residence shattered. Rocks flew everywhere, and the corpses of the guards exploded in the air. Amid the rain of blood, a figure rushed over at lightning speed. Naturally, the person who rushed over was Shao Chun. He had rushed to the city lord's residence from the medicinal cauldron pavilion at his fastest speed. After the guards made things difficult for Shao Chun for a while, he could not be bothered to endure any longer. He directly smashed the gates of the city lord's residence into smithereens with a punch. When Shao Chun punched, he was only a martial monarch. How could the guards withstand 5,000 tons of force? Amid the scarlet light, before everyone's eyes, Shao Chun wore ordinary clothes of alternating blue and white. Then, he landed like a bolt of lightning. When Shao Chun's feet landed firmly on the ground, a strong wind formed, and surged into the surroundings. The strong wind howled, carrying the rage of the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun. The strong wind blew away a few cultivators with low cultivations. They cried out in alarm as they flew far away. The moment Xiao Chun landed, he saw Mo Chen's condition. There were 2 long, worm-like scars on her face. With one look, it was clear that these were not new injuries. The scars looked like they were embedded in her flesh, merging with her. This made that beautiful face look frighteningly ugly. Aside from this, the wounds on Mo Chen's body were all new. There were saber scars, sword scars, palm strikes, and fist lights. It was unknown how much damage her delicate body had endured. Xiao Chen stepped forward and arrived beside Mo Chen. Then he grasped her right hand and whispered, "Sorry, I should have come in with you." Mo Chen originally wanted to refuse. However, she discovered that Xiao Chen's hand was very strong, not allowing her to let go. As Mo Chen held his hand, she did not feel warmth. Instead, she felt a chill. Her palm was already very cold. However, Xiao Chen's hand was even colder. It was bone-chilling, frighteningly cold, so cold that one would feel fear. However, Mo Chen did not feel fear. She revealed a smile and said, "Why would you say sorry? Everyone in the world has abandoned me in my current state. Yet, you are still able to hold my hand. How can I blame you?" Chi. Mo Chen's jade-white, glossy finger released some light. Then, she pressed it on Xiao Chen's forehead, and a mark quickly entered Xiao Chen's forehead. Xiao Chen was stunned. This is the Solar True Flame's spiritual mark. Mo Chen completely transferred the Solar True Flame to Xiao Chen. The agreement is voided. You may leave. Mo Chen let go and looked at Xiao Chen with a somewhat sorrowful smile. "Ha! You want to leave? None of you can." Shifeng looked at Xiao Chen and smiled coldly. "Brat, you came at the right time. I was just about to go and look for you after dealing with this woman. However, you delivered yourself to me. There is a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. Instead, you barge into the gates of hell." Shifeng roared ferociously and unleashed his aura. Natural laws danced wildly behind him. Shifeng quickly formed hand seals, and a disk of light formed in his palm. It flickered with boundless, resplendent light. This was Shifeng's best martial technique, the heavenly brilliant light disk. Shifeng had used this move to kill several older generation, superior grade martial sages. It was more than enough to deal with a martial monarch with a strong physical body. Shifeng looked at Xiao Chen, who did not move at all, only quietly holding Mo Chen's hand. He revealed a cruel smile and shouted, "Die!" Right after Shifeng said the word "die," his head suddenly exploded, turning into countless pieces of ice flying everywhere. "Sorry, you can't kill me yet." Xiao Chen waved his hand, and a small ice saber appeared between his fingers. With the great perfection will of ice, he could even kill Grandmaster-level martial sages. Furthermore, Shifeng was a superior grade martial sage. Unfortunately, after using it once, it would not be as effective a second time. What's going on? Everyone was stunned when they saw Shifeng's head suddenly disappear. They didn't understand what had happened. They didn't even see who had done it. Only the few Grandmaster-level martial sages on the roof, who were preparing to leave, saw this scene. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they exclaimed, "Great perfection, will of ice." When Xiao Chen saw the saber wound on Mo Chen's face and her body covered in wounds, he had not felt such rage in a long time. He was not a bloodthirsty person. He always believed in leaving others a way out. As long as they were not a threat to him, he would let them live. However, today, Xiao Chen's murderous intent was completely triggered. Those who insulted him would die. Those who attacked him would die. Everyone here had to die. None of the 8 young city lords could be spared. Kill him. Wang Zhu reacted, and his complexion suddenly paled. The son of the blue-robed emperor, the young city lord of separated Cloud City, had died in the city lord's residence of Shattered Cloud City. This was a major matter. If this matter was not handled well, it might trigger a war between the 2 sea cities. At that time, the consequences would be dire. I need to kill Xiao Chen. Wang Zhu's expression turned sullen as he looked coldly at Xiao Chen. Then he ordered all the elite soldiers in the city lord's residence to move out. The sound of footsteps resounded, and many figures rushed toward Xiao Chun. They were all the guards of the city lord's residence. The weakest of them was a martial monarch. In the Shattered Cloud Sea, they were considered experts of a region. Burning the heavens, the densely packed figures were martial monarchs flying over from all directions. There were at least 500 of them. Xiao Chun shouted coldly and started burning his vital qi. He executed the dragon claw fists, burning the heavens. Before Xiao Chun's vital qi reached 5,000 tons of force, he could already kill superior-grade martial monarchs with this move. Now that Xiao Chun's vital qi reached 25,000 tons of force, the burning the heavens claw he executed would be very horrifying. A cloud of green smoke shot up into the sky. In the sky, the clouds began to burn. Suddenly, the sky turned green as if it was burning. A huge, solid dragon claw covered in dragon scales descended from the sky. With a paw sound, it smashed down and smashed a third of the martial monarchs into a meat paste. Bang! 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 Xiao Chun clawed down 3 times in a row, sweeping through the surroundings. The martial monarchs flying over were all mangled and turned into ashes. Chapter 10:30. 5 heaven dragon images appeared behind Xiao Chun. They reared their heads back and roared ferociously, stirring up the wind and clouds and causing the sky to change color. Wang Ju, Gu Jianga, and the other young city lords were dumbfounded. The guards of the city lord's residence, who had an extraordinary aura earlier, died in 3 punches from Xiao Chun. Young city lords, retreat quickly. This person's physical body is a martial sage. His strength is comparable to a Grandmaster-level martial sage's. When the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages on the roof saw the situation escalate, they quickly shouted and rushed over. "Can you retreat?" Xiao Chun snorted coldly and started running forward. Every step he took carried thousands of tons of force. The energy that erupted as he ran was comparable to a volcano erupting or a flash flood. The vast city lord's residence shook intensely. The sky shook and the ground shook. The young city lords were frightened out of their wits. Their complexions paled as they ran back for their lives. They had not expected such a demonic genius to appear, daring to kill people in the city lord's residence. He was simply tired of living. Bang! Xiao Chun was very fast. With 1 step, he left behind a long line of afterimages in the air. With 3 steps, he caught up to Broken Cloud City's young city lord, Gu Jianga. Without saying a word, Xiao Chun circulated the 5 dragon force in his body, giving off thunderous sounds. When he punched, the 5 dragons roared, and the wind and clouds moved. Gu Jianga did his best to block. However, how could he receive this strike that equaled a Grandmaster-level martial sage? Kassier! Kassier! The bones in Gu Jianga's arm shattered. Then, the crack spread all over his body. In that instant, his entire skeleton shattered, and he died. Xiao Chun slapped Gu Jianga's corpse away before continuing his chase. This strange commotion had already startled all the cultivators in Shattered Cloud City. Someone dared to make a move in the city lord's residence. Countless cultivators rushed over to watch the excitement. F***CK, another young city lord has died in his hands. He killed 2 young city lords in one go. What exactly is his background? The onlookers were all fearful. Behind each young city lord stood a blue-robed emperor. If you offended the blue-robed emperor, no one in the Shattered Cloud Sea would be able to save you, no matter where you went. Offending both of them at once was simply suicidal. And Mo Chun, who was on the ground, put her veil back on. She had not expected Xiao Chun to kill for her, just because of a simple promise. His vital qi will eventually run out. When the Grandmaster-level martial sages and Great Grandmaster-level martial sages of the city lord's residence come out, only death awaits him. Thinking of this, tears welled up in Mo Chen's eyes. Was it worth it to kill someone in anger for her? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chun took another 10 steps, punching out with every 3 steps, killing 1 person with each punch. The last punch was unstoppable, killing 3 people with each step. By the time the Grandmaster-level martial sages of the City Lord's residence arrived, Xiao Chun had already killed the 8 young City Lords, leaving only Wang Ju. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiao Chun had only taken 10 steps, and of the 7 young City Lords fleeing for their lives, only Wang Ju remained. The surrounding cultivators were so horrified that they could not speak. Many of them revealed fear in their eyes as they looked at Xiao Chun. What kind of rage made this person dare to make a move in the City Lord's residence? What kind of confidence made him dare to kill the young City Lords of the Cloud Sea domain, who were like the crown princes of the mundane world? A dragon roared, and the aura of kingship surged out. Xiao Chun remained expressionless as his figure flickered, continuing to chase Wang Ju. However, at this moment, the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages had already arrived. After such a great burst of vital qi, Xiao Chun did not have much left. Once Xiao Chun ran out of vital qi, he would be like a child before a Grandmaster-level martial sage with his quintessence. No matter how strong his physical body was, he would be beaten to death. However, Xiao Chun's gaze turned sullen. He continued to stare at Wang Ju, showing no intention of stopping. "You still dare to make a move?" The 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages snorted coldly and attacked together. Circles of perfect heavenly sage laws appeared behind them. As they breathed, they could absorb a boundless amount of spiritual energy. As expected, the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages executed killing moves, showing no intention of holding back. Even if a Grandmaster-level martial sage were here, he would be severely injured by the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages. When the Grandmaster-level martial sages arrived, Wang Ju released his bated breath. He turned around and stood behind the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages. Then he looked coldly at Xiao Chun and said, "Severely injure him. I do not want him to die. I want to torture him for 100 years, 1,000 years. I want him to know the consequences of what he did today." Right now, Xiao Chun was only a martial monarch. It would be impossible for him to break out of this. Xiao Chun could only use his remaining vital qi to defend and see if he could escape unscathed. However, Wang Ju was not dead yet. The rage in Xiao Chun's heart could not be quenched. Even if he had to use his palm, he had to kill Wang Ju here today. "I will not let this matter rest." With a wave of his right hand, Xiao Chun quickly took out the cycle banner from the universe ring. When the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages' killing moves arrived, he shook his wrist and unfurled the cycle banner. Massacre, death, and ruin. The 3 colors of starlight intersected, filling the sky with starlight. The words kill, ruin, and death came from the astral banner. Although Xiao Chun's magic energy had not returned to its peak, he could still use the cycle banner to block the killing moves of these 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages. Starlight burst out, and the killing moves of the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages clashed with the 3 simple words, giving off an intense sound. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chun's mouth as he watched the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages get knocked back. Then, he looked coldly at the stunned Wang Ju. Wang Ju could not help but despair in his heart. His father, who had the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor and the vice-city lord, who was a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, had gone to a forbidden sea to search for treasures. At this moment, there was no one in the City Lord's residence who could block this person. When Wang Ju saw Xiao Chun charging over with the might of 5 dragons, he clenched his teeth and circulated all the quintessence in his body, trying to do his best to block Xiao Chun's strike. However, Wang Ju knew that he did not have much confidence. 25,000 tons of force was equivalent to the full power of an ordinary Grandmaster-level martial sage. Right now, he was only a superior-grade martial sage. The difference was too great. When the punch arrived, Wang Ju's protective heavenly laws shattered. He immediately suffered severe injuries. Wang Ju rejoiced in his heart as the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages charged over again. This earlier punch was clearly the last of Xiao Chun's vital qi. As long as Xiao Chun retreated, he would be able to keep his life. However, Xiao Chun did not retreat at all. He flipped his hand and thrust the tip of the cycle banner forward, piercing Wang Ju's chest. Wang Ju's heart instantly shattered, and he died on the spot. However, it was too late for Wang Ju to retreat now. The attacks of the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages struck his chest at the same time, knocking him back. He vomited blood, and his complexion paled significantly. The young city lord is dead. The 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages looked at the lifeless Wang Ju on the ground. The murderous intent on their faces intensified as they chased after Xiao Chun, who was knocked back. Xiao Chun somersaulted in the air and unfurled the freedom wings. His speed suddenly increased. When he passed by Mo Chun, he shouted, "Stretch out your hand." Mo Chun stretched out her right hand in a daze. Xiao Chun, who was flying past, pulled her into his embrace and quickly flew out of the city lord's residence. At this moment, Xiao Chen's vital qi was exhausted. He had to maintain the freedom wings with his magic energy. If he relied on his quintessence as a martial monarch, he would not be able to fight against the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages behind him. However, Xiao Chun was not in a rush. He still had the Qing Emperor's saber light that he had not used yet. If necessary, he could possess Ao Jiao. However, he was not at his wit's end yet. If he could avoid using these trump cards, it would be best not to. As the surrounding cultivators watched Xiao Chun unfurl the freedom wings and fly away after killing the people, their hearts surged endlessly like waves on the sea. The 8 young city lords of the Cloud Sea domain died, just like that in the disorderly city lord's residence. After this day, the entire Cloud Sea domain would probably be stirred up. The name of the mysterious man beside Mo Chun would definitely spread throughout the entire Cloud Sea domain. For so many years, the city lords have been like the heavens in the Cloud Sea domain. No one dared to go against them. Today, a youth who was only a martial monarch killed all 8 city lords, not leaving a single one alive. Furthermore, Xiao Chun did it in the heavily guarded city lord's residence, which was filled with experts. The young city lords died before the eyes of 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages. These 3 people chased after Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was carrying a person, and his magic energy had not completely recovered yet. Furthermore, other cultivators occasionally appear to block him. He could not truly shake off these 3 people. "Young Master One, just put me down. You helped me take revenge. Imochen already has no regrets," Imo-chan said sullenly as she lay in Xiao Chen's embrace. Xiao Chan smiled and said, "Since I am your bodyguard, I will definitely ensure your safety for 1 year. Think about the Mo clan. If you die, what will they do? It's fine. When they find out about me, they will definitely leave on their own. I knew that this day would come long ago, so I already made preparations." However, Xiao Chun did not say anything more to Mo Chun. He only hugged her even tighter, afraid that she would struggle free on her own. Pursuing relentlessly, Xiao Chun felt the magic energy in his sea of consciousness diminish. He glanced at the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages and sighed helplessly. Then, he prepared to call out Ao Jiao. If Ao Jiao possessed him and used the Thunder King's consummate technique, his identity and whereabouts would probably be exposed, just like the scene at the King Conferral ceremony. Just at this moment, a group of black-clad men charged out of the city. The person leading them had a high cultivation, a Grandmaster-level martial sage. The others were all martial sages as well. Before Xiao Chen's shocked gaze, he made a move to help block the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages behind. "Young Master One, come with me," one of the black-clad men said quickly without stepping forward. Xiao Chun could tell that it was the manager of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. After hesitating for a while, he followed. Although the group of black-clad men could not defeat the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages, they had no problem delaying them. Xiao Chun put away the Freedom Wings. Together with the manager of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion, they made many turns. Soon, they avoided the eyes and ears of the city lord's residents and their pursuers. Then, they entered an unremarkable courtyard. Then, they used the tunnel to enter the back hall of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. The black-clad man leading the way removed his mask. Indeed, it was the manager of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. The manager smiled gently and said, "Young Master One, now that we are here, even if the city lord of Shattered Cloud City returns, this will be a safe place." Xiao Chun put down Mo Chun and casually looked around. Then, he looked at the manager and said, "Many thanks to the manager for helping out this time." Chapter 1031. The manager smiled mysteriously and shook his head. "There is no need to thank me. The one who decided to save young Master One was the young master of our 9 Cauldron Merchant Association. 9 Tripod Commerce?" When Mo Chun heard these words, she whispered to Xiao Chun, "The 9 Cauldron Merchant Association is one of the 2 great merchant associations of our Cloud Sea domain. Their influence covers the entire Cloud Sea domain. The Blue-Robed Emperor is also in the Merchant Association. I heard that the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association is just a branch of the Heavenly Starry Ocean's 9 Cauldron Pavilion. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion is one of the largest merchant associations in the entire Heavenly Starry Ocean. However, I do not know whether this is true or not." After receiving Mo Chin's voice transmission, Xiao Chun raised his guard. If the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association was really a branch of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, they probably already knew that Neptune's old subordinates were searching the world for the Blue Dragon King, suddenly risking her life to save him. Could it be related to this? However, on the surface, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He cupped his hands together and said, "No matter what, it was the 9 Cauldron Chamber of Commerce that helped me out of my predicament this time. I cannot reject this favor." Haha, young Master One really knows how to joke. Even if we didn't do anything, it wouldn't be difficult for them to escape. After all, the city lord of Shattered Cloud City isn't here. It's just a small favor. A hearty laughter rang out from outside the room. A handsome young man, who exuded the aura of a worldly merchant, leisurely walked into the room. The manager quickly introduced, "Young Master One, this is the young master of our 9 Cauldron Merchant Association, Mu Qinghan. Young Master, this is the young Master One that I told you about." Mu Qinghan stepped forward and smiled warmly. "When Xiren, I have never heard of this name before in the Cloud Sea domain. I don't think I have heard of him in the Southern Sea or the Northern Sea either. Where is Brother One from? Can you tell me? I'm very curious about this." Xiao Chun pondered in his heart. Generally speaking, when strangers meet, if they don't introduce themselves, they will not be able to recognize each other. They knew how to avoid it and not ask about each other's origins out of curiosity. This was the rule of the Jianghu outside. Otherwise, it was very likely to cause the other party to be displeased. Even if he were to ask, it would be a slight probe instead of a direct question. Based on Mu Qinghan's appearance, he did not look like someone without experience. He would definitely know this rule. Could it be that there was a deeper meaning behind the other party's actions? Thinking about it, the other party had risked his life to save him. There must have been something to gain from him, or perhaps he was of some value to him. Otherwise, only a fool would take the risk and offend a blue-robed emperor to save someone. With this thought, Xiao Chun smiled faintly and asked, "Brother Mu, have you heard of the Kunlun Continent's Saber Sword 2 sovereigns? Saber and Sword Kings?" An undetectable trace of shock flashed in Mu Qinghan's eyes. He said softly, "The Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian grasps the coiling Monarch Time Saber, and the Sword Sovereign Lu Xiaoyan grasps the Scarlet Firmament Void Sword. The 2 of them are experts, second only to the Kunlun Realm's 5 primes. Of course I've heard of him. Could it be that Brother Wen's origin is related to such a top character?" Xiao Chun said calmly, "I am not talented, but I am the Saber Sovereign's personal disciple. After I got injured, I drifted here." As soon as these words came out, the few people in the room were stunned. Primes were the peak experts of the entire Kunlun realm. Standing at the peak, they could look down on everyone else. Even the cultivators of the distant Heavenly Starry Ocean had heard of the Kunlun realm's 5 primes. The Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian was a sovereign martial emperor just 1 step away from prime. To think that when Xiren could be related to such a person, how could this not be shocking? However, Mo Chun clearly did not believe this. From the start, she knew that when Xiren was just an alias of Xiao Chun. He could not possibly have such a high status. The expression in Mu Qinghan's eyes flickered, becoming uncertain. Clearly, he had a suspicious expression as well. The manager smiled and said, "Since you are the Saber Sovereign's personal disciple, I believe your saber techniques must be startling. Coincidentally, my young master saber techniques are passable. Young master one, how about you give him some pointers?" When Mu Qinghan heard this, he immediately smiled and said, "It is settled, then. However, young master one is injured. We will only exchange one move. I will not use my heavenly sage laws." Xiao Chun readily agreed. Since he mentioned the Saber's sovereign title, it was naturally best for the other party to probe him. Furthermore, the more urgent the other party was, the more it proved Xiao Chun's guess. There was a private courtyard behind the medicinal cauldron pavilion. It was the best place to test moves. There was a simple drill ground in the courtyard. All sorts of weapons, sabers, spears, swords, and staffs were on display. All of them flickered with a cold light. With one look, it was clear that they were not ordinary. "Young Master One, after you." Xiao Chun looked around and casually picked out a saber of about the same size. Then he brandished it twice and shook his head slightly, not feeling anything. Xiao Chun picked out a few more sabers, but did not feel anything. He was not used to it at all. As expected, Xiao Chun, who was used to the Lunar Shadow Saber, found it hard to find the same feeling for other sabers. The Lunar Shadow Saber had already become Xiao Chun's signature weapon. Once it was exposed, anyone who asked around would be able to figure out his identity. Clearly, he could not use it. Originally, Xiao Chun did not intend to use a saber. However, compared to the Lunar Shadow Saber, the Blue Dragon King's mark on the flawless saber Dao was deeper. That way, his identity would be exposed even faster. After looking around, he could only choose a random saber. After that, Mu Qinghan also drew a saber. The two stood on the drill ground and faced each other. The manager and Mo Chun, who were watching from the side, felt extremely curious. They wanted to see how strong this self-proclaimed disciple of the Saber Sovereign was. This was especially so for Mo Chun. Since the moment she saw Xiao Chun, she had not seen Xiao Chun use a saber. Her eyes filled with suspicion. After the greetings, the two assumed their stances and started storing up power. Mu Qinghan's cultivation was not low, close to Grandmaster level martial sage. His saber intent was also close to great perfection. When competing with the saber, Xiao Chun did not feel any pressure at all. He showed a relaxed expression as he waited quietly for the other party to make a move. After facing each other for a long time, Mu Qinghan felt that although Xiao Chun did not take on any stances, he gave off a very natural feeling when he stood there. A phrase popped up in Mu Qinghan's mind, the air of a grandmaster. Only such a person could display his saber Dao with just a casual move. It would have been fine if Mu Qinghan had not thought about it. The moment he did, he was startled. If that was really the case, then how strong was Wen Xiren, who was a Grandmaster level martial sage and had 5 Dragon Force's vital chi? Bang! Suddenly, a cold light lit up in front of Mu Qinghan. A saber light appeared in Mu Qinghan's vision. It seemed both near and far, unfathomable. Mu Qinghan quickly retreated. He squinted and saw the trajectory of the saber. Then, he swung his saber to block. However, the trajectory that Mu Qinghan saw changed in an instant, materializing hundreds of different saber trajectories that seemed real and fake. Chong! Chong! Without giving Mu Qinghan any time to think, Xiao Chun did not stand on ceremony. He stepped forward and all the trajectories merged. Then, he placed his saber on Mu Qinghan's neck. "Young Master Mu, you were distracted." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and calmly sheathed his saber. Praise flashed in the eyes of Mo Chun and the manager, who were watching from the side. What excellent saber techniques. The instant Xiao Chun drew his saber, he materialized hundreds of different trajectories, real and fake, changing unpredictably. This move proved Xiao Chun's foundations. If they knew that these 100-odd saber trajectories were all real, they would probably be even more shocked. Mu Qinghan smiled embarrassedly and said, "Young master one is being too humble. Even if I did not get distracted, I would not be able to defeat you in terms of saber techniques. The two of you can stay here first. I will arrange for a doctor to come over later. Don't worry, this place is absolutely safe. After saying that, Mu Qinghan left in a hurry with the manager. The instant Mu Qinghan turned around, the smile on his face vanished, replaced with an extremely grave expression. Go and check immediately. See if the Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian has a disciple called Wenziren. It should not be fake. With the Saber Sovereign backing him, that would explain why he dared to make a move in the City Lord's residence. Furthermore, his saber techniques are sufficient proof. The manager continued. Furthermore, the Saber Sovereign is such a strong person. Who would be so bold as to pretend to be his disciple? Mu Qinghan nodded and said, yes, it is very likely. The Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian can sweep through the entire Cloud Sea domain with just a wave of his hand. In our heavenly starry ocean, there are also the Northern Sea Saber Sovereign, Wave Breaker Saber Sovereign, and Ice Saber Sovereign. They are all sovereign martial emperors. However, they do not dare to remove the prefix, as there is only one Saber Sovereign. However, this matter is very important. It is best to be more cautious. After I find out, I can rest assured and dare to work with him. The manager nodded and said, I understand. I will give young master a clear answer within 3 days. As Mo Chan watched Mu Qinghan and the manager leave, she could not help saying, Wenziren, are you really the Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaoyan's personal disciple? Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, Wenziren is, but I am not. Then who are you? To think that you dare to pretend to be the Saber Sovereign's disciple. I am your bodyguard. Aside from that, for 1 year, I am no one else. Nonsense. 2 days later, the manager quickly arrived at Mu Qinghan's room with a smile on his face. Mu Qinghan, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and asked, How is it? Have you verified it? The manager smiled and said, I have. The Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian does indeed have a disciple called Wenziren. Furthermore, his river water saber was broken in the battle with the Blue Dragon King. This matches his unaccustomed expression when he was choosing a saber yesterday. Furthermore, his age and figure are similar. However, I did not manage to obtain a portrait. This Wenziren's whereabouts have always been elusive and extremely mysterious. If you want a portrait of him, you will have to wait half a month before sending it over. Mu Qinghan revealed an expression of joy. Good. There is no mistake about it now. The manager laughed softly. Young master is still the most cautious. Actually, given the Saber Sovereign's status and strength, there is practically no one who would dare to pretend to be his disciple. Mu Qinghan stood up and took a few steps. Then he said, Right, I don't know about that. However, it is never wrong to be more careful. However, his saber was broken by the Blue Dragon King. This Blue Dragon King is the one that Neptune's old subordinates, Zodiac Hall, and a large group of loose cultivators are searching for. The Xiao Chun? That's the one. The Blue Dragon King that the Thunder King personally appointed. He carries a lot of treasures on him. His cultivation has reached peak great grandmaster level martial sage. In the heavenly starry ocean, he even fought the blue-robed emperor to a draw. His strength is rather horrifying. However, for some reason, he mysteriously disappeared on the way to Heavenly Star Island. He has Neptune's crown on him. Neptune's old subordinates will definitely not let him off. He even nearly disfigured Zodiac Hall's Fu Hongyao. His enemies are all people with influence over the heavenly starry ocean. Chapter 1032. The manager spoke tirelessly. His tone was filled with respect and admiration for this mysterious Blue Dragon King. In this age of geniuses, Xiao Qin's experiences were like legends, living out a legend. Even the Cloud Sea domain, people of the upper echelon like them had heard of the Blue Dragon King. Mu Qinghan revealed a look of yearning in his eyes. Then, he said with some disappointment, such a person is not someone we can come into contact with. However, after this matter is over, if I can leave this Cloud Sea domain, I might be able to make it to the center of the heavenly starry ocean. The Cloud Sea domain was not very eye-catching on the sea maps of the heavenly starry ocean. There were 10 more such sea domains between the Southern Sea and the Northern Sea. It was indeed a small place, extremely ordinary. Mu Qinghan was right. Few people would notice this place. In the end, Mu Qinghan revealed an extremely resolute expression. He asked seriously, "How is the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion doing? Do you know that they're looking for a few elite disciples from Zodiac Hall?" The manager shook his head and replied, "I'm not sure. They kept his secret very well. It looks like they do know how to enter the fiery sect's 10,000 treasure pavilion from the treasure mountain." The 10,000 treasure pavilion was the treasury that the fiery sect used to store secret treasures. There were many secret treasures refined by the fiery sect. These were all excellent king-grade secret treasures, and there was a horrifying number of them. Many of them were powerful secret treasures that could not be refined with current refining methods. However, after so many years, the trip to the treasure mountain had attracted countless experts. No one could find the location of the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Whether such a place even existed was a mystery. Without the 10,000 treasure pavilion, the attraction of the treasure mountain to Emperor Wu decreased significantly. However, to experts below Emperor Wu, it still held a strong attraction. Not to mention the various treasures, secret manuals, and ancient cultivation techniques in the fiery sect remnant. Just the various natural treasures and natural treasures growing on the treasure mountain were enough to attract many cultivators to risk their lives. The treasure mountain did not appear normally. It was in the heart of the ocean, deep in the ocean. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to enter that place. The heart of the ocean was the most mysterious place in the entire ocean world. Even Emperor Wu could only sneak around the edges. However, the spiritual qi in that place was extremely abundant, so much so that even time could be changed inside. It was rumored that 100 years inside was equivalent to 10,000 years in the outside world. Although it was just a rumor, looking at the 10,000-year-old spirit herbs on the treasure mountain, there would always be other 10,000-year-old spirit herbs appearing the next time. This added a lot of credibility to the rumor. 100 years was 10,000 years. A year was 100 years, and a month was 10 years. Mu Qinghan revealed a sullen expression. After a while, he said, "Never mind. It looks like they know the importance of the 10,000 treasure pavilion and know that the news cannot be leaked. Otherwise, if the city lords found out, we would not even have any scraps to drink. Then, should I inform Wenziren now? After all, we still don't know if he will go with us and cooperate with us." The head shopkeeper asked. Mu Qinghan waved his hand and said, "There is no need for now. He will definitely agree. He cannot resist the temptation of the 10,000 treasure tower. If not for the fact that the 10,000 treasure tower invited an expert from Zodiac Hall, I really would not be willing to share with him. With one more person working together, he would definitely obtain fewer treasures. Fortunately, there were plenty of treasures in the 10,000 treasure pavilion. With another person, the benefits would be significant as well. In 2 days, Xiao Chun and Mo Chen's injuries had mostly recovered. Now that Mo Chen's injuries had healed, Xiao Chun naturally thought about refining the Heavenly Origin Pill. He looked for the head shopkeeper to borrow the Heavenly Phoenix Medicine Cauldron from the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion and started to make preparations. "I'll leave the ingredients here. The rest is up to you. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." After spending 1 million black astral coins, Xiao Chun placed the 10 sets of ingredients for refining the Heavenly Origin Pill on the table. Mo Chan smiled faintly and said, "With a nouveau riche like you around, how can there be any pressure? You should go first. It will take at least 2 days before there are results. I won't be of much help here." "Oh, right. Is there really no need to worry about the Mo clan's Starry Cloud Island?" "Many thanks for your concern. It's fine. I already expected today's situation, so I made preparations in advance. The Mo clan's people will scatter. If the city lord wants to take revenge on the Mo clan, he will definitely be disappointed." Mo Chun controlled the flames as she familiarized herself with the Heavenly Phoenix Medicine Cauldron. At the same time, she answered Xiao Chen's question, "In the future, if I have the ability to deal with the 8 city lords, I will naturally have a way to gather them." Xiao Chen nodded to himself. This girl really took care of everything. Unfortunately, She was too unyielding. It was hard to imagine that for the sake of blocking the thoughts of others, she would even do something to her own appearance. Actually, with her talent, she could easily join a large sect. She would not have to shoulder everything by herself. The reason the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association saved you this time is likely for the upcoming trip to the Treasure Mountain. Emo-chan changed the topic, voicing her own guess. I know, there must be some hidden reasons. The Nine Cauldron Merchant Association should not lack experts. Xiaochen nodded, agreeing with Emo-chan's guess. It is good to work with them. Compared to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association's reputation are much better. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was the merchant association behind the Liu clan. Xiaochen had heard Emo-chan mention it before. This merchant association was rather tyrannical, wanting to swallow up the Emo clan several times. Emo-chan ignored it and supported the Liu clan to suppress the Emo clan. Emo-chan did not have a good impression of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion at all. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows. In the Cloud Sea domain, the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion were about equal. This time, Mu Qinghan tried to rope him and might have something to do with the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Seeing that Emo-chan had already started refining the Heavenly Origin Pill, Xiaochen said his goodbyes and prepared to leave. When refining medicinal pills, one needed absolute silence. Xiaochen did not like having others around when he refined medicinal pills. Just as he was about to close the door, he thought of something and stopped. Your Solar True Flame imprint is still in my hands. I'll give it to you now. There's no need. You can keep it. Emo-chan focused on refining medicinal pills, not even turning her head as she said, Are you leaving or not? If not, I will chase you out. Xiaochen smiled helplessly and gently closed the door. Then, he turned around and said, I cannot just take the Solar True Flame from you for nothing. The innate beauty, nourishing pill in the Compendium of Cultivation should be able to help you. Emo-chan's wound had already existed for too long. Furthermore, it was intentional. The wound merged with the skin and flesh. Regular beauty nourishing pills would find it hard to have any effect. Only the innate beauty nourishing pill could help the other party. There was another way to help the other party. One day, when Emo-chan reached Emperor Wu's strength, she could remove all the scars during the process of reconstructing the golden body. Aside from spending some time and a lot of precious materials, refining the innate beauty-nourishing pill was not very difficult. The only thing Xiaochen worried about was whether the other party would be willing to use it or not. While the two of them were refining medicine, undercurrents were surging in Shattered Cloud City. The news of the 8 young city lords' deaths seemed to grow wings, spreading throughout the entire Cloud Sea domain and causing a huge commotion. As the situation changed, the 7 city lords of Broken Cloud City, Wind Cloud City, Heavenly Cloud City, Fog Cloud City, Chaotic Cloud City, and Frost Cloud City arrived. 7 major characters with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor, people who could stir up winds and clouds with just a raise of their hands, worked together and arrived at Shattered Cloud City. All of them had sullen expressions, and the killing chi in their eyes was withdrawn. In the city lord's residence, these people looked coldly at the Shattered Cloud City city lord, demanding an explanation. Why were the 7 young city lords of Shattered Cloud City killed like pigs and dogs in the city lord's residence of Shattered Cloud City? Even now, the culprit had not been caught. Just as the treasure mountain was about to surface, the 8 young city lords all died in Shattered Cloud City. This news could not help but make one's imagination run wild. Did the other factions do this on purpose? Within the Cloud Sea domain, the 8 city lords ruled over the area. However, they were not in a situation where they could cover the sky with one hand. Not only were there strong factions like the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association, but they were not much weaker than the city lord's residence. There were also several peak great grandmaster level loose cultivators who did not fear the city lord's residence. If they worked together, even the blue-robed emperor would have a headache. Furthermore, the name of the main character of this incident, Wenziren, spread throughout the entire Cloud Sea domain like a whirlwind. What kind of person dared to kill the 8 young city lords in the city lord's residence? offending the 8 blue-robed emperors in one go, who gave him the confidence to kill in a fit of rage without the slightest scruple. However, no matter how they investigated, they could not find much information. They only knew that this person had never appeared in the Cloud Sea domain before. They had not heard of this name in the Southern Sea or the Northern Sea either. When Xiron, this person was like a meteor that suddenly appeared, descending from the sky with resplendent light and arriving in the Cloud Sea domain. The moment he appeared, he immediately stirred up the winds and clouds, and undercurrents surged. In Shattered Cloud City's city lord's residence, in merely 2 days, the other 7 city lords put down their important matters and traveled 5,000 kilometers under the starry night sky. At this moment, in a hall of an even higher standard in Shattered Cloud City's city lord's residence, 7 people expressionlessly looked coldly at Shattered Cloud City's city lord, Wang Zhan, who sat in the middle. Little brother Wang, this time, the scions of our clans all died in your residence. You have to give us an explanation. If this drags on, we will not have much patience. Shi Yong, the separated Cloud city lord, spoke first, coldly. His son, Shi Feng, had his head exploded with a small saber strike from Shao Chun. He did not even have a complete corpse. Frost Cloud city lord said, "You did not even catch the murderer. Little brother Wang, how can you be a city lord?" Shi Yong's son, Meng Xingwen, was in an even worse state. He had been struck by Shao Chen's punch. 5 dragon force, 25,000 tons of force, smashed to smithereens, not even leaving a corpse behind. The other city lords spoke up one after another, putting pressure on Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan had been in the city lord's position for the shortest time. Among the 8, he was considered the youngest. When they lectured him, they did not hold back at all. Seeing that Wang Zhan did not say anything, Shi Yong said angrily, "Humph, Wang Zhan, we can't be bothered to speak nonsense with you. Hand over the murderer within 3 days and compensate each of us with 5 million black astral coins and 3 islands. Otherwise, just wait to get out of the Cloud Sea domain." Clearly, the 7 had discussed this beforehand. With Shi Yong taking the lead, they all stood up and left with a flick of their sleeves. "Huh, isn't it just a dead son? Do you think I do not know how many concubines you have? You want to use this to threaten me and divide my territory? Your excuse is too lousy." Chapter 10:33. Wang Zhan, who had been silent all this time, picked up his teacup just as the group was about to leave. Shi Yong turned his head and said angrily, "Although I have many descendants, not all of them are qualified to be the junior city lord. Wang Zhan, are you really forcing us to fall out with you now?" "Fall out?" Wang Zhan put down his teacup and smiled. "Do you really have the guts to fall out with me? Even if I have to risk my life, I can still drag one of you down with me." When the few people with surging auras heard this, they felt stifled. If Wang Zhan was determined to die together with them, no one would be able to stop him. The culprit can be caught, and the compensation can be discussed. I was in the wrong in this matter, so I admit defeat. But if you want to extort me, don't even think about it. I, Wang Zhan, am not one to be frightened. Wang Zhan retracted the smile on his face, not showing the slightest bit of fear. Being able to reach this step and obtain his current status, Wang Zhan was indeed not a coward. "Murderer? Humph, it's already been 2 days, and you still haven't even seen the shadow of others, right?" Stone Brave mocked. "He is hiding in the backyard of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. If you have the guts, you can rush in at any time," Wang Zhan said indifferently. Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. The 9-tripod commerce's Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. When the others heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other and saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes. The atmosphere suddenly turned strange when Wang Zhan mentioned the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. "What's going on?" "The 9-Cauldron Pavilion is preparing to enter the Cloud Sea domain. A small place like the Cloud Sea domain would not catch their eye, right?" Heavenly Cloud city lords said uncertainly. Others might not know, but these people knew that the 2 great merchant associations of the Cloud Sea domain, the 9-Cauldron Merchant Association and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, had huge factions that spanned the entire heavenly starry ocean behind them. If they really wanted to interfere in the Cloud Sea domain, it would not be their turn to be kings here. If Xiao Chan was really hiding in the medicinal cauldron pavilion, they would have to think twice before making a move. As soon as the city lord of Heavenly Cloud City spoke, the other city lords couldn't help but reveal a hint of worry on their faces. Wang Zhan mocked. How can that be? How can a small place like the Cloud Sea Domain be worth mobilizing Emperor Wu? The Heavenly Starry Ocean is huge. What's going on then? Why would the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association suddenly make a move and save that person? Wang Zhan waved his hand. Don't ask me. I don't know either. However, if there is nothing fishy about this, if there is no profit to be gained, there is no way the Nine Cauldron Pavilion would do something so strenuous and unrewarding. I've also received news that the young master of the Treasure Heaven Pavilion has mysteriously lured over a group of young, outstanding talents from the Southern Sea region. The Treasure Mountain has been peaceful for so many years. I'm afraid that some people have received some news that a great opportunity is about to appear. In the end, Wang Zhan pointed out his own guess. Such a strange movement definitely had something to do with the Treasure Mountain that was about to appear. However, we've all been to the Treasure Mountain before. Aside from finding some 10,000-year-old spirit herbs, the secret treasures in the remnant are of no use to people of our cultivation bases. Could it be the legendary book of heavenly works? They got the news? Or perhaps the entrance to the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion was discovered. It might even be the burial grounds of the Firely Sect's past sect masters. Perhaps it has something to do with the heart of the ocean. When the seven city lords heard the last piece of news that Wang Zhan mentioned, they forgot about the pain of losing their sons. All of them started discussing the discovery in the Treasure Mountain for the two merchant associations to make such a move. When Wang Zhan saw this, he smiled coldly in his heart. He knew that this group of people were not here purely because of the loss of their sons. Now that they received news of the Treasure Mountain, their expressions immediately changed. No matter what the news is, without sufficient benefits, the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association will definitely not save Wen Xiren. If the few of you want to kill him, you can go over now. However, if you alert the enemy, you can forget about getting a share of the benefits in the Treasure Mountain. Seeing that the seven were almost done, Wang Zhan interjected indifferently. Shi Yong said sullenly, "We can let him live for a few more days first. A few more days does not matter." Wang Zhan stood up, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "Good. That way we can talk. We need to kill him. Otherwise, the 8 of us will lose all our face. We need to take revenge for our sons' deaths. There is no need to rush. Whether there is anything in the Treasure Mountain or not, we just need to send people to follow. If there is nothing, we will not lose anything. After the matter is over, I will naturally give everyone a share of compensation. There is no need for us to damage our relationship. Little brother Wang, these words are pleasing to the ears. Let's do that. We will each send a great Grandmaster level martial sage to lead the team and follow the 2 young masters from afar. We will know what they discovered with one look. In next to no time, the situation where swords were drawn became harmonious and harmonious. Needless to say, it was a great irony. At the same time, in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's headquarters, the young master was discussing with the 2 people from Zodiac Hall. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's young master in the Cloud Sea Domain was called Chen Wenjun. His aura was similar to Mu Qinghan's. However, his eyes had an additional tyranny and coldness, making others wary with one look. However, at this moment, Chen Wenjun did not dare to show any of his tyranny in his words. The reason was none other than the 2 people speaking to him having a very high status. Everyone in the entire Southern Sea knew about them. At such a young age, they were already peak Grandmaster level martial sages, only one step shy of great Grandmaster level martial sages. In this age of geniuses, these people were undoubtedly outstanding talents. Everywhere they went, they could be called geniuses. Brother Chun, don't lie to us. We came all the way here for the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion that you mentioned. At that time, we will only pick up a pile of spirit herbs and sage-grade secret treasures. Chen Wenjun quickly said, "Don't worry. The news about the 10,000 treasure pavilion is absolutely true. I also have a map of the entrance. Unfortunately, the 9 Cauldron Merchant Associations, Mu Qinghan, also obtained a map. Furthermore, he found a demonic genius youth to help him. When Xiren, we heard that he only killed 8 superior grade martial sages, and he dares to call himself a demonic genius? Any elite disciple of our Sun Palace can do that easily. The Zodiac Hall disciple on the right said with disdain. At this moment, Xiaoqin naturally did not know what kind of waves his cooperation with Mu Qinghan would cause. Furthermore, the 8 blue-robed emperors already had their eyes on him. No matter what the result was, it seemed to be a dead end. I finally succeeded. Currently, Xiao Chun was anxiously refining the innate beauty-nourishing pill. He had not refined medicinal pills for a long time, so his skills were rusty. After he bought the ingredients from the manager, he failed close to 7 or 8 times. Only then did he manage to refine this incredibly precious innate beauty-nourishing pill that could restore one's body to that of 20-odd years old. Actually, it was not just because Xiao Chen's skills were rusty, resulting in such a low success rate. The greater reason was that the innate beauty-nourishing pill was extremely difficult to refine in the first place. It was already very difficult to maintain one's skin and appearance. Furthermore, it had to restore one's skin and flesh from the inside out. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was heaven-defying. Simply put, it could restore an old woman's appearance to that of her youth. Compared to the effects of the beauty-nourishing pill, there was a qualitative difference. Fortunately, Xiao Chun used the Immortal Epic's alchemy techniques. If it were the martial Epic's alchemy techniques, the success rate would be several times higher. 2 days have passed already. I wonder how Mo Chen is doing. Xiao Chun muttered to himself as he placed the innate beauty-nourishing pill into the jade bottle. As long as he could refine 1 heavenly origin pill out of 10 sets of ingredients, he would be able to recoup half of the 1 million black astral coins he invested. If he could refine 2, he would be able to break even. If he could refine 3, he could consume 1 and auction the remaining 2. Then, he would be able to recoup the 1 million black astral coins he spent. Of course, this was the best outcome. There was also a tragic one. If he failed all 10 refinements, not only would he lose everything, but he would also have to delay his recovery of strength. This was how alchemy was. Even the strongest alchemist could guarantee a 100% success rate. Once the refinement failed, the alchemist would not bear responsibility. The person requesting the alchemy pill would be responsible for the losses. Xiao Chun prayed for a while. Then, he walked over to Mo Chen's room anxiously. He could not help his nervousness. Right now, he had already reached a bottleneck. If he could not reform his law energy, he would find it hard to improve his strength. He would waste a lot of time. If he could reform his law energy, his strength would improve greatly, and he would be reborn. Xiao Chun knocked on the door and stated his purpose. "Come in, young Master One. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Mo Chen's tone was not relaxed. "She waited for me for a long time and finished so early. Could it be that they all failed?" Xiao Chun pushed the door open and entered. The Heavenly Phoenix Medicine Cauldron was no longer there. The manager must have taken it away. There were 10 jade bottles on the table. They were all sealed, so Xiao Chun could not see what was inside. "How was it? Did you succeed?" Xiao Chun asked anxiously. Mo Chan stared at Xiao Chun with guilt in her eyes. Xiao Chen's heart instantly turned cold. 10 sets of ingredients. I prepared 10 sets of ingredients, but I still failed. It looks like I have to find a Grandmaster Alchemist. However, Xiao Chen's mental state had already reached a certain level. This setback would not make him too depressed. Furthermore, he had the alchemic recipe. There was no need to worry about not recovering his strength. Smiling bitterly, Xiao Chun consoled Mo Chun. "It's fine. 1 million black astral coins is nothing. If you failed, so be it." Mo Chun lowered her head and said softly, "Sorry, I overestimated my ability. 10 sets of ingredients, and I only succeeded in refining 5 heavenly origin pills." It's fine. "What? You succeeded in refining 5 heavenly origin pills?" This startled Xiao Chun. However, Imo-chan had already raised her head, and a crafty smile flashed in her eyes. Xiao-chun was speechless. This girl played him. Bang! 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 Imo-chan giggled and flicked her fingers, shattering 5 of the 10 jade bottles on the table. Take them. 5 heavenly origin pills and 1 million black astral coins are more than enough for you to recoup your capital. You'll even make a profit. Xiaoqin smiled. He had not expected Imo-chan's luck to be so heaven-defying. Based on his estimations, Imo-chan would only succeed in refining 3 heavenly origin pills at most. Who could have imagined that she would succeed in refining 5? This time, Xiaoqin would not just make a profit, but a huge profit. It would not be exaggerated to sell 4 heavenly origin pills for 2 million black astral coins. Chapter 1034. I also have a medicinal pill that I just refined for you. Wait for a while. Xiaoqin carefully put away the heavenly origin pill. Then, before Imo-chan's suspicious expression, he took out the jade bottle and smiled. This is an innate beauty-nourishing pill. It can rejuvenate one, preventing one's appearance from aging. It can also remove the scars on your face. Shock flashed in Imo-chan's eyes. After being stunned for a while, she looked at Xiaoqin and smiled. Many thanks. However, Xiaoqin saw something else in Imo-chan's eyes. He said, "You probably won't use this medicinal pill, right?" Imo-chan nodded. "I personally destroyed my appearance. Naturally, I have to personally take it back. When I reach the state of Emperor Wu, I can reconstruct my golden body and completely restore my appearance." Xiaoqin felt tempted. He saw a shadow of himself in this girl. However, to a girl, being too firm was easy to break. Only the gentle could not be defeated. Xiaoqin did not know how to persuade her. After thinking for a while, he decided not to. He smiled and said, "Do your best. I'll wait for you to become Emperor Wu. I'll personally see you remove your veil." Imo-chan smiled faintly. "You speak as though you will definitely advance to martial emperor before me. Right now, you're only a martial monarch. If you want to rely on your physical body to advance to martial emperor, you will need at least 100 years. The Book of Heavenly Works does not only contain refining techniques. It also contains the Firely Sect's unique fire controlling techniques and a set of cultivation techniques. Given my talent, as long as I can obtain it, I will be able to become blue-robed emperor within 10 years. The emperor's door will be within reach." There was a flash of absolute confidence in her eyes, which had a different kind of charm to it. Xiaoqin did not argue. He smiled faintly and said, "That's right. At that time, I might even want you to be my bodyguard." "Oh, 1 year is too little. I want you to be my bodyguard for 10 years. Imo-chan's eyes lit up. She said seriously, "Good, it is settled then. When I become blue-robed emperor, I will be your bodyguard for 10 years. Xiaoqin smiled and did not take her seriously. After exchanging a few words, he took his leave. Now that his strength had recovered, he would be able to fight against the blue-robed emperor. Why would he need Imo-chan's protection? After that, Xiaoqin would be free and never come back to the Cloud Sea domain again. There should not be any interaction between Xiaoqin and Imo-chan. The two of them would brush past each other, leaving behind only memories. Xiaoqin was the Blue Dragon King. He still had a long way to go in his life. The Cloud Sea domain was destined to be just an interlude. But what he didn't know was that there were some people who, like him, kept their promises. "Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will still chase after you. When her hair reaches her waist, I will protect you for 10 years. After returning to his room, Xiaoqin took out the heavenly origin pill and swallowed it without any hesitation after Ao Jiao reminded him of the things he needed to pay attention to. As the medicinal energy spread out, the Dantian shattered into countless origin source laws, slowly merging together. The process was extremely smooth. An expression of joy appeared on Xiaoqin's face. He quietly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, drawing in the scattered origin source laws. A spot of light appeared outside the dark, chaotic, and lightless Dantian. Then, the light grew brighter and brighter. Xiaoqin's entire body started to release light from the inside out. Xiao Qin's fine black hair and clothes all looked crystalline and translucent. In this beautiful light, Xiao Qin's delicate face looked like an ancient deity walking out of a painting, looking extraordinarily handsome. After 15 minutes, when medicinal energy was completely digested, the origin source laws completely formed. Xiao Qin broke through and reformed, advancing to martial sage once more. Rings of purple heavenly sage laws appeared behind him. There were only 100 of them. Xiao Qin was still an inferior grade martial sage. However, the circular heavenly sage laws that only grandmaster level martial sages had already appeared behind him. He had reached that level. As long as Xiao Qin swallowed 10 more peak spirit veins, his cultivation would recover completely, returning to its peak and advancing further. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Qin decided not to recover for now. A peak great grandmaster level martial sage with a peak rank 4 sage body and 5 dragon force. Such strength would definitely scare Mu Qinghan away from working with him. Xiao Qin might as well wait for a while. There was no rush for 1 or 2 days. After all, as long as he wanted to, he could return to his peak at any time. Just as Xiao Qin prepared to stop and recuperate, the 100 rings of purple light behind him started to change. The blue dragon Yuanying and Xiao Qin's Dantian moved quickly. The heavenly sage laws behind him seemed to be attracted, spinning along. The heavenly sage laws started to transform. In a situation that Xiao Qin had not expected, the heavenly sage laws started to take form. The heavenly sage laws turned into ferocious dragons that exuded might and the air of a ruler. Amid the sparks of electricity, they were born. When the conditions are right, success will follow. Is this what Elder Qin meant by when the conditions are right, success will follow? Somewhere in the shattered clouds sea, a small boat floated quietly on the sea. A white-haired old man wearing a conical bamboo hat sat at the bow of the boat. He wore a thick black cloak and held a fishing rod made of metal, calmly casting fish into the sea. There was no wind or waves. The boat continued to float on the water, not moving at all. If a cultivator of the cloud sea domain happened to pass by, he would definitely know this old man's identity. He was a famous loose cultivator of the cloud sea domain, known as the Old Fish Eccentric. He was a peak great grandmaster level martial sage. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound of something tearing through the air rang out. In the distance, a beautiful middle-aged woman, wearing an enchanting red dress, was walking on the water as she approached. She looked like a blooming peony, bright red and glistening, giving off a floral fragrance. Old Fish Eccentric, you did not even put any bait on your fishing rod. Can you even cast fish? The beautiful middle-aged woman asked with a smile as she approached. She looked very charming. She did not feel any fear or embarrassment at this infamous loose cultivator who killed people like scything flax. That was right. This beautiful middle-aged woman was also a loose cultivator. Her cultivation and reputation were no weaker than the Old Fish Eccentrics. In fact, it was even worse. Those who were killed by it would all turn into red bones. It was extremely strange. Madam Flower, I am not fishing. I am waiting for the fish to jump out on its own, the Old Fish Eccentric said indifferently, with a strange smile. This fish is indeed big enough. If it jumps out, can you finish it alone? The beautiful middle-aged woman addressed as Madam Flower had a smile in her phoenix eyes. Her voice had a bewitching charm to it. The Old Fish Eccentric smiled and said, "Are my old friends here already?" A gentle breeze blew, and the seawater rippled gently. The surrounding clouds moved. 3 great grandmaster-level martial sages of different ages and auras rushed over from a distance. One of them was 2 meters tall and had a thick waist and broad shoulders. His skin was exposed, and his bulging muscles looked like small hills, looking very sturdy. This person carried a broadsword on his back that was as thick as a door. It weighed several tens of thousands of kilograms. This man was known as the Iron Sword Maniac. When he erupted with his full power, even an ordinary blue-robed emperor would not dare to clash head-on. The other person was a youth with a head full of silver hair. He gave off a ferocious killing chi. His appearance was delicate, but his eyes were scarlet. It looked like a demonic beast that was walking on two legs. In reality, this was indeed the case. The silver-haired youth was a member of the fiend race from the sea. He was a silver shark that had gained sentience and taken human form. In the Cloud Sea domain, he was even more infamous than the old fish eccentric. His killing methods were the cruelest. The last person was an old man whose face was covered with wrinkles. He wore a sackcloth garment, and although he looked very ordinary, his cultivation base was the highest among the five. This old man had already touched the vast chasm between great Grandmaster level martial sages and the blue-robed emperor. He was only a step away from forging a bridge. This old man's name was Gao Yangyu. He was the leader of the 5 great loose cultivators here. The 5 great loose cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain normally went their separate ways. Now, they were strangely gathered together. If they did not have a motive, no one would believe it. Gao Yangyu said, "Old fish eccentric, you have been to the Treasure Mountain 5 times in total. Are you really confident that the Treasure Mountain will appear here this time?" The old fish eccentric did not put away his fishing rod. He said calmly, "Everyone is not here yet. I will tell you when everyone is here." Right after the old fish eccentric spoke, huge waves suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. The small boat drifted with the waves, rising and falling, looking very startling. Amid the strong winds and huge waves, an extremely young-looking man emerged from the waves. There was a wound on this young man's shoulder. Clearly, he had just undergone a huge battle. Blood flowed out, but his expression did not change, like he did not feel anything. The moment the young man stepped on the waves and passed through them, everything was calm and tranquil. He was like the king of the sea. Everywhere he went, no one dared to defy him. This will of a king could make everyone submit with just a raise of his hand. Xinyuan Zhantian. The gazes of the 5 people were all focused on this person. Their faces were solemn, as if they were facing a great enemy. The youth before them was only a Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, he gave these great Grandmaster-level martial sages great pressure. Even Gao Yangyu frowned slightly, revealing a cautious expression. This youth before them had come to the Cloud Sea domain 4 years ago. Who knew what fortuitous encounter he had? In merely 2 years, he had killed his way to his current position among the loose cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain, becoming the 6th strongest outside of the 5 great loose cultivators. Now that everyone is here, we can speak. If nothing unexpected happens, the Treasure Mountain will appear in the sea in front after another incense stick's worth of time. The 5 looked in the direction that the old fish eccentric pointed. It was an extremely ordinary sea region. There was nothing strange about it on the surface. Xinyuan Zhantian frowned and said, "There does not seem to be anything special about this place. How do you know that the Treasure Mountain will appear here?" The old fish eccentric smiled and said, "The fish at the bottom of the sea told me. Whether you believe me or not, we will know after 1 incense stick's worth of time." The others were dubious. If they did not believe him at all, they would not have come all the way to the Shattered Cloud Sea just because of 1 sentence from the old fish eccentric. After all, the other party was someone who had been to the Treasure Mountain 5 times. Time slowly approached. Soon, the time for 1 incense stick to burn could only be counted in seconds. Everyone stared at the sea the old fish eccentric pointed at. Boom! After they finished counting in their hearts, a sharp horn suddenly shot up from the sea. In the next moment, the horn soared into the sky, bringing up a tall mountain that pierced the clouds. The surroundings of the tall mountain were shrouded in fog. They could vaguely make out a dilapidated palace, a remnant with a dense ancient aura, and the occasional flash of treasure light and colorful spirit herbs. The 6 great, loose cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain all revealed expressions of joy in their eyes. The Treasure Mountain was indeed a bona fide treasure mountain. The old fish eccentric was right.